Our story begins with a brutal betrayal aimed squarely at Suho. Our protagonist, a truly skilled swordsman, found himself desperately on his knees, surrounded by people he once called comrades. His body was shaking uncontrollably, and his arms bore the unmistakable marks of poison. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and rough. And it quickly dawned on him that this wasn't just any ordinary poison. It was something far more sinister and dangerous, quite possibly fatal. Before him stood two of his own teammates, and instead of offering any help, they just laughed. They actually reveled in watching him suffer. One of them, a burly warrior, sneered, saying Suho should have joined their plan. But Suho had chosen a vastly different path. He remained loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly clinging to his morals, instead of giving in to their corruption. This very team had just finished conquering one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a place where terrifying monsters had emerged. But now these bastards wanted to leave that gate open. They had no intention of finishing the job. They wanted to ensure the monsters wouldn't be completely wiped out, so they could return again and again. Because as long as the danger remained, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters were gone, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Suho remembered all the time he'd spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his very life. And now they stood there before him, watching him die without a single shred of remorse. They justified their actions by claiming Suho was the only one who had opposed the plan. Everyone else was on board. Then the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He said that if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live. But Suho wasn't a fool. How could he trust people who had just poisoned him and stood back to watch him suffer? Besides, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed far beyond its limits. The poison had already consumed him. There was no turning back now. Survival was utterly impossible for him. Yet, even on the brink of death, he could still do one last thing. Take at least one of these traitors down with him. Fueled by that resolve, Suho began to gather every last shred of his energy. A powerful, defiant aura erupted from him, sharp and overwhelmingly potent. A couple of them were instantly paralyzed by fear. They stumbled back in terror. But the woman among them, more terrified than any of them, tried desperately to calm everyone down, insisting there was no need to panic. The archer, however, visibly on the verge of wetting himself, could tell this was dire. And then Suho moved. In a single, terrifyingly swift motion, he explosively charged forward. His blade tore through the warrior's arm, and in the blink of an eye, he beheaded the dark mage woman with lethal precision. The archer barely managed to scramble away, dragging the healer along with him. Their smug expressions, once full of haughty arrogance, had completely vanished in a flash. They were replaced by looks of pure horror. The healer frantically tried to save the wounded warrior, desperately casting her healing spells. But to her utter shock, nothing worked. She suddenly realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes darted to Suho, and she saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with the sheer power of will itself. And not just him, his sword had transformed too. It was now forged completely from that same indomitable will. It was called the intangible sword, a weapon forged from pure determination. But that immense power came at a steep cost. The energy that had sustained him finally faded. Suho's strength finally gave out, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, plummeting off the cliff behind him. He plunged deep into the valleys below, vanishing entirely from their sight, leaving behind nothing but a chilling silence. Suho's eyes slowly fluttered open to the sound of utter chaos around him. There was shouting, sirens wailing, and the distinct sound of frantic footsteps pounding. He found himself in the arms of a firefighter, but he had absolutely no idea what was going on. His head spun, completely disoriented, and everything felt foggy and utterly unreal, like a dream or a nightmare. His rescuer, the firefighter holding him, was rushing him toward a designated safe zone, moving swiftly through the crowded, panicked streets. At first, Suho couldn't make sense of any of it. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew he had died, so how could he be here alive? Confused and being rescued, it was baffling. Then, something clicked. He finally noticed what was happening around him. A gate had opened. Yes, a presumable gate. It had caused a dungeon outbreak. Monsters were swarming the area. More specifically, goblins. Dozens of them ran rampant through the city, attacking anything in sight. As Suho looked around, he spotted a familiar sign lying on the ground nearby. Syndrome Station. That's when it all made sense. His memories were correct. This was the exact station that had once been contaminated. During a sudden gate outbreak, he had seen this happen before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came whistling through the air. and struck the firefighter holding him. The man let out a cry as he collapsed, and both he and Suho fell to the ground. The goblins were getting closer. Despite the pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and told him to run, but Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes focused on the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without hesitating, Suho grabbed it, took aim, and hurled it with all his strength at an approaching goblin. The weapon sliced through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something strange appeared in front of Suho. Floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. For a second, he just stared, absolutely stunned. It was exactly as it had been before. Exactly as he remembered. The system asked him to choose the class he wanted to pursue. Out of pure reflex, his finger almost moved to select warrior. It was pure instinct, but then he paused. No, this time he decided to delay his selection. Suho then turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly. Their screeches echoed across the battlefield, looking completely unbothered, laughing like absolute lunatics, as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused. Without wasting another second, he launched himself straight into the horde. His movements were sharp, precise, and effortless, weaving through incoming attacks, like they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. One goblin, eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from the side, but the moment its eyes locked onto Suho, it froze in pure horror, because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the very same axe he had hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly. Its face twisted in pure, unadulterated panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean motion, silencing it before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there. Grabbing one of the fallen goblins' swords from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners. To someone like him, a veteran who had seen far, far worse. Cutting down goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another, with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, and it so quickly it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, he was neither calm nor calculating. He'd acted purely on instinct and raw emotion. While that raw power was undeniably useful, he knew that in times like these, what he truly needed was a cool head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he'd been brought back to the past for a reason. This was his second chance, a rare opportunity to start everything anew, from scratch, and he wasn't going to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up before him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else caught his attention. The nearby firefighter was staring at him, clearly curious. The way Suho had fought hadn't gone unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a player? Suho simply gave a slight nod in response, and turned his focus back to the system. He'd made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him? It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magical healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could Suho be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin wave, like a trained swordsman? Before the man could ask more questions, another system window appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon. From the arsenal, he didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the very same one he'd used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter a little nervous. Panic even set in. The gate ahead was no laughing matter. But Suho had a crucial advantage. He'd unlocked the swordsmanship talent. Before selecting a class, a key detail, skills rooted in innate talent, could be wielded no matter what class a player picked. And as he leveled up, those innate skills, and even his class skills, would evolve and grow even stronger. Suho recalled something. Isabella's legendary Holy Spirit had been the ultimate upgrade of healing light. If only he'd wielded that kind of power back then, perhaps things would have played out differently. But this time, he was determined to do things right. He had a crystal clear plan. He would forge a path as both swordsman and healer. And as he recalled the faces of his former teammates, those conniving scumbags who betrayed and abandoned him. His resolve hardened even further. He stepped closer to the gate, the one that had almost claimed his life before. Back then, he'd been weak and unprepared. But now, with the very fundamentals of swordsmanship etched into his very being, he knew he could handle it. Without a single trace of hesitation, Suho advanced, stepping boldly inside the gate. As Suho stepped through the entrance, he abruptly found himself standing in the middle of a dense, shadowy forest. Nearly instantly, the system window appeared before him, displaying the area's name, Green-Red. What odd name. But there wasn't much time to ponder. After walking for a short while, Suho then stumbled upon a gruesome sight. Multiple goblin corpses scattered across the forest floor. Judging by their positions and expressions, it looked like they'd been fleeing something, or someone far more terrifying than themselves. Their twisted bodies reeked of fear, not just defeat. Then Suho heard something, a low guttural sound nearby. He turned his head toward the source, and instantly he recognized its source. Two towering hobgoblins, lugging the carcass of a creature they just hunted. These weren't the weak, annoying goblins he'd encountered before. Hobgoblins were a whole different beast, bigger, meaner, and far more dangerous. And when they spotted Suho, their eyes gleamed with hungry excitement. To them, human flesh was a rare treat. Without hesitation, they tossed their previous prey aside and pointed their jagged weapons at Suho, eager to tear into fresh flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary prey. They were staring at a predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, its blade swinging fast, but sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly. He already knew he was underleveled for these enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to cut through their thick skin with ease, but he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its eye. The attack hit its mark. The creature unleashed a piercing screech, loud enough to rattle the forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the poor monster's pain by killing it. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been so effective, it was a pure, habitual mistake he'd made. He had hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the fight, but accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its weapon wildly in rage. But Suho was calm. He focused, dodging each attack with careful footwork. The hobgoblin slashed left, then right, swinging wildly and without control. But none of its blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually lead to acquiring a related skill. Suho knew this, and sure enough, after evading several more attacks, a small grin formed on his face. He had obtained a dodge skill, but he wasn't done yet. Now, he aimed for his second skill. Suho began parrying the incoming strikes, deflecting the blows with precise timing. Parrying wasn't just a basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat and served as a foundation for many other advanced skills. It was essential, and Suho wanted it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him that he gained the parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, the hobgoblin had already grown tired. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its limit. And so, just like before, Suho gave it peace, this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now, with two fresh skills in hand, he was ready to fight more. He wanted to face more monsters, not for the thrill of battle, but to earn skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger. Outside the gate, the atmosphere among the waiting hunters was tense and frustrated. They just found out that someone had entered their assigned gate. Without permission, the moment the news spread, curses began flying left and right. Most of them were angry and felt disrespected, grumbling about how someone had the nerve to step into their territory. Some were already making plans to teach this mystery intruder a lesson. Once they came back out, they weren't going to let it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was in the middle of a serious conversation. He was speaking with a few men in suits, people from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate and were specifically asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back and spilled every last detail he knew. From what he witnessed, Suho was no ordinary hunter. He'd single-handedly decimated a zombie horde, even healing his injuries amidst the chaos. One officer, listening to the report, looked visibly stunned. He hadn't even been late. Yet somehow, by the time he arrived, the goblins were already completely eradicated. And to top it all off, the one responsible was supposedly a healer. He tried to brush it off at first, claiming it was impossible based on their experience. Healers, in their minds, simply lacked the combat power for such a feat alone. But still, If this guy truly managed to clear the gate solo, especially one swarming with goblins, then they couldn't possibly ignore him. If he pulled it off, they would absolutely have to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busy hunting down hobgoblins and raking in those experience points. One after another, he moved quickly and efficiently, beheading multiple hobgoblins at once with ease. His attacks were clean, controlled. He deliberately spared one hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt, faster than Usain Bolt. But that was exactly what Suho had planned from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he'd just defeated, both his stats and skills had improved significantly. While looking at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left in those bodies. Inside the monsters, there were magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones. Nothing too rare, but each could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down. But right now, his financial situation, he was more like a beggar than a hunter, honestly. So he wasn't about to let these precious stones go to waste. He began carefully extracting the stones from the fallen monsters, one by one, stashing them all securely in his inventory. By the time he was done collecting all his loot, he felt a wave of genuine satisfaction wash over him. This was actually a pretty decent haul, but just as he was about to finally take a breath, that fleeting calm was abruptly shattered. A sudden, overwhelming wave of pure, unadulterated, killing intent slammed into him like a physical wall. When he whipped around to face the source, roughly 30 hobgoblins were already closing in. Leading them was the very same monster he had let go earlier, the one that had previously fled in sheer terror. And now, with that undeniable confirmation, the entire group charged towards Suho all at once. But Suho didn't panic. Instead, he leapt into the air like a seasoned ninja, moving with the breathtaking speed and deadly precision of a trained assassin. In mere moments, several hobgoblins had already fallen, their severed heads rolling across the ground. His movements were incredibly sharp and utterly effortless, like cutting through hot butter. Then, as if to reward his efforts, the system notified him that he had leveled up. New stat points were immediately added to his profile, making him even stronger and more formidable than before. With that power up in hand and enough experience gained, Suho made a clear decision. There was no need to drag things out any longer. It was time to end this. He dove straight into the mob of enemies, slashing relentlessly in every direction, clearing the horde with ruthless, breathtaking efficiency. At one point, a hobgoblin managed to charge him head-on, aiming to strike. But instead of fear, Suho's face actually lit up with pure excitement. He wasn't worried in the slightest. If anything, he looked even more thrilled than before. The boss monster in this gate was, of course, a chief hobgoblin, and it was a terrifying level 20 enemy. As expected of a boss, it came charging in first, trying to land an attack, but it failed quite miserably. Right after that, a group of smaller monsters tried to pull a sneak attack from behind. But Suho, without even fully turning around, reacted instantly and cut them down like they were nothing. That's when the boss monster swiftly switched tactics and unleashed one of its skills, fear. This fear skill was brutal, paralyzing its target and plunging them into a state of pure terror. And the higher the skills level, the more devastating its effect. And given this was a boss monster, that alone was explanation enough for how it could wield such a powerful mental type skill, even in a low-level gate. The real problem was Suho had no gear or skills to protect his mind or resist mental attacks at the moment. He had no direct way to counter it. The boss saw this as its chance to finish the fight and charged in, ready to claim victory. But what it utterly failed to realize was that Suho wasn't some mere rookie. He was a veteran hunter who'd been through situations far worse. He knew exactly how to deal with this. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter with his left hand and deliberately cut himself. That jolt of sharp pain snapped him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The moment his mind cleared, he parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of focusing on the boss right away, Suho made a lightning-quick decision. He turned his attention to the smaller monsters first. Within seconds, he moved like a whirlwind through the battlefield, slicing down every last one of them. In just a short burst of action, he wiped out all the hobgoblins inside the gate, leaving no enemies behind except the boss itself. Before going back to face the chief hobgoblin, he took a moment to heal the wound on his left arm. Now, with the distractions gone and his body back in prime shape, it was just him and the boss. One-on-one, no more interruptions. And from a look on the monster's face, it didn't seem all that confident anymore. The true fight between the two had begun, and they exchanged blow after furious blow. Suho gave it his absolute all, swinging his sword with fierce determination. But because of his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to deal any serious damage to the monster. It was becoming painfully clear that a head-on approach just wasn't going to cut it. With this realization, Suho swiftly changed tactics. Instead of blindly swinging, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's thigh, targeting a crucial weak spot to slow its advance. In a desperate move, the monster unleashed its fear skill one more time, hoping to paralyze Suho and seize the advantage. But this time it completely failed. Once a person truly conquers fear, its power fades, and Suho had already faced this fear once and emerged victorious. Now, completely unaffected, Suho redirected all his attacks to that very same spot. He mercilessly slashed the injured thigh again and again, relentlessly exploiting its newfound weakness. After a few more precise, forceful strikes, the mighty boss monster finally crumbled to the ground, barely alive, teetering on the edge of oblivion. But Suho wasn't finished, not yet. Instead of delivering the killing blow, he suddenly activated his healing light skill, a skill specifically designed to restore health, and he used it on the monster. The creature, already dazed and half dead, was now utterly bewildered. It couldn't fathom why the very human who had nearly slain it was now attempting to heal it. Suho, however, was absolutely thrilled. He had just realized he could prolong this battle by endlessly assaulting and then healing the monster. He could extend the battle and use it as a personal training dummy. So time flew by in this bizarre cycle. Attack, injure, heal, repeat. And with every grueling round, Suho grew immensely stronger, his skills steadily sharpening. And eventually, he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the once fearsome boss monster, once proud and terrifying, was now utterly consumed by pure fear. It couldn't even bear to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had extracted every lesson from this place, there was nothing left to gain. The monster's role in this brutal trial was finally finished. It had served its purpose well. With a calm, resolute expression, Suho ended it all, beheading the monster without a single shred of hesitation. And just like that, the gate had been conquered. Suho stood victorious. He was declared the MVP of the gate, gaining bonus experience on top of everything else. His level had now reached a solid 10, a significant milestone for any hunter. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received an upgrade, advancing to E rank. And along with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much now, but if his skills continued to develop at this pace, it wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. It was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the exit of the gate. Outside, the atmosphere was tense. The gate had started to tremble slightly, causing people to whisper and wonder. Had the gate been cleared? Then, before anyone could guess further, Suho stepped out. He walked out calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter at all. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face, just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was, or what exactly he had done. And Suho didn't bother explaining. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man who had conquered the gate alone. But Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked past them and landed right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, Young Chul-min, and judging by the confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the person behind the gate's conquest. The scene shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where team leader Young and Suho were sitting across from each other. On the surface, it looked normal, like any standard registration meeting. But Chulman's mind was miles away. His thoughts kept drifting back to their earlier bizarre encounter. He recalled their first meeting, a casual handshake, and Suho's mention that he was already heading to the Hunter Association anyway. At first, Schulman assumed it was for a license renewal, something veteran hunters did constantly. But as their conversation progressed, it became crystal clear that Suho was actually there for initial registration. That completely caught Schulman off guard. He was still trying to process how someone like Suho, registered as a healer of all things, had cleared an entire gate solo. In a way, Suho had acted calm, casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Schulman had re-examined Suho's aptitude test results again and again. Statistically, Suho seemed more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers didn't lie. He possessed the physical strength and combat instincts, not to mention the unwavering composure you'd expect from a frontline fighter. It didn't make sense. While Schulman was lost in thought, and Suho spoke up, snapping him out of it by asking if there was a problem. That brought Schulman back to focus. He began asking Suho a few routine questions. Background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when more pieces of the puzzle began to click into place. We learned Suho was a college dropout. He'd been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually choose combat class, like warrior or archer if they enter the hunter field. But Suho had gone in a completely different direction. He had selected the healer class. And the reason? He just hated getting hurt. Then he went on to explain what had truly happened inside the gate. He described the sequence of events. He explained it in a straightforward, almost detached way, though he conveniently left out one key detail. The inconvenient truth that had all been far too easy for him. He simply stated he fought to survive, and he left it at that. But the moment Suho casually mentioned Chief Hobgoblins, Schulman visibly stiffened. Something about that detail just didn't sit right. Gates that produced Chief Hobgoblins were never supposed to be easy to conquer. So, Suho, sensing his discomfort, coolly accessed his inventory, and in the very next moment, he then dropped all the loot he'd collected from the gate, right onto the table, the items hitting with a heavy thud. And Schulman was utterly caught off guard. His eyes practically bulged in shock, and for a second, he nearly panicked. These were the magic crystals Suho had collected after hunting down hobgoblins. The smaller ones were from regular hobgoblins, while the much larger, more refined, one had come straight from the hobgoblin chief. Since Suho didn't truly know their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them processed, even while trying to stay composed. Schulman couldn't tear his eyes off the loot. What a haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly wanted to become a hunter. When Suho nodded, that simple agreement sparked genuine excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself again, Schulman asked if this decision was made purely on impulse. But Suho responded with a calm smile and said no. It wasn't impulsive at all. While Schulman was still riding the wave of happiness from hearing Suho's answer, Suho shifted the tone slightly and began explaining his real reason. It wasn't about power or money. No, it was personal. He hated monsters, and he hated the gates they came from. As a child, he had lost his entire family during a gate shock. After that, he grew up in an orphanage, completely alone at first. He initially thought that killing monsters would help ease the deep frustration and pain burning inside him. Yet, even after taking down countless monsters, that tight knot in his chest never truly loosened. No matter how many he killed, the ache never faded. That's when he made a crucial decision. He couldn't undo the past, but he could choose the kind of future he wanted to protect. He didn't want anyone else to suffer as he had. He wanted to fight, not for revenge, but for the safety of others. He wanted to be out on the field doing real work. And that's why he decided to become a hunter. Not for any specific guild, but for the South Korean Hunter Association. Schulman was genuinely impressed by his answer. But as someone with vast experience, he also felt compelled to explain the downsides. He honestly told Suho that the Hunter Association's pay scale was significantly lower compared to what private guilds typically offered. But Suho didn't seem bothered by that in the slightest, as long as he had free access to multiple gates, priority in entering them, and the authority to punish hunters who committed crimes. That was more than enough for him. Schulman could barely believe what he was hearing. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically holds gate priority, they often end up auctioning those rights off to private guilds. The reason is simple. No official wants to put their life on the line for a small government salary. Most people claim they join to help others, but the reality is they aim for stable, safe positions where they can quietly earn without ever having to step into a gate. That's why so many aim for administrative roles instead of field duty. But in Schulman's eyes, Suho felt different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a rare type, a true patriot who wanted to be out on the front lines, protecting people, someone who genuinely believed in civil service. The happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Schulman felt lightheaded, but he quickly snapped out of it and got back to the task. After handling the magic crystals, it was time to take the official hunter exam. First, you have to pass an aptitude test, with both a written and a practical exam. Unfortunately for Suho, this year's registration period had already ended, and the exam was scheduled for tomorrow. But fortunately for Suho, he had Brother Chulman on his side. Since Suho had conquered an entire gate, all by himself, there was a good chance they could pull some strings and get special approval from the higher-ups. That part wasn't a problem. What concerned Chulman, though, was the written test, clearing that with only one day of preparation, almost impossible for a regular person. But Suho, being Suho, was utterly confident. To him, if you ever get the chance to do something, you take it, no matter the circumstances. The only issue? Our boy was practically a beggar at this point. He didn't even have enough money to pay the exam registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Chulman could take care of the magic crystals for him. And Chulman, being the dependable guy he is, immediately took on the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could fully rely on was his big brother Chulman, and he was genuinely grateful for that. After some time, they completed all the aptitude tests. Team leader Chulman then sent Suho the money they got from selling the crystals. In the next cut, Suho was munching through Chulman's food stash like he owned the place. Thanks to the magic crystals, he received 3 million won. And on top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also got some tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't enough for him. He had one more request. He had heard the association had a library, and he wanted to cram a bit for the written test. Tomorrow, he politely asked if a team leader could allow him access, and of course, Chulman said yes with a smile. He even personally guided Suho to the library and told him that he wouldn't need an employee card to enter. Before they parted ways, Chulman wished him good luck on the exam. Suho watched him leave quietly, thinking how kind and reliable his brother still was. Deep down, he knew that one day, Chulman would definitely become the president of the association. And with Chulman out of the picture, Suho turned his attention back to the library. His goal was clear: find something tied to his past life. He remembered major events happening, things that had shaken entire regions. But the details were always hazy. Human minds weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this place was the key, a fragment of knowledge or a skill he wanted badly. After poking around a bit more, Suho finally stumbled upon something strange. A book, massive, ancient-looking, and so thick it refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged in with a strange message. The book wasn't from this world. It also mentioned that there was a special way to use it, something beyond just reading. And Suho, he already knew what that meant. Without hesitation, he held the book above his head, like some RPG character triggering a hidden quest. For a split second, he felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening. His arms were getting tired. Frustration bubbled up fast, because he was damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when the magic kicked in. The book shimmered, reality shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty room. He now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots deep in glowing stone, its branches reaching into a sky that wasn't even real. A spiral staircase wound around it, leading upward into the great unknown. And this, friends, is the Library of Memories. It's then revealed that the Library of Memories grants its user the power to recall everything they've ever seen or heard, including the most painful or traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain copes by forgetting. But once this ability is acquired, the user is burdened with a flawless memory. The original owner of this skill was the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former Korean Hunter Association employee. While studying in a library for a career change, she unintentionally gained this ability after using a book as a pillow, just because lying face down was uncomfortable. Suho thinks about how lucky she was to stumble upon such a potent skill and feels grateful for her introducing him to it. He even plans to treat her to a meal one day. The system window then prompts Suho to donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers how truly powerful this ability is. It could help him restore every memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to fade and warp over time. Realizing its immense value, he decides that obtaining the skill is absolutely necessary to retain every detail with perfect precision. A message appears, confirming his story has been accepted. Suddenly, a strong wind whirls around him, and the system announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and recording his experiences. Suho starts floating in midair, surrounded by radiant texts, as a diagram materializes above the book. Another message follows, stating that the Library of Memories has officially opened. It will store everything he's seen and heard, giving him access whenever needed, while also suggesting important information. Suho stares at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire space is some kind of illusion. Now that he has the skill, he decides to try it out. He closes his eyes and revisits a previous battle. He sees himself there, gravely wounded. The moment rushes back, a surge of vivid emotions. He feels the fury surge within him once again, confirming the memory's searing clarity. He clearly sees those who betrayed him, people he now recognizes as nothing but selfish cowards, who had deliberately delayed sealing the gate, just to save their own skins. He vows to never forgive or forget them. His consciousness drifts amidst countless system windows. The memory deeply unsettles him. He wishes he'd chosen to recall something far less painful. Then, out of nowhere, a system window flashes a shocking notification. He's being given a chance to grow stronger as the first individual to reach the realm of the transcendent. The system announces it's rebooting for player on Suho. He's left utterly speechless as the world around him snaps back to normal. A realization then crosses his mind. Could it be that the system truly sent him back in time? He remembers once achieving unity with the divine sword itself and obtaining the first ever SS rank skill. But now, as the first to reach transcendence, that he's being granted an unprecedented opportunity, something no one has ever experienced before. Suho begins to realize that his return to the past, that might not just be a coincidence after all. The very next moment, he arrives at a specific location via taxi. As he steps out, he reflects on the true meaning of this second chance. Really is. He now has a chance to prevent the disasters that once ravaged him and to manage the unpredictable gates that had once caused countless casualties. Determined to clear these gates faster than ever, he reminds himself that every single second matters. He soon arrives before a colossal building, Nexus, towering before him. He's struck by its sheer, imposing size and acknowledges this as the biggest private hunter academy in the entire country. He also sees it as a place to earn significant money, to secure his future with firm resolve. He steps inside, where a cheerful receptionist greets him and asks the purpose of his visit. Suho replies, stating he wishes to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, taken aback, asks if he has an appointment. Suho says no, but insists it's urgent. He simply asks her to relay a message. The solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station's pre-catastrophe gate is here. The scene shifts to the director's office, where a composed woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself as On Suho. Director Kim invites him to take a seat and acknowledges his impressive feat at the Syndrome Gate. She then asks why he's come to Nexus. Suho explains he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is visibly taken aback by his request. Suho confirms it, adding that he also plans to take the hunter license test, scheduled for the very next day. Still trying to fully comprehend the situation, Director Kim asks how long it's been since he awakened. Suho calmly replies, "It happened today." Even more astounded, she checks her documents, repeating in disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho confirms everything. He adds that a connection within the Hunter Association helped him secure a spot in the exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. His confident declaration leaves the director even more astonished. Then, Suho states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus Scholarship, student status, with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the top wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't some mere beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates. Whether anyone else believed him or not didn't matter. That choice was entirely up to them. Director Kim recognized that. Clearing such a dangerous gate alone was no small feat. Still, she reminded him that the hunter test was a completely different matter, with an average pass rate of less than 20%. Suho laid it all out. If he didn't secure first place, they could completely ignore him and even cancel the scholarship deal entirely. Intrigued, Director Kim asked why he chose Nexus instead of the more prestigious academies like Hexagon or Prime. Suho answered bluntly. Despite being the country's biggest academy, Nexus had hit a really rough patch in recent years. It hadn't produced a single top-ranking student, and that had absolutely tanked its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim acknowledged the brutal truth. Nexus was in desperate need of a major success, and no current student had shown any signs of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho really did take first place, Nexus would gain the most from the spotlight. His proposal, in that sense, was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person makes such a bold offer? With that much confidence? Curious, she asked how much money he was expecting from the scholarship. Suho responded by asking about the rewards for becoming the top student. She explained that the prize included a full tuition refund, an additional bonus of 30 million won, and the chance to immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho nodded. It seemed fitting for the country's largest academy. But then, with a mischievous grin, he added that 300 million. One would be even better. The astronomical number stunned Director Kim, but Suho kept going, saying that, considering the massive advantages that came with being the top student and the sheer scale of the academy, the amount was more than fair for Nexus. 300 million wasn't really that much anyway. Deep down, Director Kim knew he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, she agreed and told him that if he ranked first, she would pay him the 300 million. Later, Suho wandered around the sprawling campus. The more he explored, the more he realized just how enormous it truly was. Bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be missing anything. The staff member chuckled proudly as he showed him around. He explained that Nexus was South Korea's largest academy. Suho noticed the guide looked exhausted, figuring they'd likely been woken up just to give him this tour, feeling a pang of guilt. Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide just smiled, saying it was the least he could do for someone so important. Just then, Suho spotted someone training alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, explaining that student trained every night at this hour and was the most hard-working student in the entire academy. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Dahan. The guide called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Dahan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself harder, since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Dahan for raid missions. Back then, Dahan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and defensive capabilities. It had been truly unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time, but now, seeing Dahan wielding an axe instead of shield, Suho realized Dahan still hadn't unlocked his true potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Dahan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide then introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Dahan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Dahan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he chose that particular weapon. Dahan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his build. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked if Dahan had only trained with the axe. Dahan admitted he had, even calling himself a slow learner. And he declared, experimenting with multiple weapons felt like a complete waste of time. It had taken him a full 2 years just to become somewhat decent with an axe. And even now, he didn't feel particularly skilled using it. Suho silently analyzed the situation and immediately grasped the real problem. It wasn't that Dahan lacked effort, but rather that the axe simply didn't suit him. It wasn't a matter of dedication at all. It was a clear case of poor direction. If his progress hadn't significantly improved early on, he should have switched weapons much sooner. Suho found it genuinely surprising that even the top academy in the entire country missed something this incredibly obvious. He suggested a different mindset for Dahan, since players would eventually receive stat adjustments. It made far more sense to pick a weapon that felt inherently natural to them, with skill correction effects. Proficiency could indeed rise quickly, but true performance in battle truly relied on knowledge and experience. In Dahan's case, the battle axe was clearly a mismatch. While it delivered heavy, impactful hits, the long cooldowns left users incredibly vulnerable. And considering Dahan's large frame, it became even harder to protect him effectively. When Dahan heard this, he was completely taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 years training exclusively with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but pointed out that Dahan's real strength might actually lie in tanking. He advised Dahan to try using a kite, shield on his left arm, and a one-handed blunt weapon in his right hand. According to Suho, this specific setup would significantly enhance Dahan's overall combat effectiveness. Dahan hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt incredibly risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to think about what truly forms the backbone of a raid party. While many believed it was the mage, in reality, it was always the tank. A tank's job was to draw the enemy's focus and protect. For the team to pull that off effectively, a tank required not just a shield, but also a secondary weapon for crowd control. Suho's reasoning finally made sense to Dahan. Inspired by this newfound insight, he decided to give it a try. Suho was pleased Dahan didn't let doubt deter him, and admired his quick thinking and adaptability. Suho wished him good luck, and Dahan thanked him before heading out. Immediately after, the guide explained that Director Kim had asked him to give Suho a tour, which was why he'd introduced him as a guest. But now, the guide grew curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He seemed to know an awful lot about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that he was an instructor, though internally he realized this probably looked suspicious for someone without a license to know so much. He explained he was more of a stakeholder instead. The guide nodded and mentioned he'd just received a call. The contract was ready, and it was time to return to the director's office. Then came a day of the hunter test. The area in front of the association building was absolutely packed with examinees, all armed with swords, and ready to earn their hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this very moment, sharpening their skills and reaching peak performance. Ironically, Suho, the same man who'd cleared a gate all by himself, was in his worst condition. After finishing the test, Suho walked out, reflecting on the true purpose behind it. It had been organized because of concerns over possible doping, but in his opinion, those measures didn't mean much. Most cheaters didn't use drugs. They used skill buffs during the test instead. One woman in particular, and several others, had shown magic levels no one at level 5 should naturally possess. The system then notified Suho that his magic sensing ability was far sharper than most. He had fully mastered the skill of magic detection. Thanks to that, Suho found it easier to notice such oddities. Even without official reports coming in, he already knew many were cheating. Using buffs, it was time to shut this down. Looking at Chulman, Suho felt a wave of gratitude, knowing he had at least one honest person around. As he strode down the hall, where other candidates buzzed about their tests, he couldn't shake the feeling he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Chulman approached him, asking how the test went. Suho confidently replied he'd pass, but then questioned why Chulman was even there. Chulman explained he was just helping out, since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was truly impressive. Suho responded that he believed he'd aced it, and then asked if he could bring something up. Chulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He then pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any buff checks, and asked why. Chulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use and confiscated personal items to prevent cheating via gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Chulman genuinely appreciated the input and promised to look into it before the practical exam. Suho said he'd go prepare for the next test. Before he left, Chulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam was delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait either in the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't buying it. It felt like a flimsy excuse. He suspected that brother, Chulman, had already sprung into action, cracking down on anyone trying to cheat, swiftly neutralizing their forbidden buffs. Just as he'd shrewdly predicted, with 1,200 ambitious candidates and a grueling pass rate under 10%, catching these cheaters could easily slash that rate to a mere 7. Anyone who triumphed under such harsh conditions would undoubtedly be a true top-tier talent. Suho, meanwhile, decided to scope out the other candidates, searching for anyone who might be worth watching. Just then, a ruckus caught his ear. One man was aggressively challenging another to a match, but the second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. The first guy, however, clarified he only wanted to spar, joking that the other was simply afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to get out of his face. The first man then dramatically raised a wooden sword, asking what would happen if he struck first. Before things could fully escalate, Suho coolly stepped in, blocking the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back instantly. The second man was utterly stunned, asking Suho if he'd completely lost his mind. But Suho calmly stated he'd handle it, and told the man to stay out of it. The guy demanded to know who Suho was, some sort of officer? Suho simply replied he was just another test taker, but warned that confronting someone like this aggressor would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then challenged why Suho was even getting involved. Suho just smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so desperate for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed in the slightest. He scoffed, declaring he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone as weak as Suho. That word, weak, actually caught Suho off guard. The attacker then claimed Suho just got lucky earlier, and warned him not to get arrogant, ordering him to leave. But Suho quickly turned the tables, asking if he was scared. The attacker, deeply annoyed, demanded what that was supposed to mean. Suho then suggested they find out if it was truly just luck. He hinted the attacker was far too scared to actually test it. Heavily provoked, the man quickly accepted the challenge. He hurled insults, calling Suho just another coward. Amidst the crowd, Suho agreed to the spar, but insisted they get a supervisor's approval first and use the designated sparring arena. With permission quickly granted, both of them stepped into the training arena, drawing the attention of nearby students. The referee reminded them they could only use training weapons provided by the association, and warned that the match would be stopped if things got out of control. As the match began, the attacker charged first, wildly swinging his wooden sword. Suho blocked it with startling ease. The attacker then leapt into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged effortlessly. Furious and utterly surprised, the attacker threatened to tear Suho apart. But Suho stomped down on the man's wooden sword and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. That insult pushed the attacker completely over the edge. This man, Park Young, was known as a mad swordsman obsessed with strength, always seeking out skilled opponents to fight. His insatiable thirst for power had turned him into a relentless combatant. Suho remembered how incredibly skilled Young had been during their last encounter, and was surprised to see him among the same batch of test takers. He immediately realized that Young needed to be stopped before he repeated past mistakes. Without warning, Suho delivered a powerful kick that sent Young flying. As he hit the ground, Suho mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Young questioned how Suho was so strong. Suho calmly warned him that charging him blindly wouldn't work, hinting that Young had never faced someone as powerful as a level 10 before. Most of his previous opponents probably never got past level 5. Getting back up with a smirk, Young admitted Suho seemed too calm, and announced he'd now go all out. Suho welcomed it. Young unleashed a barrage of strikes, but Suho dodged every single one with shocking ease, all while keeping one hand casually on his sword. Yang's attacks were certainly ramping up though. Each strike felt heavier, more aggressive. Suho even acknowledged the added force behind them. Then, Yang unleashed everything he had. He launched his signature dragon sword technique. A blinding flash erupted as their swords violently clashed. Yang was sure he'd finally landed a decisive blow. He even began to celebrate, but as the light faded, Suho stood there completely unscathed. He blocked the attack. Yang was utterly shocked. Yang trembled, furiously demanding an explanation. Suho smirked, simply stating the attack was too slow. In reality, Yang had only managed a basic, rudimentary version of the dragon sword technique. Without a hunter's license, after all, it was impossible to master the real deal. Absolutely livid from the humiliation, Yang charged again, fueled by fury. But Suho dodged every single attack with effortless grace. At one point, Suho dropped into a low crouch, baiting Yang into one final, desperate charge. Just as Yang roared that the match was finally over, Suho landed a powerful, brutal upward strike to his chin, knocking him out cold in an instant. Yang hit the ground, defeated and utterly dazed, struggling to even comprehend what had just happened. Suho calmly repeated his assessment. Your attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching him, Suho realized Yang's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him. He'd ignore everyone else in the process. With that particular distraction handled, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisors who had been observing everything were utterly stunned, finally snapping out of their daze. Suho then casually spoke up, reporting that he'd accidentally knocked out Park Young, and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. Looking around, he noticed there were even more skilled individuals present than before. Probably anti-doping inspectors, no doubt. Disguised as technicians, the room erupted into noise. And Suho's irritation was clear for all to see. He clearly wished they'd just vanish. Then, a technician approached him and told him to lie down. He then detailed how the emergency button functioned, in case anything went wrong during the dive process. Suho confirmed his understanding. Once the system booted up, Suho lay down, and cables were connected to both sides of his head. A system window popped up, declaring the hunter. Practical test program was now active. As Suho's mind linked to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed, 5%, then 40%, then 77%, until it finally hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different world. Right away, he could tell this test wouldn't be easy at all, especially considering how few ever passed the healer exam. In front of him were countless wounded individuals, crying out for help, some trapped under rubble. One girl in particular was desperately trying to lift an enormous stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being utterly ruthless with this scenario. The whole situation already felt traumatic. But before we continue, let's grasp the context of this practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. The main goal is to evaluate how well a participant truly fits their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary wildly. Typically, these tests involve one-on-one fights, or surviving relentless waves of enemies. A participant's score depends on how long they last, and how many opponents they can defeat. But for healers, it's completely different. The focus isn't just on how strong their healing powers are. While healing ability certainly matters, the most valued quality is sacrifice. Healers who bravely put their own lives on the line to save others, and earn higher scores as terrifying monsters began to approach. Suho, however, paused to reflect on the true nature of this test. In this specific scenario, he realized the healer was expected to sacrifice themselves, protecting the patient. The only issue? His own powerful stats were still devastatingly active. As he cautiously walked toward the approaching monsters, he spotted a gleaming sword lying on the ground. A quick glance at it made him grimly realize he'd have to endure a serious, agonizing beating before finally dying. Unlike the others in the simulation, he fiercely questioned the twisted logic of letting himself simply be beaten to death. Dying once had already been more than enough for him to experience. Nearby, frantic screams pierced the air. Others shrieked for help, horrified by the monstrous apparitions. But Suho knew, with chilling certainty, those screams were just cunning illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by an eerie silence and lifeless corpses. He then approached a young, terrified girl and gently asked if she was all right. Shaking uncontrollably, the girl warned that the monsters would soon return and insisted they had to run, but Suho knew the true, vital mission. He had to protect her, no matter what, until the very end. Reassuring her with a calm voice, he promised that the rescue team would definitely come for them, and that he'd keep her absolutely safe until then. With newfound resolve, he firmly stood his ground, ready to valiantly fight against the oncoming monstrous threats. Meanwhile, back in the sterile observation room, players began exiting the sleek simulation pods, one by one. One participant stepped out, sighing, muttering that he surely could have done better. A nearby woman politely thanked him for his efforts, and then instructed him to gather his personal belongings and head directly outside. She then moved briskly to another pod and checked its glowing screen. It prominently displayed the detailed information of a specific participant, Kong Jin Young, an Archer class member. His recorded time was an exact 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented with a slight frown that this particular season, scores were surprisingly low, likely due to the significantly increased test difficulty. Feeling a sudden wave of curiosity, she then asked Director Shin how long Suho had been inside the simulation. Shin calmly replied, 30 minutes. Shocked, she gasped and repeated the astonishing number, utterly unable to believe it had been that unbelievably long. Rushing urgently over to Suho's specific machine, she quickly checked the display herself. 30 minutes. Still utterly consumed by disbelief, she questioned, is Suho really a warrior? Shin quickly clarified, stating Suho was a healer. Refusing to believe him, she outright accused him of lying. But Shin simply pointed to the sword Suho had been wielding and insisted she take a closer look. Together, They replayed the simulation footage, observing Suho's every move. The woman asked again, is he genuinely a healer? Blown away by his combat prowess, she then pondered aloud if he might be disqualified for not dying. But director Shin quickly set her straight. There was no rule that required death. The test's true objective was to protect the patient. Until the end, she nodded, finally understanding. Shin elaborated further. Suho was fulfilling all the conditions. He never once abandoned his patient, fought fiercely by her side, continually healing her. He was literally risking his life for her protection, as long as all conditions were being met. Disqualification wasn't even a possibility. Upon hearing that, the woman confidently declared that the top score for this exam had already been decided. Meanwhile, Suho was still fiercely battling inside the simulation. With truly incredible skill, he sliced through waves of monsters with single, precise blows. But even after his triumphant victory, Suho felt it still wasn't enough. He needed to be faster as even more monsters swarmed in. He meticulously eliminated them one after another, showing unwavering focus until eventually he wiped them all out. A system message then popped up. Your understanding of the skill footplay is very high. Congratulations, you've mastered footplay. Suho read the message and understood that even though this was just a simulation, since it was based on real-world mechanics, the system could still precisely recognize his physical control. The system acknowledged that he was directly controlling his body, making it possible to master physical skills. That is, even here, though, the experience gained was less than in real combat. It was still an excellent way to train. In addition to his swordsmanship, he had acquired various new skills and upgraded all basic sword techniques to A rank. There were no experience points or item rewards, however, but the results were still incredibly satisfying. If he could eventually just elevate all his sword skills to A rank or higher, he might finally develop a technique, like Park Yong's legendary dragon sword technique. Another message flashed. Great achievement. Your profound understanding of swordsmanship surpasses everyone else's. The system is utterly impressed by your unique style and wishes to officially register it. Would you like to forge a new swordsmanship skill by combining your basic sword techniques and footwork? And Suho smiled, finally ready to forge his very own style. Guardian Sword. A confirmation window popped up, asking if that would be its official name. Suho confirmed. Another message congratulated him for his supreme mastery and recognized the creation of a brand new, unique swordsmanship skill, Guardian Sword S. This powerful new ability immediately boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by 50% as a reward for this incredible achievement. The system also awarded him 10 bonus stat points and expressed its fervent hope that Suho would continue walking the glorious path of the sword. A final message confirmed he had unlocked Sword Mastery S, a privilege granted only to those with a truly deep understanding of swordsmanship. This immediately lifted all restrictions on learning, and using sword techniques enhanced all sword-related abilities by another 50% and removed any lingering limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly thought back to his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 agonizing years to reach this level of skill. But now, thanks to the invaluable knowledge he carried from that life, he had progressed at an astonishing pace. He recognized just how much his value had grown. Then turning his focus to the exam, he recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder how much meticulous effort had gone into preparing the whole thing. With all his objectives now completed, only two paths remained. Either die by the monster's fangs, or obliterate every single one of them. The supervisors, glued to the live footage, were utterly dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes. For the very first time in practical exam history, one candidate had defeated every last monster. They were awestruck, not just by his combat prowess, but also because he'd successfully healed the patient. One examiner even quipped, "No need to bother checking the rankings. The winner was crystal clear." A few days later, the scene shifts to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member declared their student, Kian, would absolutely be this year's top scorer. Another member enthusiastically agreed, proud of all the effort poured into his training. But then, someone spotted a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion spread like wildfire. Kian wasn't the top scorer. After all, the name on the letter was on Suho. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and confused, as someone asked, "Where's Kian?" At that very moment, the guild master received a call, and the scene changed once more. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the late congratulations, explaining he'd been completely swamped with work, but he made sure to shower Suho with praise for earning the highest score possible. He admitted he hadn't expected such incredible consistency from him. Suho responded humbly, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also pointed out that Suho's exceptional performance had helped expose a number of cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to tighter rules in future exams, which he saw as a positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up question, was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that, although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal hadn't changed. He still fully intended to join the association. The team leader appreciated his clear answer and said he'd reach out once recruitment began. His testing schedule was now all set. Suho smiled and agreed before hanging up. The leader reminded Suho to eat properly and take good care of his health. Suho returned the kind words right back. Once the call ended, the team leader glanced at something in his hand, quietly reminding himself to eat as well. Back on Suho's end, he paused for a moment. The leader's tone lingered, something about it bothering him. Was everything all right? He wondered. Just then, his phone rang again. Suho checked the caller ID and seemed to know exactly who it was. He answered, introducing himself. The caller was Kim Soo, who congratulated him on his success, confirming the payment had already been sent. As per their agreement, Suho acknowledged her impressive efficiency, praising her large guild's professionalism. Then came her big proposal. She invited Suho to join the illustrious Nexus Guild, promising benefits better than any other guild could possibly offer. Curious, Suho asked how far they were willing to go. Kim Soo assured him she'd do everything possible to match his expectations. As a top student and scholarship recipient, she explained, adjusting the contract terms would be no problem at all. She even suggested meeting in person to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for now, mentioning he had personal plans for the day. He promised to review his schedule and get back to her soon. Still, he did hint that, considering he was a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was absolutely overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so intense that even her nearby co-workers noticed. She begged him not to sign anything with another guild. In the meantime, amused by her enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet soon. As the call ended, Suho smiled, still hearing the echo of her thrilled voice. At that very moment, the taxi driver let him know they had arrived. Suho offered his thanks and stepped outside. Now, standing outside, Suho reflected on everything that had just unfolded. He'd cleared the test, secured his license, and even received his payment. The next chapter of his journey was now laid out right before him. With quiet determination, he pushed onward, ready to begin farming at Lighthouse General Market. Suho checked his phone, thinking about how quickly he'd gathered everything he needed so far. Now, the only thing left was to buy a weapon. With that goal in mind, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the crowded ones. He wasn't sure if they'd even have what he was looking for. As he stood outside, he wondered if this quiet place might just hold the perfect weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who then asked what he needed. Suho explained that he had just become a hunter and was looking for a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper directed him toward a section with cheaper items. When Suho glanced at them, he noticed thick layers of dust and quickly realized most low-grade weapons came without verified data. But that didn't mean every unverified weapon was useless. Some weapons needed to go through a process called liberation before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually gave off a subtle aura, a kind of unique signal. Though most players in places like this wouldn't recognize it, Suho picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile appeared on his face. He had found it. After walking out with the weapon, Suho thought to himself that if the owner ever found out the spear's true worth, he'd definitely regret letting it go so cheaply. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused, and began pouring his magical energy into the weapon. The spear absorbed his power at an alarming pace, draining his energy with shocking speed. Realizing how much it was taking out of him, Suho stopped and collapsed to the ground, completely drained. He realized if he'd pushed just a hair further, he might have collapsed from magic depletion. To fully awaken the weapon, he needed a magic stat of at least 100. Though he couldn't wield it just yet, he knew it would become a powerful asset down the line. He vowed to level up fast and unlock its full potential soon. Meanwhile, inside the PBS building, reporter Jinwei received a call from Suho. Suho introduced himself, confirming he was the top scorer in the recent Hunter test. He also revealed he had personally handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station all by himself. Jinwei was floored by the revelation, taking a moment to silently process the fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate, even before officially becoming a licensed hunter. In Jinwei's eyes, Suho was already a monster. When Jinwei asked why Suho had reached out to him directly, Suho explained he'd found Jinwei's blog. During a search, he mentioned that, while he knew about Jinwei's privileged upbringing, he respected Jinwei's decision to pursue journalism. Out of genuine interest, Suho then shared he had big plans and would soon become a source of major headlines. He then proposed that Jinwei work as his exclusive reporter. Jinwei was skeptical, wondering if Suho was just trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood what Suho was suggesting, Jinwei was uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jinwei responded bluntly, suggesting that Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his own market value before joining a guild. Suho admitted there was some truth to that, but not entirely. He wasn't doing this to increase his worth, but to gain fame. His ultimate goal? Becoming a civil servant. Jinwoo was completely taken aback. Did Suho mean joining the Hunter Association? The idea of chasing fame to become a public official. That seemed absurd to him, but Suho was dead serious. He wanted to work directly in the field as a Hunter Association member. That made Jinwoo question Suho's background. Was Suho just another rich kid, treating hunter work like a mere side quest? Suho then revealed he was actually a gate orphan, and that past fueled his drive toward public service. It shaped his entire purpose in life, to conquer gates. As Jinwoo glanced at his laptop, he questioned if Suho was genuinely serious. With so many strange people popping up lately, it was getting harder and harder to tell. But in the end, he decided it didn't really matter. He acknowledged Suho's point of view, but firmly declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to cover. Still, Suho didn't give up. He suggested a bet. Curious, Jinwoo asked what kind. Suho proposed to earn Jinwoo's trust by proving himself as a hunter. He announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge alone. That very day, Jinwoo was stunned. That tower was absolutely infamous. Clearing it was considered impossible, even for a full party of hunters. Doing it solo sounded downright insane. But Suho was confident that if he pulled it off, it would be enough to convince Jinwoo. If he succeeded, he wanted Jinwoo to become his personal and exclusive reporter. Suho remembered the Jinwoo from his past life, a top-tier broadcaster from PBS, famous for his pride and elite background. He'd gained immense popularity as a journalist who never took requests. Yet, in Suho's previous life, they had teamed up many times, thanks to Jinwoo's sharp reporting and rare influence over public opinion. But that same brilliance made him dangerous to others, like a thorn always in someone's side. Eventually, Jinwoo got caught up in political conflicts, was forced into early retirement, and eventually vanished from the scene. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that fate. During their call, Suho presented his audacious proposal. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge solo, Jinwoo would have to become his exclusive reporter. Though utterly stunned, Jinwoo found himself agreeing. If Suho truly pulled off such a feat, Jinwoo promised he'd back him up with everything he had as a seasoned journalist. The call wrapped up with Suho confidently declaring it was time to begin. After the call, Jinwoo immediately felt a surge of irritation, thinking Suho was genuinely driving him absolutely nuts. Yet he keeps dwelling on Suho's sudden, utterly unexpected request, baffled about where it even came from. Even though he's undeniably annoyed, he doesn't completely detest the idea. Something about the proposal just feels genuine, and Suho doesn't strike him as the type to scam anyone. Caught between mounting frustration and undeniable curiosity, Jinwoo mutters to himself, convinced he's truly losing it. Still, he ultimately shrugs it off, considering it a relatively harmless gamble. If it turns out real, great. If not, no big deal. The scene dramatically shifts to the Tower of Challenge. Suho now stands poised at its entrance, presenting his hunter license to the vigilant gatekeeper. The gatekeeper immediately notices Suho arrived alone and warns him that while solo entry is permitted, it's exceptionally risky. judging by Suho's license number. He assumes Suho has only just passed his test. The gatekeeper urgently suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to severe injuries. Or worse. But Suho, unwavering, insists on going in alone, respecting his unwavering choice. The gatekeeper then informs him of the 70,000 one-entry fee and tells him to pay once he receives the official invoice. Suho simply nods and thanks him, stepping confidently forward. The gatekeeper shouts a final warning after him. Be careful and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a brief nod and calmly walks inside. As he walks, Suho begins to reflect on the tower challenge. It's widely known as a crucial training ground for players below level 20. This public gate is meticulously government maintained and specifically designed to help players grow stronger. Now that his level has been completely reset, there's truly no better place to start over from scratch. As he pushes the massive door open and confidently steps in, the system immediately announces his grand entry. It informs him he can give up at any time, and if he declares withdrawal, he'll be instantly teleported back to the entrance. Suho summons his sword just as the system triggers the beginning of the first floor challenge. A slime monster appears, launching an immediate attack. While fighting, Suho notices the monster's surprising size and unexpected speed, which momentarily catches him off guard. Despite being just a level 1 creature, with barely any attack power, its movements are incredibly annoying, and getting tangled with it could seriously slow him down. Determined to finish it quickly, Suho drives a sword straight through the slime's core, destroying it. But then he realizes something crucial. This slime can multiply. That irritating trait means when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. Even though there's a limit to how much they can divide, this regenerative ability still poses a significant threat. It's one reason why most players enter the tower in parties, as monsters usually show up in groups on almost every floor. Not wasting any time, Suho begins wiping out the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabs one mid-jump, and then hurls his sword to take down another. As he falls, a slime swings its tentacle at him. Suho grabs it mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself straight upward. With clean and precise strikes, he slashes through the tentacles and swiftly clears the rest of the enemies. The system notifies him that he's conquered the first floor and asks if he wants to move on. Suho looks up, full of resolve. With 48 more floors to go, there's absolutely no time to waste. The system then signals the start of the second floor. Challenge. Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, the highest official record reached was the 48th floor. At present, the record only goes up to the 29th floor, both milestones achieved through party play. Typically, challengers enter the tower in groups, and the number of participants, that's what determines the difficulty level. The more people in party, the less experience each person earns, but it's a much safer way to progress. Most hunters aiming for top records form parties of level 20 members. With these thoughts in mind, Suho clears the 18th floor and looks upward, realizing he doesn't need to follow the usual methods. Without hesitation, he accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, activating the next stage. Unlike the earlier levels, filled with multiple enemies, this floor has only a single powerful monster. While that makes the opponent stronger, it also means that defeating it alone is enough to pass the stage. As soon as the monster appears, Suho charges in and defeats it with a single sword strike. The system announces the completion of the 19th floor, and given the option to proceed to the 20th. Instead, Suho decides to pause the challenge and examines the monster's body. He notices something strange. Unlike other defeated monsters that vanish immediately, this one leaves behind a red gate. It's a clear hint from the tower that there's something more to uncover. Suho retrieves an item from the remains, realizing it has a specific purpose, even though it can't be used on its own. Using his magic detection ability, he finds a hidden space linked to the red gate. This hidden area turns out to be the subspace fortress of the Fortress King, Yongpyong. This subspace is unique because, unlike others created using items, it allows living beings to enter and leave freely. Inside, Suho finds himself in a place that looks like a cave. A glowing object appears, and the system informs him that the fortress's previous owner is dead. Suho is asked if he wants to take ownership. He accepts and grabs the glowing object, which begins to fuse with his body. The system confirms that Suho is now the new master of the subspace fortress. It's no longer just a mere item. It's now a permanent skill, forever bound to him. The system further explains the fortress's appearance will shift, adapting to Suho's magical power. Suddenly, the space around him begins to warp. What was once a rough cave now transforms into a lavish, fully furnished room. An impressed Suho quickly realizes this space is far more sophisticated than he imagined. Its size expands with his magical strength and even adapts to his personal preferences. He feels immense relief for stopping Jong Pyong-ho from ever getting his hands on this incredible power. That man had once used this very fortress to hoard everything, from illicit drugs and stolen artifacts to even kidnap people. Remembering the horror of those sleepless nights caused by such vile crimes fills Suho with utter disgust. But now, with the fortress firmly in his hands, he knows such darkness will never repeat. By stopping the rise of the Fortress King and gaining a powerful personal base, Suho feels he scored a massive, game-changing win. With newfound resolve burning within him, he gets ready to keep moving forward. Jinwoo was scrolling through his phone, his interest growing as he read an article. He noticed a lot of students had recently started gravitating toward Nexus. Suho had once mentioned wanting to join the Great Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage strongly suggested Nexus was confident Suho would ultimately join their ranks. Jinwoo felt uncertain. Only time would truly tell. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about how many floors Suho had already cleared. Right then, a system alert suddenly popped up. The 30th floor had just been conquered. The Tower of Challenge record had been shattered, and someone was already advancing to the 31st floor. The nearby crowd went absolutely silent in disbelief. Murmurs spread. Was this a new record, a team raid, or something even more insane? Their shock deepened instantly when the system immediately announced the 31st floor had also been cleared. Just moments after it began, Jinwoo froze. If this really was Suho, then he'd completely misjudged him until now. Jin had always dismissed Suho's wins as pure luck and cheap tricks. But if this unbelievable pace was truly legitimate, then Suho was a formidable rival he'd be battling against for a very long time within the Hunter Association. Director Kim heard the news and was visibly shaken. She swiftly verified the reports. Suho was truly shattering records live. Realizing Suho's immense value, she decided they had to make an offer so incredibly tempting it simply couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to alert the president and office manager, then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, Chulman's rapid, systemated rise through the Tower of Challenge was absolutely unprecedented, something the world had never seen. If Suho truly wanted to join the association, this was truly a once-in-a-generation talent. And just then, Chulman's phone rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chulman picked up. The VP asked where he was. Upon hearing Chulman was near the tower in Pango, he immediately jumped on the opportunity. He told Chulman to bring Suho in. Chulman's face lit up, thinking he'd finally been given the chance to recruit Suho. But the VP quickly shut that idea down. He wasn't interested in a full recruitment, just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chulman stunned and bitter. He thought to himself how these power-hungry executives were exactly why the public saw them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, only hunters deserve to be in charge of the association. He stared at the tower, trying to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record yet again. Exhaustion was really starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was incredibly draining. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits lifted instantly. Hitting level 39 felt like a real reward. With every floor cleared, he earned 5 bonus stat points, and each one felt like a precious gift. Knowing the system inside and out, it felt just like he was crafting a character for a game, a second self, and honestly, it was actually quite fun. With the stats all set, Suho braced himself for the ultimate challenge. The 49th floor challenge had begun. A glowing crystal materialized right before him, and from it, the final boss emerged. A tower dragon, level 49. Suho stared at it, immediately realizing just how broken this thing was. Even without pure blood traits, just being a dragonborn made it absurdly powerful. It made him question if this floor was ever truly meant to be beaten. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wasn't about to hesitate now. Gritting his teeth, sword in hand, he charged at the final boss with unwavering resolve. Ready to end this, Suho moved in to confront the dragon, primed for attack. In response, the dragon launched its own devastating assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something crucial. For a beast of its enormous size, the dragon was shockingly fast. Suddenly, a dark aura leaked from its claws, creating a powerful, inescapable pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its gaping jaws. Right before he was completely sucked in, Suho seized the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its massive head, and slammed his sword down with all his might. The dragon roared furiously and thrashed its head so violently that Suho was flung away, forcing him to retreat to a safer distance. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something deeply concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a single scratch. All he had managed to do was merely annoy the creature. The dragon then smashed the ground with overwhelming, destructive power, sending deep cracks tearing through the very floor. Suho ducked behind a large rock, silently grateful for his incredibly high stats. Without them, the shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly grasped that, although the dragon's level wasn't unbelievably high, its natural traits made its body absurdly, unnervingly durable. Basic attacks proved completely useless. He had to target its critical weak point, the legendary reverse scale. Since this dragon hadn't reached level 100 yet, it likely couldn't fully conceal that scale. After a quick scan of its body, Suho pinpointed the vulnerable spot near its tail. Without wasting a second, he charged in. He struck the rock-hard scale with all his might. The dragon howled in agonizing pain, and immediately a system notification appeared. The tower dragon had entered a state of pure rage. After its critical weakness was hit, Suho left his sword lodged deep within the reverse scale, knowing this battle wouldn't end quickly. Dragging this fight out any longer would only make it far more dangerous. He channeled even more power, pushing the blade deeper, enraging the beast. The dragon then unleashed its terrifying fear-based ability. Suho's body instantly froze as he plunged into a terrifying hallucination. The system confirmed he was afflicted with fear. He desperately tried to cure himself, but the system quickly informed him that such a high-level fear couldn't be easily removed. Before the dragon could crush him with its tail, Suho opened his subspace entrance and vanished instantly. Inside, he immediately chugged a purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's effects, as the hallucinations quickly vanished. Relieved, he reminded himself that only those he allowed could enter this subspace. He had bought the potion casually from the general market, unaware he'd need it so incredibly soon. This battle was far more intense than he had expected. Even after clearing the fear status once, he wouldn't gain immediate resistance, and all cure spells proved utterly useless. That meant he would have to repeatedly retreat into his subspace and rely on purification potions, a strategy that was clearly unsustainable. He desperately needed another plan. Searching through his inventory, he briefly considered calling the mad pulverization scholar before he could decide. The system notified him he had learned a basic combination formula from a skill book, and a combination jar suddenly appeared, fully grasping its true significance. He carefully placed 3 unusual items into the jar: the socks of an unknown thief, an unknown minstrel's instrument, and an unknown cleaner's broom. The jar immediately began its fusion process. Suho understood that combinations using absolute formulas always guaranteed success. Many so-called trash items actually held incredible hidden value. The process concluded successfully. A rare treasure was created. First Mumu, a ring formed from a basic level formula. Suho also earned 10 bonus stat points for creating a first-ever item. He knew that first-time items were usually S grade or above, and this one was S+, all because it was a growth-type item. He immediately equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to him. Suho recalled that in his previous life, he had missed his chance to obtain First Mumu because the mad pulverization scholar discovered it first and made the recipe public. But this time, Suho had claimed it for himself, along with the extra stats. He then opened his status window and added 4 points to his magic stat, raising it to a perfect 100. The system congratulated him warmly. His magic stat had turned red, an achievement he'd never reached before level 50. Earlier, he had thought purple status would take forever, but now it felt fully achievable. Purple required 700 points. Still a long journey, but he was confident he could reach it. After finishing his stat allocation, Suho summoned his familiar, old spear, and began infusing it with magic. The weapon absorbed power at an incredible rate. Once the required amount was reached, the system acknowledged the successful awakening. The spear had transformed. It was now the Shadow Spear. Round 2 was about to begin. The system then revealed the weapon's origins. It was one of the Shadow Lord's treasures, forged from the bones of a shadow beast, and it had acknowledged Suho as its first awakener. The spear could now be summoned directly from his shadow, and it regenerated using both magic and shadow energy. Suho immediately grasped the weapon's immense value. Much like Zhang Piong possessed the subspace fortress, The Shadow Lord, a monarch-level being, had once wielded this very spear, if that formidable entity still lurked within the gate. Suho was now clutching its signature weapon. He felt a wave of relief, having secured it, before any dangerous foe could claim it. Time to test it. He summoned the spear again, truly appreciating its immense convenience. Since he couldn't possibly attack from inside his subspace fortress, he needed to step out and strike the reverse scale. While the dragon slept, Suho exited the subspace and climbed to a rocky ledge overlooking the colossal beast. Raising the formidable shadow spear, he hurled it straight into the stone, embedded deep within the dragon's tail. The spear pierced right through, and the dragon writhed in agonizing pain. Suho swiftly jumped down. As the system announced the dragon had entered yet another enraged state, it unleashed dragon fear, but Suho instantly retreated back into subspace, completely avoiding all its terrifying status effects. His hit-and-run tactics continued relentlessly. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating each time. The process took agonizingly longer than expected, but soon the reverse scale's durability dropped. Under 10%, it wasn't completely destroyed, but it had become far too weak to protect the dragon. Stealth would no longer work. Suho abandoned all subtlety and went for a full assault. Bursting forth from the fortress, he launched himself high into the air and drove the shadow spear straight into the dragon's eye. The impact violently shook the entire area. Suho was thrown violently back, but the enraged dragon was absolutely relentless. As it furiously searched for him, Suho seized the moment. Circling behind and rushing straight for the tail, the dragon unleashed dragon fear again. But Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was utterly destroyed, and the dragon's power drained rapidly. Suho took a purification potion and surged high into the air for the finishing blow. With a clean, decisive slash across the throat, the dragon collapsed. The battle had finally ended. The system declared that Suho had cleared the 49th floor. He'd set a brand new record for the Tower of Challenge. 10 bonus stat points poured in, and even more rewards began to rain down. Lying on the ground, he processed this incredible achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither his past nor present self had ever managed to do. For reaching level 40, he gained a brand new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could cover an entire battlefield. But the evaluation wasn't done yet. Recognizing the sheer difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with Dragon's Blood. Suho was shocked. This was the signature power of Yoma, the monster player. So this was where Yoma had originally obtained it. From the Dragon Mountains, the system explained that inheriting Dragon's Blood granted a dragon's incredible power, depending on how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could even summon the Shadow Spear again, the system alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the Tower Dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing another dramatic transformation. The Shadow Spear, plus a hidden function called Shadow Devour, not even listed in the original description, had grown immensely stronger. Part of the weapon's consciousness had awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was utterly stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both risen from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target's shadow and completely immobilize them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave, but something on the ground caught his attention. A massive fawn. The system identified it as a mighty dragon's fawn, capable of inflicting an incurable debuff that nullified all recovery. Suho was stunned once again. He had obtained a dragon byproduct, something believed to be almost impossible to secure. It was confirmed that the Tower Dragon had been a pure blood dragon, a natural fount of rare materials. This entire battle turned out to be a massive jackpot, with every last item collected. Suho finally turned to make his exit, certain that reporter Jinwoo was surely waiting for him outside. Just then, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared, "The trial tower has been conquered." The conqueror was none other than player Suho, and every other player was forcefully expelled. From the gate, a portal suddenly appeared, and several hunters came crashing out of it. Rolling across across the ground with utterly stunned expressions. One of them stumbled and fell to his knees, clutching his head in utter disbelief, muttering, this can't be real. Had someone actually entered the trial tower alone? His teammate, still sprawled on the floor, asked, who even is Suho? The hunter simply pointed straight ahead and asked, is that the guy standing there? His partner turned his head and quietly confirmed, yeah, that's definitely him, because the size of this crowd is absolutely insane. There isn't even space to breathe right now. Our protagonist was completely surrounded by reporters. Cameras flashed nonstop, and everyone was shouting at him, demanding comments and reactions to the conquest. But Suho silently thought about how utterly exhausted he was. He'd taken far more damage from the Tower Dragon than he expected, and all he truly needed now was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He hadn't expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Jinwoo, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking genuinely stunned. A psycho, was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo was utterly unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Jinwoo screamed, fell to the ground in panic, and then widened his eyes in disbelief as he realized who it was. He stuttered Suho's name and asked how he even escaped the crowd. Suho gave a light smile, casually mentioning he'd just slipped away. He explained it as if he'd just pulled off some secret ultimate stealth technique, vanishing without leaving a single footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho questioned why still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out, eyeing him like he was absolutely insane. He asked if Suho realized how crazy he sounded. Suho calmly replied that, if Jinwoo truly didn't trust him, then he should just say so. Suho would then adjust accordingly. Jinwoo got up, dusting himself off, and declared that if he didn't trust Suho, he wouldn't have helped him get this far. Then, he hurriedly told Suho to jump into the car, before the press noticed them. Inside the moving car, Suho received a call from team leader Chulman. Chulman congratulated him for clearing the trial tower, admitting he wanted to thank Suho face to face. But Suho had vanished too quickly for that. Suho thanked him politely, explaining he'd been hiding because he was exhausted. Chulman chuckled, saying Suho always exceeded expectations. He asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained that a friend had picked him up, then asked if there was anything specific Chulman wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particular, unless Suho could stop by the association. If he wasn't completely exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the words the association. Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an unprecedented event. Everyone believed the trial tower was impossible to clear. It had been functioning as a public gate, and considering the scale, they needed an investigation. Suho responded that he didn't recall investigations being conducted when large guilds cleared difficult gates. If there was information they needed, couldn't they just request it? After a quiet second, Chulman agreed and wished him a good rest. Suho thanked him and ended the call. He leaned back, lost in thought. Without a doubt, the chairman or vice chair definitely wanted him there, probably for photo ops and PR. He respected Chunman, but had zero interest in doing anything for the higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get stuck in trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Jinwoo glanced at him while driving and asked if she could ask something. Suho nodded, telling her to go ahead. Jinwoo said that with Suho's abilities, couldn't he go anywhere, especially for a government position? Suho smiled. The government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds pretended to be, the government held more actual power. Jinwoo blinked, reminding him that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame is temporary, nothing but a staged spotlight. Right now, private guilds look like heroes, but eventually, the public won't admire them. They'll fear them. Jinwoo nodded slowly, admitting Suho had a point. Suho sighed and continued. If I want to end the gate crisis, I need support. I can't do it alone. That's why I chose the government association. Jinwoo smiled, saying Suho would have a massive advantage among players, because no one else had that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked her, while healing his arm with a small healing spell. Then, Jinwoo asked if he planned to apply through normal general recruitment. She said it would be a waste for someone like Suho to take a level 9 field position. Suho answered that he wasn't applying for that. Jinwoo then guessed level 7, but Suho replied he wanted level 5. Jinwoo almost shouted, "Are you serious?" Suho told her to stop asking if he was serious. Every 2 seconds, Jinwoo looked at him curiously and said, Of course. I want to know why. It's natural. Suho smiled lightly and said he'd explain it. But Jinhui better not write it in the article. Oh, and he should probably keep his eyes on the road too. After hearing the full, incredible story, reporter Jinwoo was utterly blown away by Suho's brilliant plan, declaring it a truly genius idea. Our protagonist calmly affirmed, yes, that's right. It was, but stressed it absolutely couldn't appear in the article just yet. He explained he wanted to officially announce it himself, with Jinwoo taking the lead later on. And when that moment finally came, it would naturally send shockwaves through everything, which meant Jinwoo would get exclusive first-hand access before anyone else, even in his own company. Jinwoo stared at him, a mischievous glint in his eye, and asked if Suho was planning to completely squeeze every last drop of benefit from him. And Suho simply, with a knowing smirk, replied that, if you're friends with a reporter, you should absolutely use that fact to your advantage. Jinwoo burst out laughing, conceding fine. Suho could use him as much as he darn well wanted. Then, his tone shifting, he suddenly asked if Suho wanted to head home now, considering his personal information had already been leaked, and there were probably now 1 million paparazzi swarming around his house. Our protagonist just smiled, casually answering that he'd just vanish in a thin air again, just like he did back at the tower. But Jinwoo hesitated, then suggested, maybe, Suho should just stay with me for a bit. He explained he lived alone in a sprawling, huge house. The guest room was exquisitely furnished, and the security was so tight that nobody could ever dream of breaking in. Suho paused, deep in thought, and asked, where exactly do you live? Jinwoo proudly announced his home was in the Kaiser, Cheongdam, and Suho couldn't help but think, with genuine, wide-eyed surprise, those are premium luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions of won. Once they finally arrived, Suho stepped inside and absolutely froze for a second, not because he was necessarily impressed, but because, holy smokes, the place looked like the final boss of all rich kid housing, the kind of luxury that doesn't brag. It just exists and demands that you stare. Jinwoo welcomed him inside like it was absolutely nothing, and casually told him to treat the place like it was his own place. And Suho just nodded, mentally making a note. So this is what life looks like when someone's born with premium DLC enabled. At birth, Jinwoo pointed toward a device sitting neatly on the table, a convenience function pad. Through the community app installed on it, Suho could order food, shop, call support, and even summon an emergency healer if needed. Jinwoo added that Suho looked way better now, compared to when he first got in the car. Suho replied simply, I'm a healer. Jinwoo blinked, then asked again, and Suho repeated it, a little annoyed, because yes, I really am a healer. The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he'd read it everywhere, his brain still refused to believe it. After all, healers normally entered a guild first, then leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the tower of challenges. Picking up his bag, the rich guy said he had to return to the office for work, and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry and wished him a safe trip. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he earned from clearing the tower. He balanced stamina with the other attributes and poured the remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, it wasn't just an elite route anymore. It was the path of a successor. And even he had to admit, his stats were looking insane now. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment in the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, he could probably detect anything. And even if he trusted Jinhui, he wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume a conglomerate kid's place was completely clean, better paranoid than dead. After checking every detail for a while, Suho finally dropped onto the sofa, feeling drained. The house was huge, way bigger than most subspace grade houses he'd seen before. Honestly, finding hidden cameras felt harder than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally let his guard down. But then his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Notification after notification kept flooding in. When he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been leaked. Someone had exposed his number, and the messages just wouldn't stop. Accepting the situation, he decided he needed a new phone and a new number. Remembering the community app, we mentioned, Suho tried using it, and to his surprise, it was extremely efficient. He transferred important things to the new device and designated it for private use. Even though the messages kept flooding his old phone, he planned to switch numbers soon. He glanced at the time, a little past 5 p.m., He figured he had time for a short break before heading out again. Meanwhile, somewhere else that night, inside a quiet building, a mysterious gate appeared. Several masked individuals stepped through it. They scanned the area carefully. No weaknesses, no surveillance, nothing. Then, they opened the bags they carried and began placing bombs with practiced precision. And while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Suho appeared behind them, calmly, as if he'd walked in on a casual meeting instead of a full-blown terrorist operation. He said, bombing public buildings wasn't exactly a great idea. The masked group froze instantly, confused, because this building was supposed to be empty today. Suho agreed that, normally yes, but he came because he expected something like this. Panic erupted. One man yelled for everyone to retreat and scrambled toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled and fell to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, asking if she'd tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge. Another insisted they hurry and pull her through, but the girl's legs stayed rooted to the floor. What they didn't know yet, Suho had already used Shadowbind, chaining her with dark energy. Still struggling, the man shouted, "Something is wrong." The girl uttered one chilling word, "Abandon." The man refused, unwilling to abandon her, but the girl insisted, commanding them to kill Suho. The remaining three charged forward as one, driven by pure panic. But before they could even take a single step, an invisible force slammed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skill instantly overwhelmed them. With them subdued, Suho then asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified, Banshee, a notorious terrorist group, responsible for bombings and widespread chaos. Though they were eventually apprehended in the past, the damage they inflicted was colossal. And just 4 members were behind it all. The group was stunned someone recognized them, and demanded to know how Suho knew their names. Suho calmly approached the man closest to him, and removed his cap, identifying him as Kwak Deho, the muscle, who handled all their heavy lifting and day labor. Then Suho pointed to another, Seo Kaiwan, the bomb maker, who worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hyunmin, the transporter and everyday delivery driver, who used a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Lastly, Suho turned to the girl, Koo Yunhwa, a university student and the true leader of Banshee. Her EMP ability easily nullified electronics and magic supports. A stunned Yunhwa demanded how Suho knew everything. Suho smiled and said, anything could be uncovered if someone tried hard enough, and she already knew that, didn't she? Still refusing to believe him, she demanded again to know who he was. Suho acknowledged her quick thinking and reminded her she already knew the answer. He then declared that if she still didn't trust him, he could prove it by handing her over to the authorities right now. Realizing he wasn't bluffing, she finally asked what he wanted. Suho said she should have agreed earlier and pointed out this wasn't a great place to talk. He then told her to retrieve the bomb and suggested they talk at their hideout instead. She stared him down, wondering just how much information he truly knew, but eventually she agreed. Suho turned to Hyunmin, asking if he could move now, and then told him to open the door, because they obviously weren't about to take a taxi. Once inside their hideout, Suho told everyone to relax and take off their masks if they wanted. Yanawa refused, but then dramatically ripped hers off anyway, telling him she only did it because the room felt stuffy, not because he told her to. She demanded answers again. How did he know who they were? Why did he approach them? And why would someone known for conquering gates go after a terrorist cell? Suho just smiled and admitted she'd asked so many things at once that he didn't even know where to start. He explained he used his own unique skills he didn't reveal publicly, to track and identify them, the same way they had hidden theirs. Finally focused, she asked again, what did he want? Suho extended an offer. He wanted them to work with him. He mentioned the recent PBS interview and the future plans he shared there. Younghwa assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed, and before she could spiral, he clarified he wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he would take the level 5 exam, then move through 1 or 2 positions, and eventually join the Special Forces Division. Younghwa looked absolutely stunned, and Suho told her not to make that face. He knew they hated the Special Forces, which was why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood because he had the same reason. Suho revealed the truth. He was a gate orphan. He used to think it was just a coincidence, until he later learned the disaster had been manufactured on purpose. After every clear gate, that land became premium real estate. The government knew a gate shock was coming and allowed it to happen anyway, all for profit. Behind it all were massive development projects. Suho already knew exactly who was responsible, so his goal became crystal clear. become the head of the Special Forces, and make those responsible pay dearly. He explained that the Special Forces held the highest authority within the association, influenced other government offices, and could even prosecute hunters. He offered them revenge, but through a strategic, lawful path, not reckless terrorism. Yet, Yunhua still pointed out, there was no guarantee Suho would pass the level 5 test. Suho smirked, simply telling her to wait and watch. And with one last, chilling warning, that another attack would mean he would personally hand them over to the government. He then finished the conversation, heading inside. Suho knew they must be beyond shocked. In his past life, Banshee had remained an untouchable ghost. But during interrogation, he realized they were just people like him, victims twisted by revenge into villains. If someone had guided them sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. So this time, before they crossed the line entirely, Suho planned to redirect them. No matter how long it took, he was certain Yunhua would accept. His offer was simply too tempting, and his competence undeniable. He told them to think carefully and make a wise choice. The scene then shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already in a sour mood, lecturing team leader Young Chulman for failing what he called a simple task. He reminded him that even the president cleared his entire schedule just to meet on Suho. Though he let slide for now, he made it very clear that, if the same mistake happened again, there would be severe consequences. All Chulman could do was bow his head and acknowledge the warning before being dismissed and told to get back to work. The moment he stepped outside, he let out a weary sigh, musing on how long he'd been stuck there, drowning in complaints, and, for a fleeting second, he genuinely considered throwing it all away and joining a simple civilian guild instead. But then, he firmly reminded himself of his original reasons for joining the Hunter Association in the first place. After surviving so much already, he figured enduring one more miserable moment couldn't be impossible. So he whispered to himself, stay strong. Just then, P. Songyal, the notorious head of special investigations, suddenly appeared, placing a hand on his shoulder. Schulman, already beyond irritated, wondered why he had to run into him right now. Struggling to act normal, he forced a polite tone and asked what the chief was doing here. Pai responded with his usual playful, casual attitude, saying he heard his cherished team leader, Yang, was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's incredible patience for enduring the old man's relentless nagging. But Yang immediately took the fall, claiming everything was entirely his fault. As they walked, Pai smoothly shifted the conversation, bringing up rumors about Suho, supposedly causing a ruckus. But Chulman quickly clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble. Though yes, the story was spreading like wildfire. Pai noted that only a handful of people were aware, then casually offered his help. When Chulman asked what he meant, Pai dropped an absolutely absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something he proposed, drag him in for questioning, and clear things up later. Because, according to Pai, it was all about making the process appear clean and perfectly controlled. If Suho was summoned, the president would be pleased, the issue would look handled, and Suho would simply be released afterwards, with the association looking authoritative. He added shrewdly, since Suho wanted to join the Hunter Association anyway, it would benefit everyone involved. Yang started utterly dumbuendet, and cautiously labeled Pai's ideas mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could backfire spectacularly. But Pai didn't flinch, and instead admired Yang's morality, questioning why someone in his position was so nervous over a single hunter. Yang responded politely, but Pai wasn't done. He reminded him that prosecutors still had the authority to investigate and charge hunters, and that hunters once feared them for a reason, hinting that Yang should be more flexible instead of clinging to protocol. After a tense pause, Yang nodded and said he'd keep in mind. Pai left after offering support and reminding him that there were always alternative ways besides following rules strictly. Once alone, Yang replayed everything quietly, thinking about how he used to respect Pai as one of the few hunters inside the association who felt grounded compared to the disconnected elites at the top. But now he wasn't so sure. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew too much, which made him dangerous, feeling uneasy. Yang went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down lost in thought. His mind went back to Suho, how the guy initially supported the association, but suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't shocking though, since major guilds offered ridiculous benefits that could sway anyone. Yet Yang wondered what Suho was really thinking. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of a taxi elsewhere and activated the ring on his finger, called First Mumu, thinking about how reckless he had been when he activated it the first time. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had mastered its usage. It was time to move. He walked toward the Seoul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill, scanning the surroundings until he found it. a faint trail of magical energy. Gates naturally emitted magic, so even hidden ones leaked traces. Following the signal, Suho discovered a faint gate, hidden almost like a wisp of mist. This particular gate demanded very specific conditions to open. Without hesitation, he pulled out his knife, sliced his palm, and let the blood drip toward the gate. Because he already knew this one specifically demanded blood. Once it absorbed enough, the system instantly confirmed the condition was satisfied. A hidden gate had been discovered, and Suho earned himself 5 valuable bonus stat points. The gate's name was Blood's Decree, and he stepped inside. Suho tossed a handful of glow-in-the-dark powder forward to illuminate the dark, cave-like environment. The first stage was unmistakably a vast cave system, so he ventured deeper into its depths until a mysterious, viscous liquid dripped onto his head. He looked up, quickly realizing it wasn't just ordinary cave water. It was saliva. Hovering above him were countless vampire bats, all of them around level 63. And Suho simply smirked at this dramatic, welcoming committee. Without a second thought, he activated his intimidation skill. And in an instant, every single bat lost control, crashing violently to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward a fallen bat and drove his shadow spear straight through its lifeless body, allowing the spear to devour its very shadow, killing every single bat in the entire room at once. Opening his status window, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This method was absolutely perfect for wiping out low-tier enemies. With an S-class ability like that, his intimidation skill made level gaps utterly meaningless. Most hunters typically focused on only 2 primary stats, but Suho had already decoded the full, intricate color-coded stat system and planned to raise absolutely everything evenly. Reviewing his impressive numbers again, he pondered if his current level was perhaps too absurd, especially just for hunting a few bats. His curiosity then led him to quickly check the combat log, and that's precisely when he noticed something genuinely strange. Hidden among the pile of corpses was a peculiar blood slime. It must have been cleverly hiding among the countless bats, and accidentally perished from the sheer shockwave of intimidation. The subsequent cleanup felt incredibly boring, but he acknowledged the sheer usefulness of his intimidation skill. Since, after all, while even high-level monsters could resist direct fear effects, the core skill still actively worked, unless the opponent belonged to an extremely special category. Soon enough, he finally reached the formidable boss room, and felt a surge of excitement building within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged inside. The instant he stepped through, he summoned his trusty sword, and instantly, a massive vampire bat lunged right at him. He swiftly blocked the incoming attack, identifying it as a Great King vampire bat. He countered immediately with a swift, deadly slash. Then, from directly behind him, a massive golem lunged, forcing Suho to quickly dodge sideways. Neither creature felt like a true boss, though. They were mini-bosses, and he fought both simultaneously. He slashed furiously at the golem, then spun to deftly counter the bat's relentless attacks. When the golem tried to land a heavy punch, Suho expertly slid backward, narrowly avoiding the hit. He then rammed his sword deep into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that exploded through the entire room. It struck both monsters, and he thought the fight was finally finished, until the dust finally cleared. Both monsters were still standing, completely unharmed. The battle intensified, and Suho quickly realized something crucial. Physical attacks alone wouldn't be enough to finish these high-level targets. It was time to unleash what he'd carefully prepared. Just then, both enemies attacked simultaneously, one from the front and the other from behind. Suho, unfazed, summoned another sword. And when the explosive impact finally settled, he had driven one gleaming blade deep into the bat, and the other directly into the golem's core. Even repeated attacks weren't enough to finish them off. But Suho finally grasped the critical key to victory. Their inherent weakness was pure silver, specifically infused with holy power. At that exact moment, the system finally notified him. Holy power has now been successfully applied. The silver sword, still embedded in the bat's body, began to glow intensely. A bolt of divine lightning crashed down upon it, slicing through its throat and obliterating the monstrous creature. Instantly, Suho stood over the crumbling corpse, his foot firmly on its head, watching it erupt and disintegrate. Like a mere insect crushed beneath a a giant hand. Holy power truly was devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved with lightning speed, cutting it into countless pieces with his wholly enhanced blade, until the system finally confirmed its complete defeat. Looking down at the now glowing weapon, he acknowledged just how perfectly it had all worked out. A healer-exclusive skill that allowed for holy enchantments had become an incredibly powerful, game-changing advantage. An enchanting silver weapons, infused with holy energy, turned every strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making them the perfect counter for the enemies in this gate. Suddenly, Suho sensed a powerful presence behind him, and as he turned, he realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. The towering figure stepped forward, revealing himself as the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite. He furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and slaughtering his subordinates, before demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho had come here to capture him, not bow down. That confidence enraged the prince, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his power, calling Suho unbearably arrogant. The prince's first strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with ease. He calmly asked if the prince was done with his dramatic entrance. Instead of answering, the prince drove his hand into the ground, and suddenly, the battlefield transformed, as blood-veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made it impossible to detect movement normally, so Suho braced himself, knowing the prince could attack from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly, just as the prince lunged, blocking the strike perfectly, shocking the boss, who couldn't understand how Suho predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit, but the prince only laughed and mocked him, saying such weak attacks could never harm him. Then, a system alert flashed. The Cursed Prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and activated Healing Spirit. And the prince visibly reacted to the sensation. As Suho's wounds vanished completely, with a slight smile, Suho revealed he was actually a healer. The prince glanced down, stunned to find a wound on his abdomen, proof that Suho's strike had actually landed. Suho prepared to unleash another technique, but the enraged prince snapped and charged forward. Humiliated by a mere human strike, the prince was furious. Suho met him head-on, ready for battle. His sword clashed fiercely against the prince's clawed hand, as the two immediately engaged in a fast-paced, brutal exchange of blows. For a brief moment, the prince genuinely believed he was winning, unleashing a rapid barrage of relentless strikes. But Suho suddenly vanished, only to reappear right behind him, landing a perfectly clean hit. Blood poured from the prince's mouth as he stumbled backward in shock. Suho immediately rushed in, pressing his relentless assault. Refusing to retreat, the prince activated even more power and charged directly back into the fray. The two collided with massive explosive force, sending powerful shockwaves across the entire battlefield. When they landed, the scene instantly shifted. The cursed prince's head separated from his body and rolled across the ground like a toy. Suho approached casually, almost indifferently, and crouched next to the severed head, mocking how incredibly easy the win had been, until the head suddenly lunged forward, biting his hand. The still-living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood and vowing to enslave him. With pure disgust, Suho ripped the head off and contemptuously threw it aside, thinking the prince was basically just a mosquito biting without warning. Then, the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground as blood rapidly drained from his body, leaving him weak. Dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelmed him, while a violent, insatiable thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already far too late for him. But Suho told him to shut up, refusing to listen as the conversion continued. Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, synchronization had to reach a certain threshold, and once it did, he needed to purify the infection instantly with holy water. When kin conversion hit 50%, Suho believed he was close to acquiring the trait, and desperately reached for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, proclaiming, "This is my domain." And just like that, everything Suho had done was undone. Suho quickly realized the prince had been far more cunning and cautious than he'd anticipated. The ravaged corridor was now perfectly restored. Even the prince's body had vanished without a trace. Everything had been completely reset, ready for the next brutal phase. Still, Suho stubbornly refused to give an inch. He frantically tried to scheme his next move. But then, a chilling system warning flashed. His very blood was now starting to corrupt. The prince, brimming with confidence, declared there was absolutely no escape for him. But Suho revealed he still held one ultimate trump card. The system immediately blazed to life, responding. All critical conditions to unlock the second true power of his dragon blood had been fulfilled. He had reached level 50 and had survived a mentally and physically life-threatening situation. A new, electrifying notification appeared. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he'd triggered it at the absolute last second. The terrifying kin conversion instantly halted, and the system confirmed, once again, that all necessary conditions for unlocking the second stage of Dragonblood's power had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed the formidable dragon's endowment and dragon skin, both granted through this magnificent armor. The moment the dragon's endowment effect blazed to life, further assimilation was instantly blocked, and purification triumphantly began. The corrupted blood writhing inside him converted into pure, vibrant dragon blood and was rapidly absorbed into his system, while any remaining corruption was utterly annihilated. All thanks to this incredible dragon blood effect, Suho had successfully mastered the mysterious, unknown power hidden deep within the corrupted vampire blood, and felt his entire body become incredibly lighter. He suddenly remembered, planning to unlock the second dragon blood power, using a custom gate once he hit level 50. But instead, it had happened right here. Unexpectedly, checking his newly unlocked skill, he saw Dragon's Endowment, an innate, powerful trait, exclusive only to true descendants of dragon blood, representing ultimate nobility and superiority. While active, it granted complete immunity to infection, corruption, and allowed automatic absorption of corrupted sources. To purify, heal, and evolve, the system had never revealed the second awakening condition, but Suho learned it from Yoma. Since kin conversion was life-threatening, the system recognized it as the trigger. Although the endowment purified his blood, it also preserved the vampire power within him. He checked another skill, one tied to vampirism. Sealed for now, proof he had nearly become a vampire, and he wondered if he technically acquired it or not. His original goal was to obtain vampire traits. A dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't coexist. Fully still, the skills he gained were strong enough, so he accepted it. Another new skill appeared. Blood Weapon, a rare ability, only usable by noble-level vampires or higher, but requiring huge quantities of blood. He concluded he would need to hunt a large number of monsters, and planned to develop Phantom Shadow alongside it. Just then, the Cursed Prince began mumbling to himself again, and Suho told him to stop, because his rambling was annoying and incomprehensible. The prince lamented, and questioned how Suho could still be alive, after being bitten, muttering about curses, calling himself useless. That was when Suho realized Phase 2 was beginning. The system confirmed it. The Cursed King laments his fate. His power surges dramatically. Suddenly, blood rained from above, and from within that crimson downpour. The Cursed King emerged once more, now level 80, radiating fury, as he declared he would destroy all beings superior to him, burn them, crush them, and cast them into the pit. His blood wings unfurled, and a chilling scream echoed through the chamber. Suho immediately sensed the overwhelming spike in magic power. This was no longer the same monster. The Cursed King had evolved into something entirely new. The king launched a dark force attack that detonated into a massive explosion. Once the dust cleared, Suho was nowhere to be seen, only to reappear, hovering above the king's wing, and unleash a devastating sword strike. Yet the Cursed King barely flinched, and scoffed, claiming a mere blow like that couldn't possibly take him down. Suho realized the king's power wasn't just growing. His intelligence was evolving alongside it. The king retaliated, swinging his wing like a weapon, smashing Suho away with raw, brute force. Suho quickly regained his footing, and instantly recognized the immense danger. The king charged forward with another attack, and Suho blocked the incoming strikes head-on, his sword flaring with holy power, and boldly declaring that holiness would surely surpass all the strength the king possessed. But in the very next instant, the Cursed King shattered Suho's weapon, and scoffed that holy power meant absolutely nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, analyzing the dire situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had just shattered like glass, meaning normal weapons wouldn't stand a chance. With no hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Seeing it, the Cursed King erupted with raw rage, and furiously demanded Suho hand it over, while launching another brutal assault. But Suho infused the bloody sword with holy power and sliced straight through the king's strike, shocking the king to his core, who couldn't comprehend what had just happened. It finally clicked for Suho. Blood weapons scaled in both power and durability. Based on his stats, at his current level, the sword had already reached red rank, more than enough power to end this fight. The cursed king, enraged, conjured a bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho apart, and charged in. The attack came lightning fast, but Suho swiftly shifted his bloody sword into a shield form and blocked the spear, leaving the king stunned once more. Suho coolly told him he wasn't the only one capable of transforming a blood weapon, then smoothly reverted the shield back into a blade and slashed the cursed king's throat in one clean, decisive motion. The king's severed head hit the floor, still wearing a twisted smile filled with arrogance. Confidently, claiming that cutting off his head meant nothing, Suho casually kicked the severed head across the floor, then summoned his formidable shadow spear. He slammed it hard into the ground, and immediately, shadowy chains erupted, wrapping violently around the severed head. Shadow Bind locked it firmly in place. Suho knew he had to finish this quickly, before the monster could cause any more trouble. The system then notified him that vampire blood had been activated, and the absorbed blood was now safely stored within the blood jade. Meanwhile, the cursed king screamed at Suho to get his hands off him. Suho carefully examined the blood jade. It was his first time seeing it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade could only be seen by its owner. The Blood Monarch himself was once a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate dragged him into a hidden gate. Blood's decree. He reached the boss room, but failed to defeat the cursed king and was bitten, turning into a vampire. Normally, that would mean certain death, since once bitten, the victim becomes a monster, and the gate permanently seals. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse, using his powerful healing abilities to neutralize the kin conversion. At that moment, new vampire skills awakened, reshaping his entire stat system. With newfound power, he defeated the Cursed King, conquered the gate, and became known as the Blood Monarch, a global villain feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho caught him and extracted all the critical information about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the Cursed King raged, promising revenge and refusing to accept humiliation. Suho welcomed it, daring him to try. Then, the system activated Phantom Shadow, which resonated with the Cursed King's shadow, and absorbed it fully until not even a trace remained. With that, Suho acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been cleared. The system confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest, and declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate materialized before him, signaling his departure. Suho took a moment to reflect on everything he was once again starkly reminded of, that the overwhelming, terrifying reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion had seemed, it paled in comparison to dragon blood. Still, he couldn't shake his annoyance that the vampire escaped. Then, the system chimed in with a special reward. After meticulously analyzing Suho's unique talents, it bestowed upon him a perfectly tailored skill and awarded 10 bonus stats for his incredible achievement. The brand new skill, New Blood. Suho had never even heard of such a thing. As he scrolled through the system window, he quickly realized its immense value. This was an absolute jackpot for his future. But that wasn't all. He had also obtained an S-rank original vampire skill, something even the fearsome Blood Monarch never possessed, since his current vampire traits were merely a plus rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho concluded this could only be due to the unique effect of New Blood. Originally, he had planned to monopolize powerful, existing skills, but reality turned out far better than expected. Still, he reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things were going well now didn't guarantee they always would. With the gate conquered and his objective secured, Suho said exactly what needed to be said. He had gained everything he came for, and now it was time to go big at Nexus. The scene then dramatically shifts to this big, towering building, Nexus. People moved steadily through the bustling corridor, while Miss Sue confidently led the group forward. Through open doors, a man could be seen sitting calmly in a chair. This, it turns out, is the esteemed guild leader. He motions for Miss Sue to come in. She informs him that Hunter and Suho had asked her to deliver a crucial message. Tomorrow, he would be coming to officially join the guild. The man repeated the statement, clearly in disbelief, almost questioning if he heard correctly. The back of his grand chair faced them as he processed the news. Then, he finally spoke, stating that proper preparations needed needed to be made. As he finally turned, his face came into view. He then added that no one knew what this Suho was truly planning, and everything needed careful handling before he could possibly change his mind. Outside, towering skyscrapers pierced the sky before the scene shifted to an elegant, beautifully furnished room. Suho stood by the entrance, peering inside. There, he found Jin Hui sprawled across the couch, drooling in his sleep. Suho stared for a moment, then finally asked why he was sleeping there. The reporter weakly propped himself up on the couch, explaining that Suho had conquered the Tower of Tests. Today, and even if only temporarily, they were now living together. And to top it all off, Suho was his partner. As he spoke, the young man happily clutched a bottle, declaring that such a huge milestone absolutely called for a massive celebration. He explained that when he'd returned home, Suho wasn't there, but he simply couldn't ignore such a historic moment. So he'd started drinking by himself. Suho watched him silently for a moment, then remarked that handling everything all at once must have been utterly exhausting. He assured him that in the future, there'd be plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the drunken reporter blinked and asked if Suho was absolutely, positively sure about that. Suho simply told him to relax. The future would reveal everything. Looking at the spread of food on the table, Suho asked the surprised and slightly tipsy reporter whether he still wanted another drink, even at such a late hour. With a big, satisfied smile, Jin Hui immediately agreed. Next to the plates of food sat a glass of wine, and Suho commented that he'd tried the community app Jin Hui had recommended and found that it worked perfectly. He also added that he genuinely liked the apartment itself. While eating, Suho mentioned that he'd read the reporter's blog and could tell the young man was doing quite well, leading him to assume that his companion must be incredibly wealthy. The two continued to enjoy their wine together. With a cheerful, confident tone, Jin Hui then explained he wasn't merely rich. He was actually the youngest son of a powerful chaebol family. This meant he couldn't just be seen as your average wealthy person. Suho, utterly surprised, asked if he truly belonged to a chaebol family. Before taking another sip from his glass, Jin Hui continued speaking, saying that since Suho had shared a secret, he wanted to share one of his own in return. He then revealed that he was the youngest son of the Daesin company's president. Suho responded that if he was the president's son, he was likely also the heir to the company. But the reporter shook his head, explaining that his father had many children from different women, and his own mother had been merely a mistress. This meant he was simply an illegitimate son. He admitted he had never told anyone this, but since he'd likely be working with Suho for a long time, he felt Suho should know everything. Suho looked at him, surprised, and asked if that meant journalism was just a hobby for him. Jin Hui answered that it was partially true, and he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father gave him anything he wanted, yet he had no right to inheritance and no influence within the company itself. He had even been offered the opportunity to run a subsidiary company, but he refused, openly admitting that while he was a good reporter, he knew nothing about business. Suho lifted his glass again, remarking that at the very least, Jin Hui was an excellent journalist. Smiling brightly, the reporter replied that it meant a lot to hear that, and confessed he had never met a hunter quite like Suho before. Both men then slowly stood up, and Jin Hui suggested a toast for the two of them. Suho agreed without hesitation, and their glasses clinked lightly together. The next morning, Suho walked through the apartment, yawning. From the kitchen, Jin Hui greeted him with a cheerful, "Good morning," while pouring boiling water into a cup. Suho asked if he really planned to work on the weekend, and the reporter simply replied he had a lot to do. Standing by the window and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Suho commented that maybe they shouldn't have drunk so much last night. But Jin Hui just laughed, assuring him everything was fine. He actually had a great time. Suho then asked why he was already heading out, hunting for new material, and the reporter answered that he couldn't live off articles about him forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted that this was exactly why he respected him, which made Jin Hui pause, surprised by the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he asked what Suho planned to do today, and Suho reminded him that today was the day he'd mentioned before fully realizing it. Jin Hui asked if he was going to Nexus, and Suho nodded, explaining that last night he'd reached level 50 and received several upgrades. So it was time. Those words made Jin Hui freeze, and he actually burned his hand with the water. He was startled because just yesterday, Suho had been level 40. He turned to stare at him in disbelief and demanded to know how someone could jump 10 levels in one day. Suho just shrugged like it was nothing and clarified that, to be exact, he was now level 51. Now, the reporter stared at him like he was some unresolved riddle, muttering that the more he got to know him, the more mysterious he became. Suho commented that the way he'd said that sounded strangely suggestive. And as Gene Huey scratched his head, Suho asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Without warning, the reporter pushed him toward the hallway, saying that if he was going to walk into such a serious organization, he needed to look like he belonged there. Suho protested, claiming he didn't need anything fancy and was perfectly fine with just casual clothes. But the reporter wouldn't take no for an answer, offering to gladly lend him proper clothes and even a watch. As Suho continued to resist, the reporter declared that appearances absolutely mattered at high-stakes places like Nexus, and then reminded him that he could also pick any of his impressive cars. If he dared walk in using public transportation or showed up in a taxi, everyone would definitely stare. Soon, a quiet, upscale district came into view as a sleek, bright red car rolled to a graceful stop immediately, drawing every eye from the people waiting outside. The door lifted upward, and Suho stepped out, now dressed in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a second, he cleared his throat and thought that everything had actually turned out surprisingly well. A suited man approached politely, offering a business card, while introducing himself as Bae Dong-yuk, the esteemed head of Nexus. Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as An Suho, and followed him inside the Grand Guild building. Soon after, he sat across from 3 key representatives of Nexus. Dong-yuk calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have raised his level significantly, and wondered if that sudden, massive progress made him reconsider his goals, especially since he'd previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained, however, that nothing had changed. His core goal remained exactly the same. The Nexus leaders exchanged surprised glances, prompting Sue to ask what exactly that meant. Dong-yuk leaned forward and asked why Suho would want to join a private guild, if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, stating that joining Nexus would actually make reaching his ultimate goal easier. He then announced that he planned to take the prestigious 5th rank exam this year. Someone then asked whether he only wanted bonus evaluation points, and Suho replied that while technically yes, it was only one part of a much larger strategy. If he only chased the Hunter Association, the association would assume he had no other alternative. That was precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering better terms, they'd definitely step up their own game. He added that while serving Nexus, he'd dedicate himself fully to the guild, making their partnership truly mutually beneficial. Dong-yuk listened silently, as Suho promised to give it his absolute all, but the guild master eventually leaned back and said he understood. However, he had just one crucial question to ask. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was struggling, and this hero's abilities were a complete unknown. Hiring him back then was risky, but still somewhat reasonable. But now, any guild in Korea would be fighting tooth and nail for him. So why out of all the top guilds, did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly while the guild leader continued, saying that Suho was clearly talented, but his true intentions still remained unclear. Folding his hands, Dong-yuk warned that unless Suho answered honestly, cooperation would simply not be possible. Suho closed his eyes briefly, then replied that he had personal reasons. He reminded Dong-yuk of the public speech he gave earlier, the one where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates in Korea. Suho acknowledged that Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He said he had no doubt that speech was sincere. Because of that conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely and added that he hoped they could continue their cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Dong-yuk lowered his gaze and admitted the reasoning satisfied him. Then he asked whether Suho truly believed joining the association was necessary. Since Nexus already worked tirelessly to clear gates and support hunters, Suho agreed, but explained that if Nexus truly wanted to end the gates completely, then they'd have to venture where even other hunters couldn't reach, the sealed, high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze shifted to an image of one such chain portal. Beyond ordinary mid-level entrances, there were also the 5 Great Gates. That's why he needed government authority. But until that time came, every successful raid would broadcast Nexus's name, alongside his own. The impact would reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, and Nexus would rise to number 1. Dongyue rested his hands on the table and said, "All of this only lasts as long as Suho remains with us." Suho nodded, saying that's why he promised to give everything. While he was here, Suho blinked in shock, suddenly asking if he'd already found team candidates. After their previous conversation, Suho confirmed it and revealed the first candidate, Kong Daehan. Sui froze and asked again, as if she couldn't believe she heard it correctly. Suho nodded and casually mentioned that he was the one who convinced Daehan to become a tank. Sui shot to her feet in outrage, demanding to know what Suho planned to do. If tanking didn't suit him, Suho calmly lifted a hand and told her to relax. He made the decision after analyzing everything properly. He reminded her that Daehan had passed the exam with exceptional scores. Sui frowned reluctantly, remembering the results. Daehan had unexpectedly ranked second place. She admitted she planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho simply shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal, which irritated her further. The third Nexus representative finally spoke, saying Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed clarification. If Suho intended to clear sealed gates, he should know those locations were protected by the government, and private guilds had zero access, because civilian safety was the highest priority. He asked how Suho planned to get inside. Suho calmly asked whether he was doubting his abilities, and then stated that they would finalize the contract. After presenting the pass, proving his trustworthiness, he paused, reconsidered, and dramatically altered his offer. Instead of a pass, he would first conquer one sealed gate. Only then would they sign the contract. The secretary broke into a sweat, overwhelmed by the terms, muttering that Suho was demanding conditions fit for royalty. Suho, however, firmly insisted the terms were fair. The secretary pointed out that, despite Suho's immense promise, he was still just a new hunter, with no official standing. But Suho declared that was precisely why. He would conquer a sealed gate immediately and prove himself. Dongyu observed him carefully, then agreed Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guild master announced he liked today's outcome, and they would finalize details later, after the gate was cleared. Soon after, Suho left the building and drove away. Dongyu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the red car disappear. The guild master then quietly ordered preparations, assemble a special support team, and prepare all necessary documents for Suho. The secretary hesitated, asking if they should wait until Suho made good on his promise. Dongyu replied with a confident smile, stating that Suho would absolutely follow through. Supporting him early, he added, would only strengthen their alliance. Closing his eyes, he affirmed his belief that Suho would keep his word. The secretary, slightly overwhelmed, asked what made the guild master so certain. Dongyu answered that it wasn't a guess, and the secretary already knew it. The man finally nodded, remembering Suho's determined gaze and the certainty in his voice. The scene shifted to the massive building of the Great Hunter Association of South Korea, where inside one of the offices, young Chulman sat slumped in front of a computer, clutching his head in frustration. He was racking his brain desperately, trying to figure out how to lure Suho into the organization, but Suho showed absolutely no intention of joining willingly. Chulman considered offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but immediately shot down the idea himself, knowing full well upper management would never approve. They didn't just want a photo of Suho receiving thanks. They wanted a shot where Suho stood, smiling beside the association president, making it look like they were already close. While Chulman hated the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion echoed in his head, a suggestion that basically amounted to dragging Suho in, by force if necessary. Chulman groaned, dropped his head onto the desk, and wondered why he ever chose to work in such a stressful place. As he cursed his life choices, his phone vibrated. The caller ID was an unknown number. With a sigh, he picked up and introduced himself. "This is young Chulman speaking," trying to figure out who would be calling him from an unrecognized number. But the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression completely changed. It was Suho. Chulman shot upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing he heard correctly. The scene jumped to a small gukbap restaurant, where steam rose from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sat at a table facing each other. Suho commented that he hadn't visited this place in a long time, and noted that the restaurant served the best boiled pork. Chulman blinked and asked in surprise how Suho knew about this place. With a calm smile, Suho casually lied that he used to come here often, back when he worked nearby. Chulman nodded slowly, accepting the explanation. He scooped soup into a spoon and admitted he never expected Suho to reach out first. Then he asked why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained that he had been receiving far too many calls, so he simply got a second number, and now Chulman could use that one instead. The civil servant nodded completely getting it. He then commented that Suho must be absolutely exhausted from all this overwhelming, unwanted attention. And Chulman lowered his gaze. Chulman sincerely thanked him for reaching out, admitting frankly he had nearly given up hope of ever seeing him. Suho asked, "How could you even think that?" Picking up his chopsticks, he then calmly asked, "Were the higher-ups putting pressure on you? And did they expect Chulman to convince me to join the association?" Completely blindsided, Chulman stiffened, his hand flying to his face, as if trying to hide his true reaction. He nervously asked, "Why would you assume that, Suho?" Suho, holding his chopsticks near his cheek, explained that he found it quite odd that the association president would suddenly request a meeting after the tower clearing because normally, no matter how tough the gate was, the association simply handled the paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit anyone. Speechless, Chulman stared downward, a nervous smile on his face. Suho continued, explaining that after thinking about it, he realized the executives just wanted to take photos for publicity. Hearing this, Chulman looked at him, almost fearful, but Suho reassured him everything was perfectly fine. He just wished they'd been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with just saying so. Chulman apologized, but Suho just waved it off, saying there was absolutely no need. He had already figured out the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman for this. The civil servant pointed to himself, utterly confused, unable to believe what he just heard. Suho continued, explaining that usually situations like this often involve blackmail or even outright coercion. Yet Chulman handled everything so incredibly professionally. Rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment, Chulman admitted it still felt incredibly wrong. Suho then casually dropped the bomb that he had decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion, asking, "Are you serious?" Suho continued eating comfortably, calmly confirming it, explaining he wanted to thank Chulman and felt that meeting the association executives, this could actually be a huge win. Chulman nodded slowly, agreeing that it truly could be. Suho then asked when he should visit the association. Chillman suggested they discuss it after they finished their meal, but halfway through speaking, a sudden realization struck him, and he shot up from his seat, eyes shining with excitement. With sudden determination, he declared he would arrange a meeting immediately. Sometime later, the duo arrived at the Korean Hunters Association building. Suho posed for a photo beside the organization's president. Young Kyung-won smiled broadly for the camera, and then told Suho he was glad to finally meet him. He commented that Suho must be extremely busy, so he truly appreciated that he accepted the invitation. The vice president, Park Hyun, added that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho smiled politely and replied that meeting the leaders of the association was a great honor. Behind that expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these people. It had been a while since he last saw them, but disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyung-won asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Suho answered that it was his dream, exactly what he said during the interview before the exam. The president then asked why, and with his gaze lowered, Suho explained that he became an orphan due to a gate outbreak. He wanted to eliminate portals as soon as possible to protect humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself that this was only one reason. The other was to prevent the president and his lackeys from destroying the association from within. Kyung-won cheerfully praised Suho for his noble intentions, while Suho silently noted that this man would cling to his position until the very last moment, right up until he was shoved out. He couldn't wait to see what expression this old pig would make when that pivotal day finally dawned, and Kyung-won wasn't the sole problem plaguing the association. Then Park Hyun spoke up again, claiming Suho truly excelled at making a good impression. His arms folded across his chest. He stated that Suho didn't care about material gain and solely desired to protect the general public, which was truly worthy of respect. The vice president steepled his fingertips and solemnly added that Suho had matured into a strong and noble man. His parents would be proud. Suho thanked him politely, while thinking that Kyung-won was most likely the one who orchestrated this recruitment stunt. Suho mentally labeled him a pathetic bootlicker who existed solely to polish Kyung-won's shoes. Because of fools like these, most gates had remained uncleared in his previous life, and he intended to strip them of their chance to ruin things again. Then Sumon happily asked which department Suho wanted to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied that he had considered several options, but ultimately chose the gate department. Chulman froze in shock, while the vice president asked why. Suho calmly explained that unlike private guilds, the association had direct access to gates, handled the initial inspections, and could participate in raids. Kyung-hoon said he was amazed to see someone so selfless, stating Suho had chosen the most dangerous department in the entire association. Park Kuma nodded and declared that people like Suho belong there. The president then turned to Chulman and instructed him to demonstrate their sincerity. A confused Suho asked what that meant. Kyung-hun replied that if Suho was so determined to end the portals, then he should be given a selection of actual gates to clear, since the association had many available. Chulman nearly choked on his breath and reminded the president that those gates were either sealed off or proved to be extremely dangerous. But before he could even finish his thought, Suho excitedly declared that it sounded absolutely perfect. Chulman tried once more to reason with him, stressing just how incredibly dangerous it was. But Suho dramatically clenched his fist and proclaimed with fervent excitement that he would be the one to clear the gates, the very gates posing the greatest threat to humanity. Kyung-won responded with a confident smirk, declaring this was precisely what he expected from Suho. Still reeling, Chulman called out to the president, but the man merely asked if there was a problem. Feeling immense pressure, Chulman lowered his head, stating everything was fine and that he would prepare everything necessary. Kyung-won then instructed Suho to prepare to clear the portals. Suho thanked him politely, while Chulman glared intensely downward. He knew that, to these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than mere toys. That's precisely why he detested leaders who had never once stepped foot inside a gate. They had no idea how utterly catastrophic the danger truly was. Countless hunters had perished, attempting to conquer those very portals. And yet, these two men were willing to send Suho to almost certain death, while Chulman clenched his jaw in utter frustration. Suho, meanwhile, smiled calmly, already knowing exactly what truly awaited him inside those menacing sealed gates. Chulman then leaned toward the president and whispered words Suho immediately understood. These two were solely focused on profit, completely uncaring about how many hunters died, as long as the raid ultimately succeeded. And of course, their association gained influence. Human lives were utterly irrelevant. Kyung-won then looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to achieve during the exam. Suho smiled confidently and answered that he intended to take the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-won asked if he truly understood how difficult that exam was. Suho answered that reaching that specific rank would grant him more opportunities, and he planned to join a guild soon to gain experience. At this, Kyung-won raised his hand and stated, "That is an excellent idea. Experienced applicants were definitely preferred." Next, he inquired, "How long do private guild contracts typically last?" Suho declared the contract length wasn't his main priority. Gaining real field experience was what truly mattered. If a guild met his specific requirements, he'd stay until it was time for the exam. Kyung-hwan from the association yawned, hoping Suho could actually find such a place. Suho smiled subtly to himself, thinking, if the president approves terms like these, then joining Nexus is absolutely possible. He sensed a golden opportunity to build a bridge between Nexus and the association. Suddenly, the door swung open, and someone announced Pai Young-gil's arrival. Suho's expression immediately stiffened. Pai confidently entered, joking that his bosses were enjoying something delicious. Without him, then he stopped short, noticing Suho sitting right there. His lips stretched into a wide, unsettling grin. He politely turned to leave, but Kyung-hwan told him to stay put, pointing at Suho and introducing him as the amazing hunter who cleared the test tower. Pai tried hard to recall the name, then suddenly exclaimed, laughing, that he remembered. He said it was truly incredible to meet him, and eagerly extended his hand, introducing himself as the chief of the special department. Suho shook it, introducing himself as on Suho. They exchanged polite, yet wary, compliments. Though Suho's smile remained razor-sharp. Once seated, Hwan raised his hand and informed Pai that Suho intended to take the level 5 exam. Pai blinked with deadly shock, stating it would be an extremely difficult feat. Suho calmly said he wanted to try anyway. Pai stared at him, absolutely stunned. One of the executives then added that the association planned to give Suho access to sealed gates, since he boldly claimed he could clear them. Pai froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Then he mumbled under his breath, covering his mouth in sheer disbelief. Looking worriedly at Suho, he asked if he was truly, absolutely sure. Those gates were incredibly dangerous, after all. Suho noticed the clear anxiety etched on his face, and found himself oddly amused by it. He replied that he was fully aware of the danger ahead. Still uneasy, Pai crossed his arms, admitting he couldn't stop Suho, even if he wanted to, but he sincerely hoped things would turn out well. Suho silently acknowledged Pai was a true hunter, someone who valued raw talent. Pai's expression showed genuine concern. not for himself, but for the possibility that someone so promising may die needlessly. Then Pai added that if Suho wanted to join the special department, he would personally look after him. Sumon immediately raised a finger, warning him not to poach. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai asked why. Sumon replied that Suho wanted to destroy all gates and gain priority access to them. Pai nodded slowly, now understanding. He said that if that's all that mattered, then his department could also support him. Turning his head, he smiled at Chulman and asked him to confirm. Sadly, Chulman nodded, hands on his hips. Pai commented that if Suho passed the level 5 exam, his relationship with Chulman might become rather complicated. Facing the young hunter, he added that they could discuss all of that after the exam, but for now, he sincerely wished Suho success. Suho thanked him politely, privately thinking what a sly fox. Suho quietly glanced at Chulman, already realizing that if he passed the exam, he would outrank him, and that alone would put Chulman in a painfully awkward position. Suho let out a subtle sigh. That was exactly why dealing with Chulman felt so complicated. He didn't want the man to feel cornered or overshadowed. After the meeting ended, the two walked side by side down the long corridor. Chulman kept his gaze fixed on the floor, shoulders slumped with worry. Suho stole another look at him, before finally asking if Chief Pai's earlier words were bothering him. Chulman admitted that, of course they were. He knew better than anyone just how talented Suho was. But even with all that ability, clearing a sealed gate was still beyond dangerous. With a serious tone, he told Suho to be extremely cautious, offering to personally speak to the president so the association could provide as much support as possible. Suho looked at him with genuine appreciation, saying he truly valued his concern. But Chulman wasn't speaking out of politeness. He meant every single word. He reminded Suho that he had only recently become a hunter and warned him again that sealed gates were nothing like ordinary ones. Then he asked if Suho understood why the government trusted no one except the Hunter Association to clear them. Suho calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were rarely allowed into sealed gates due to national safety protocols. Chulman stopped walking and looked at him with confusion, asking why he would still insist on going there. Suho answered simply. He was absolutely confident he would succeed. He told him everything would turn out fine. Then, with a faint smile, Suho mentioned that among the sealed gates managed by the association, there was one called Nameless Sword. Immediately, Chulman stiffened and said that gate was among the most dangerous ones in existence. Suho's expression didn't change. He just smiled a little wider and said he already knew how to clear it. The next day, a military vehicle stood parked against the backdrop of typical Asian buildings in the district of Gwangju, right beside the Nameless Sword Gate Square. Two soldiers stood in front of Suho and Jinwoo, and one of them asked the pair to wait. Suho agreed without complaint. The reporter leaned toward him and quietly murmured that the atmosphere felt incredibly charged. Suho calmly responded, explaining that while the association technically controlled this gate, it remained a military facility. The two young men then spotted something up ahead. Soldiers were saluting one another, and one turned his gaze towards Suho, confirming if he was indeed Hunter Sung Suho. Upon receiving confirmation, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander of this sector. Suho greeted him respectfully, saying he was pleased to make his acquaintance. Major Kim mentioned that the team leader was already waiting for them inside. Jinwoo gestured forward, asking if they were heading directly to the gate, and received an immediate affirmative. As the massive structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes widened in awe. Its colossal size left him utterly stunned, and he declared it would make for extraordinary footage. Major Kim explained that the colossal walls surrounding the gate were crafted from iron and a special alloy designed to repel any monsters attempting to break free. It also prevents the portal from expanding. Jinwoo stared, completely awestruck by the sheer scale, admitting the portal was vastly larger than he'd ever imagined, and the closer they got, the more fascinating details he began to notice. Suho added that the military had implemented numerous precautions to make the portal itself incredibly difficult to reach. The group continued forward until Major Kim arrived before Chulman and formally announced Hunter Sung Suho's arrival. The civil servant smiled, greeting Suho with genuine warmth. The two exchanged glances, full of familiarity and shared relief. Chulman remarked that it was quite a trek to reach this location, and expressed his gladness that Suho had arrived so swiftly. Suho noted that Chulman had clearly arrived even earlier, and asked when he'd managed to get here. The civil servant casually stated he had only just arrived himself. He then looked toward the person standing beside Suho. But before he could ask further, the journalist cheerfully introduced himself as PBS reporter Joe Jinwei, extending his hand and saying it was a pleasure to meet him. The men shook hands, but Chill Man still looked puzzled. He asked why a reporter was here in such a location. Suho stepped in and clarified that photos would only be taken after the raid was completed. He then asked if Chill Man would allow it. Chill Man, the civil servant, answered that this wasn't a classified facility, so there was no reason to refuse. Still slightly confused, he admitted he was mostly surprised that Suho had brought his own reporter along. Jinwoo gratefully thanked him for the permission and, brimming with excitement, said they would likely meet often from now on, so he should definitely remember his face. Chillman replied that he certainly would. Major Kim then approached Suho again, holding an M416 automatic rifle. He said that, according to the association's message, the raid leader would be Hunter Suho. Suho confirmed this with a nod. The major hesitated for a moment before apologizing and asking what level Suho currently was. Suho replied that he was level 51. Major Kim stared at him in disbelief, then quickly looked away and muttered that he understood. They reached the entrance, the heavy reinforced door towering over them. Major Kim said that the inner perimeter of the portal had already been prepared, and Suho could enter immediately. He firmly warned that as soon as Suho stepped inside, the door would be sealed. Suho thanked him with a calm smile. At that moment, someone called out his name. Chillman hurried toward him and asked if he had any strategy in mind. Suho answered that he did. Major Kim watched the interaction, clearly confused by their casual conversation in such a dangerous setting. Suho said that describing his strategy in words will be difficult, but he would clear this gate the same way he cleared the Tower of Challenge. He then declared that, should he succeed, Schulman must remember his promise to assist him with the remaining portals. With that, the door unlocked and slowly opened. Schulman wished for his safe return. Suho quickly reassured him not to worry, claiming 1 hour would be more than enough. Schulman's eyes widened in shock as he repeated, 1 hour. Suho glanced back with a confident smile and declared they'd meet again very soon. The door then sealed shut behind him. Jinwei exhaled sharply and confirmed Suho had officially gone inside. Chulman closed his eyes. Chulman replied that all they could do now was wait. Major Kim then quietly asked if everything would truly be okay, explaining that a place like this could never be cleared alone by someone who simply possessed high stats. He then asked if Suho was also a healer. Jinwei blinked in confusion, so the major asked again. The reporter grinned widely and quickly corrected him, stating Suho was only nominally a healer. Major Kim looked even more utterly confused. Chulman then raised his hand and stated that he'd never seen anyone wield a sword the way Suho could. The major asked if he was truly that skilled. Chulman then explained what he had witnessed. During the Hunter practical exam, Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead, he slaughtered every monster with a sword, while still protecting his patient, and thus passed without a single issue. Jinwei, gripping the strap of his bag, said this was his first time ever hearing about it, and wondered aloud if it was even allowed to take an exam that way. Chulman admitted he had been shocked as well, but Suho had fulfilled all the requirements, so it didn't violate any rules. Both the soldier and the reporter stared at him. In utter disbelief, Major Kim concluded that Suho must possess a profound mastery of swordsmanship, and suddenly understood why he had come here, specifically to challenge this gate. Looking toward the dungeon's direction, Chulman nodded firmly and said Major Kim was absolutely right. Before Suho, the enigmatic nameless sword portal materialized. Its entrance, a solitary gateway, allowed only one person through. The instant he crossed the threshold, towering cliffs immediately hemmed him in. As the system's voice boomed, announcing his official entry into the gate, he strode through the forest, sword in hand. Surveying his surroundings, a thought dawned on him. It had been an age since his last visit. The worn path, cutting between ancient trees, was clearly visible, and Suho's mind flashed back to the relentless struggle he faced clearing this gate, barely surviving each harrowing attempt. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic ringing pierced the air beside him, and his eyes caught a black shadow, drifting eerily between the trees. The system's alert blared, boss appearance. Then, a knight in gleaming armor stepped forth. The nameless swordsman, his level unknown. He stood poised, blade at the ready, and instantly, the air around him began to shimmer with a vibrant yellow glow. The system confirmed the nameless swordsman had activated their battlefield skill. It explained that while this zone remained active, the swordsman's status would exactly mirror the user's. Furthermore, all fighters within this specialized field were strictly prohibited from using anything, except a sword and sword-related skills. A smile played on Suho's lips as he greeted him, like an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in ages. The knight charged instantly, and the two clashed in a fierce, close-range ballet. Suho met the enemy's blade with his own, parrying hard. He struck back, but the knight blocked his attack effortlessly. White streams of pure energy shimmered intensely before the warrior. As the two separated briefly, studying his opponent, Suho keenly analyzed his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance, maintaining perfect balance to minimize rebound. After every strike, the knight swung again, and Suho understood clearly no one, at this point in time, could defeat this opponent through pure swordsmanship alone. The Sword Emperor then held his weapon with both hands, and Suho noted how the enemy's style instantly shifted after their blades crossed, switching stances to catch him off guard, using a completely different technique. And that wasn't all. The knight struck from unpredictable angles, constantly changing direction. As the Sword Emperor closed in, Suho acknowledged a vital truth. The most dangerous thing about this opponent was how he flawlessly adapted his tactics, always tailored to whoever he was fighting. The knight struck again. Suho dodged, realizing just how cunning this enemy truly was. But that was precisely why. Suho had learned so much from him in his past life, and with a small, knowing smile, he braced himself as the nameless swordsman lunged in a leaping attack. Suho spotted an opening and slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the very last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving a faint cut behind. Suho lightly asked if he'd managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in silence. Suho remembered perfectly that this opponent never spoke a single word until the moment he died. The knight stood ready, holding his sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a hit, and prepared another assault, revealing this was already his 7th time, challenging the nameless swordsman. He attacked fiercely. The knight's counterstrike swept just above his head. With a precise slash, Suho severed one of the knight's limbs and followed it with a powerful kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush. Standing before the thicket, Suho recalled how many people throughout history wondered who, or what actually hid beneath the armor. The knight rose again, now missing a leg. Suho asked if he knew how disappointed he had been the first time he discovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he stated that everyone called this enemy either the nameless swordsman or the Sword Emperor, but the truth was simple. He was just the spirit of the sword demon. A ghostly limb appeared in place of the severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands shimmered as well. A spectral form as the opponents clashed once more. Blades rang out violently, carving deep sword marks into the ground and the surrounding rocks. Suho blocked a powerful blow, his sword glowing with vivid red streams of energy, and counterattacked. His blade punched a large hole right through the enemy's chest armor. He struck the same spot again, and the purple cracks crawling across. The Sword Emperor's form spread even further. With another leap, the knight retreated, but Suho immediately closed the distance. Studying his enemy closely, Suho declared his own fighting style had been shaped, specifically to counter every single style the knight used. Smiling, he delivered another decisive slash. Large fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood over the fallen enemy. The system declared that the nameless swordsman had been defeated, and the seal gate was cleared, with Suho recognized as MVP. Looking down with a faint sadness, he said he was glad to meet the nameless swordsman again, and that, in truth, he should thank him, because without this opponent, he would never have been able to reach such mastery. In swordsmanship, a broken piece of armor lay on the ground, and Suho noted it was thanks to this very enemy that he had once earned the title of the Sword God. Black streams of energy swirled around him as he wished the spirit to rest in peace, promising to remember him on Teacher's Day. Each year, the system granted him additional experience points and bonus stats. System windows appeared, one reporting a level increase, another reporting a +1 increase to his stats, and an additional skill point, and another awarding 5 bonus points for clearing a difficult gate. A sword lay on the ground. Suho sighed, regretting that this ghost had no blood or shadow. Therefore, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were useless. He's still here. He picked up the weapon, examining the blade closely. This sword alone made the journey worth it. His reflection glinted across its surface. The system identified it, the nameless sword of the nameless swordsman. Ranked F, the blade quivered, then abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising into floating fragments. The system announced the nameless sword had been absorbed, activating sword understanding. Suho smiled. He learned the nameless sword's soul had altered his fighting style and changed the nature of his guardian sword. Then, a description unfolded. Guardian sword, rank S+. This ideal technique was created by Suho based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance among attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the nameless sword's soul, its rank increased even further. The technique absorbed the sword's very will, and now possessed unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with awe that his ideal sword technique had just been born. The scene shifted to the spectators, watching multiple screens. Jinwei murmured everything seemed quiet. For now, Chunman glanced at him, admitting that, although he trusted Suho completely, considering the enemy's strength, clearing this place might still take quite a bit of time. Jinwei objected immediately, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim stepped forward and asked Chunman for permission to check the situation himself. Once allowed, he prepared to go until the reporter suddenly cried out, "Wait!" Confused, the major asked what was wrong, as sweat dripped down the journalist's cheek. Jinwei pointed urgently at the portal, shouting, "Everyone look at the screen." Suho appeared, stepping through the now open door. Jinwei burst out, shouting the gate's been cleared. Suho, still adjusting to the outside light. He was absolutely stunned when someone called him a pro. And then, out of nowhere, Jinwei and Chunman came barreling towards him at full speed, like a pair of overly excited kids chasing after candy. Jinwei even hoisted his camera high above his head, as if he were capturing a lively festival. Suho tried to tell them to calm down, but the reporter's face was practically radiating, practically glowing with unbridled joy, as he practically shouted, demanding to know, how in the world were they supposed to calm down? When Suho had cleared a sealed gate in less than an hour, he practically yelled that it was absolutely insane. Chunman, meanwhile, looked torn between fear and sheer elation, as he reminded everyone that Suho had just defeated the infamous nameless swordsman, the very same monster who had stubbornly resisted defeat, even after over 200 failed attempts. He then anxiously asked, "Suho, are you truly all right?" Suho just smiled, replying that he felt absolutely great, casually adding that he'd taken care of it with ease. The major stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, as if his mind struggled to process the idea that a monster who had slaughtered hundreds could be called easy. Standing right next to Jinwei and Chunman, Suho noticed the major's utterly bewildered expression. This soldier was desperately trying to wrap his head around what kind of extraordinary person he was truly dealing with. Chunman then practically bounced with pure excitement, suggesting they take a commemorative photo right now, since such a monumental sealed gate had been conquered. The major hesitated, but Chunman quickly waved off his concerns, insisting it was nothing more than a simple formality, and that he truly had nothing to worry about. He then reminded the major that he was just a regular soldier, so he rarely appeared in any photographs, and that having a Korean army major in the picture would make the whole proof far more undeniably credible. Finally, Jungkook reluctantly agreed to join the photo. The scene then cut to another location, where that very picture now appeared on a laptop screen, placed right in front of the formidable Nexus Guild leader. Suho went on to explain that, just as he had mentioned earlier during their phone call, he had successfully cleared the infamous nameless sword. Sealed Gate, as shown in the photo. Standing with him in the picture were a representative from the Hunter Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. He then pointed to the reporter standing next to him, introducing him as Ju Jin-hoo from PBS, explaining they'd agreed to take the photo together to prevent any manipulation of the news. Jin-hoo politely handed over his business card, introducing himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dong-yuk pressed his thumb to his temple and stated he didn't need the card at all and had never even considered manipulating anything in the first place. Standing before Suho, the guild leader demanded how in the world he'd managed to pull this off. Suho blinked, asking, "What part do you mean?" Dong-yuk gestured wildly at everything, demanding specifics. How he'd gotten permission to access the sealed gate, how he'd cleared it so fast, how he'd survived something that had killed over 200 hunters. Suho calmly explained that he met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association to get permission, then simply went in and killed the monster. Dong-yuk stared at him in utter confusion, running a hand through his hair. As he tried to make sense of it all, Suho then asked if, now that he had proven his skill level, they could finalize the contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he said that the guild leader could choose the salary amount himself, but he had 2 conditions. As long as he was in Nexus, he needed full support, and if he passed the Hunter Association exam, His exclusive contract must be terminated immediately. He added that he had already informed the association president about clearing the gate and that several guilds had contacted him, but he told all of them he would only accept an offer from the one willing to fully support him. Dong Yuk eyed him with distrust at first, a strange expression flickering across his face, then suddenly burst out laughing and declared the deal was accepted. He called for the secretary to bring the paperwork. The man returned Suho's confidence with renewed excitement, saying the hero had proven himself right. After he doubted him, Suho extended his hand and they shook firmly. The guild leader warned them of a mountain of work ahead, and Suho confidently replied he was ready. Later, amidst the bustling evening traffic, Suho smiled, mentioning that since his friend brought him all this way, he'd be happy to drive him back. Jinwoo chuckled, saying he was simply fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho asked why he called himself that, Jinwoo explained that, since Suho kept feeding him exclusive content, the least he could do was pay him back somehow. He added that the sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the minivan he'd used before, so he bought this one specifically. Suho stared at him, stunned, realizing once again that this man truly was born with a golden spoon. As they drove, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get scolded for skipping work all day. Jinwoo proudly replied that several exclusive articles had been published that very day, so no one would complain, especially since he'd promised the editorial office that he would bring Suho there. Eventually, Suho realized there was no way this man would let such an opportunity slip away. Jinwoo said they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually move on to covering his joining nexus. With the news spaced out, there shouldn't be any problem maintaining interest, though realistically, no one knew how long they could keep public attention. Suho closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then, Jinwoo hesitated and asked something more serious, asking how Suho managed to read the strategy of the nameless swordsman. Suho explained that the monster had a very predictable pattern, and that he was already familiar with the sword Emperor's reputation, knowing that the fight had to be done solely with cold weapons. He admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was certain Suho's sword skills vastly outmatched the monster's. Jinwoo stared, utterly bewildered, gripping the steering wheel as Suho continued, explaining that experience played a huge role in the battle, and that his own swordsmanship was incredibly strong. The reporter then reminded him that the monster had slain over 200 warriors, including their country's greatest swordsmen. He then asked if Suho truly understood that. Suho calmly explained that the nameless swordsman mirrored the opponent's status and adapted his combat style accordingly. Inside that gate, only pure sword skill mattered. No items, no external abilities. Nothing else could influence the fight. Still driving, Jinwoo finally asked if Suho even had a swordsmanship skill. Suho replied that he did, and it was rank S, but it didn't even show in his status window. The car swerved wildly as Jinwoo slammed his forehead onto the steering wheel, completely flabbergasted. He demanded to know how Suho had acquired rank S swordsmanship skill, and when it happened, flames practically burst behind him in sheer excitement. And Suho told him to calm down, because he was absolutely boiling over. He warned that information should be delivered gradually, not dumped all at once. Jinwoo exhaled heavily and said that if Suho wanted to know anything about him, he could ask any time and get instant answers. After slowing the car, he admitted that Suho truly had a talent for shocking people, and that he never imagined he would end up working for someone like him. Suho reassured him, and Jinwoo thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for doubting him in the beginning. Suho just laughed, saying it was all fine. They finally arrived, back at their luxurious apartment complex, and Jinwoo asked if that meant they were done for the day. Suho nodded, saying he really needed some rest. The reporter immediately said he'd walk him home, and Suho thanked him warmly. Later that night, as darkness settled outside, Suho finally sank down onto something soft and just let himself breathe. He thought with quiet satisfaction that he could genuinely be proud of today's achievements. As he wiped his head with a towel, he realized he wasn't even tired, despite everything he had accomplished. With the towel set aside, he summoned his status window. The system then reported 7 remaining bonus points, and he immediately understood this might finally be enough to unlock Unified Train, though its conditions were incredibly strict. Every stat, except for one, had to share the same rank, and all stats at that identical level needed to possess identical values. If even a single bonus point remained, the system would automatically boost the lowest stat to match the higher ones. Suho navigated the window, doing so with utmost care, watching as the system evaluated each requirement. Then, the long-awaited notification appeared. All conditions have been met. And the skill Unified Train was fully activated. He blinked in surprise, then watched as the remaining bonus points were swiftly distributed to equalize every stat. His personal card then refreshed, showing that all of his characteristics now stood at completely identical values. Red level, rank 14, across the board. With joy surging through him, Suho clenched his fists and knew that he had finally done it. In his past life, he never even imagined this was possible, so he'd never even tried. Now, staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile, letting himself fall back onto the bed, thinking that he just needed to keep pushing forward. Exactly like this. Suddenly, his phone rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in quite a while. Gu Yunhwa. Still lying down? Suho replied. That had been some time since he'd heard her voice, and she had called at a truly great moment. Since he was in such an excellent mood, she immediately quipped that he must have a lot of free time on his hands. Confused, he asked what exactly she meant, and told her not to speak so formally with him. Yunho then said she had read the article. Smiling, Suho pressed the phone closer to his ear. He was surprised the piece dropped so fast. He admitted he hadn't checked the comments yet, and asked her to spill the tea on everyone's reactions. But she called him sir again, insisting they meet face-to-face first. Suho reiterated that he simply wanted her reply. She sharply reminded him that they still hadn't accepted his offer. Suho then said if she or anyone else wasn't satisfied with anything, he wouldn't force them, which stunned her. Suho then asked again for an answer. Yunho sighed, closing her eyes, and asked what their next move was. Suho rose from the bed and said he'd explain everything tomorrow. At their meeting, he then suggested everyone come to the Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She instantly protested, claiming two had work and she had lectures. His face hardened, disappointment clear. He then said he must have overestimated them. Apparently, no one cared about anything but useless nonsense. He pulled the phone away from his ear as Yunhwa exploded, cursing him out, then yelling she'd still be there. She declared she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. sharp and hung up. Suho just smirked and said goodbye. The next day, inside the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yunhwa crossed her arms and barked at him not to get a big head, claiming she'd only skipped her lectures just because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who was casually perched on a bench. He stated he didn't recall asking why she came, and she snorted, thoroughly irritated. She demanded to know why he'd call them all there. Suho stood up, saying he'd brought them because he had something crucial to reveal. With a wide smile, he announced he was going to kill them all today. The Banshee members stared back, utterly stunned, as he handed them tablets and asked them to fill out some forms first. Yunhwa squinted suspiciously at the device, assuming it was some kind of contract to sign over their corpses to him. But as she read the text, she realized it was nothing but a skill survey. She asked if he needed their personal information. Raising his hand, Suho told him that once he officially joined the special department, he'd require freelance agents, and he had already declared his need for true shadows. He reminded them he wouldn't just pick anyone for such a crucial role. Turning away, he explained that their training would be absolutely brutal, pushing them to exhaustion, where they'd learn everything, from fundamental combat techniques to maximizing their innate skills. Only they would have access to their personal information, so they had to be completely honest. Their entire relationship had to be built on trust, since he had already laid bare his own secrets. Now it was their turn. The group exchanged tense, uneasy glances. Later, inside the Nexus Academy's training hall, Suho gripped a sleek, black key card and smiled as he announced it was time to begin. He then recalled how he had received it. Miss Sui had meticulously explained that this card granted him unrestricted access to every area of the academy, including even the exclusive S-rank training hall, ensuring he could easily avoid any unwanted attention. She had also provided him with guest cards, just as he requested. As he thoughtfully examined the card, Suho suddenly realized he had been so utterly focused on everything else that he had completely forgotten about Diwan, whom he had specifically promised to meet right here. He made a mental note to arrange that meeting soon. Nearby, the Banshee squad members lay dormant inside their training capsules. Suho decided he would tackle challenges as they presented themselves. Suddenly, the entire landscape began to dramatically shift. Imposing, towering cliffs immediately materialized before them. They had been transported into the formidable Kunlun Mountains. Suho then stood before the Banshee squad and formally welcomed them, informing them that this would be their new training ground. Whenever they found themselves with free time, he critically looked them over mentally noting that since they were all still below level 50, he could train them exactly as he pleased. Yunho immediately demanded to know what exactly they would be doing. Suho coolly answered that they would commence with fundamentals, an intensive combat technique refinement, because with their current level of skill, the special department would inevitably catch them. He then asked if they genuinely believed. Cheap tricks could never fool the special department forever. Yunho snapped back, claiming their plan was flawless, and no one would ever catch them. Suho just smiled, arms crossed, reminding her that he'd already caught them himself, and that perfect crimes simply didn't exist, especially in a world teeming with superpowered individuals. He declared that, for that reason alone, they needed to learn to protect themselves and, ideally, each other. With a snap of his fingers, countless weapons materialized around them. He told them to pick one, because developing their fundamentals and overcoming fear was their top priority now. Yunho picked up a weapon and asked if there was anything else. Suho then asked if she remembered what he'd been called. Recently, she muttered that people called him the Sword God. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was indeed his nickname, leaning on his sword. He told them they were standing before a true master of swordsmanship, and it would be foolish to expect him to teach anything else. To maximize swordsmanship in this realm, they shouldn't use any of their other skills. He couldn't forbid it, but those skills would only hinder them later. The group frowned. Suho told them to try to kill him, swinging his sword. As he announced, the training has begun. In an instant, he rushed them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors why they still had time to be surprised. Then he finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again, and Suho said that since they had died once already, they shouldn't freeze up like idiots. They quickly took defensive stances. Suho praised that and said they would restart. Looking upward, the group realized his next attack was coming from above. Suho slammed into them again, scattering bodies. He mocked them. Mid-combat, he told one that his grandmother moved faster. He elbowed another in the chest, asking how someone who worked in delivery could be this slow, wondering jokingly if he was fired because customers starved, eagerly awaiting their orders. The boy then crashed into another teammate. Turning to the third, Suho questioned how a teacher could be so slow, unable to even parry such a simple strike. He wondered what he could possibly teach kids if they could already outpace him so easily. The young man insisted he hadn't dodged on purpose. Suho declared his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled as they gripped their swords. One of them cursed loudly, asking when the bastard would finally shut up. They attacked together. Suho believed their growing self-control would help them avoid panic. When they eventually entered real gates, suddenly, a powerful blast tore through the terrain. Suho told them they would become his shadows, not just mere errand runners, but true warriors who would help clear gates. Stepping on their swords, he told them, sternly, that there was no easy path to becoming strong. You became strong only when you believed there was no retreat left. The bloody training continued relentlessly. After a long, grueling time, the exhausted Banshee members struggled to get up again. Raising his hand, Suho said he was satisfied with their effort, but he had other things to do. The group stared at him in shock, as he then told them that the simulation would automatically end at the right time, and they must continue training until then. Yunho asked in disbelief if he was really just leaving them. A digital clone of Suho appeared behind him. Suho told her not to worry. The clone had all the same abilities as him. The copy lifted its sword and insulted them, calling them pigs and trash, and demanding they prepare to fight. Furious, the Banshee members enraged, cursed Suho as a complete bastard. Suho stepped out of the capsule and glanced back at the four others, still training. That was enough for them for now. He answered a call. Miss Sui's voice came through. She said an article had just gone up about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she called to confirm it. Suho asked if the author was Joe Jinwei. She confirmed it was his exclusive report, and the PR team wanted to publish additional info. Looking out the window, Suho said that was perfect. In fact, another article should be prepared. Sui hesitated, saying it might be too soon. Suho explained that public reaction would likely be harsh since he had previously stated he dreamed of joining the government and then abruptly joined a private guild. There would be negativity. Sui assured him that following his plan would settle public opinion. Soon enough, Suho thought about the fact that he still hadn't publicly announced he was taking the Rank 5 exam at the end of the year, though it wouldn't remain secret for long. He told her he'd explain everything later and needed to make another call. He phoned Jinwei, who greeted him happily. While working at his laptop, Jinwei asked what he needed. Suho said he heard the article about Nexus had been published, and that public opinion was heated. He said he had an idea he wanted another article, This time, it would cover his next challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho announced he was planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A new article spreads across the internet, announcing that Suho has successfully cleared the sealed gate. The nameless sword people online explode with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials? He had already moved on to conquering a sealed gate. One person wonders aloud if Suho is now the newest Sword King. Another corrects him instantly and says the guy should be called the Sword God. A second article follows, reporting that Suho has joined the Nexus Academy. Immediately, users start reminding everyone that he previously said he wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others accuse him of being corrupt and throw insults without restraint. Then a third headline drops. Nexus Guild Hunter, and Suho is about to clear another sealed gate, the infamous Swamp of Despair. Someone calls him a complete psycho. Another person mocks those who claimed Suho only joined Nexus for the money, without asking what's wrong with their faces. Now, someone else quickly claims they believed in him from the start. Another declares Suho as their idol now, and even threatens to personally deal with anyone who dares insult him. Suho reads all these wild comments on his phone. Most of them are exciting and overwhelmingly positive. He smiles, pleased, thinking everything is going exactly according to plan. That's when Chulman suddenly walks in, looking utterly exhausted. His head droops forward as he cradles it with one hand. Suho immediately asks if he was granted access to the Swamp of Despair. Chulman replies he had been discussing exactly that. He remembers the president's utterly flabbergasted expression. The head of the association had screamed that, of course, Suho should be given access, and even called Chulman an idiot for not doing it immediately. When Suho first asked, Chulman adds that now it seems the hero practically has automatic access to every gate he needs. While Chulman mentally prepares himself for endless paperwork, Suho thanks him for the effort. As they walk between the office desks, Suho explains quietly that he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year, but it's a huge secret, so Chulman shouldn't tell anyone. Got it? Chulman immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he will remain utterly silent. Now, like a fish, Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking, of course. But the guy's reaction was absolutely priceless. He tells him they should move toward clearing the gate. Now, the scene shifts to Yangjeongdo, Incheon, where the sealed S-rank gate, known as the Swamp of Despair, looms ominously. Suho stands before the massive portal, while several cameramen record his every move. People whisper that no hunter has ever returned alive from this gate, even with Suho's incredible uniqueness. Many still doubt if he can conquer this place. Inside the security room, Jin Hui anxiously watches the screen. He reassures a worried man beside him to relax, and even suggests they make a bet. A grinning Jin Hui declares he'll bet 1,000,000 that Suho will clear the gate. The other man, still anxious, reluctantly agrees, hoping Suho comes out alive, yet remains convinced clearing this place is impossible. Meanwhile, Chulman stands frozen in horror. He shouts that the gate is disappearing. Everyone stares, utterly disbelieving at the screens. Jin, who wonders if Suho actually cleared already. The other man yells that it's impossible. Panicked, Jin, who elbows Chulman right in the face, demanding to know how many minutes Suho was inside. 10? 20? Chulman shakes his head, revealing it wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. The moment Suho stepped inside, the truth becomes clear. The system had informed him that the Swamp of Despair had no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. Now, Suho stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching upward into an eerie sky. He remembers well that this gate caused even more casualties than the Nameless Sword, and no one had ever returned from it. Outsiders never truly understood what transpired within. Suho knows monsters don't appear here to clear the gate. You must simply climb the stairs. But every step is a psychological nightmare, brimming with terrifying mental traps. That's why horrific monsters surround the staircase. Victims turned into statues. Suho understands the real strategy. For clearing this place, you need an item or skill granting S-rank mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair kills you, and your corpse becomes another statue on the stairs. This gate is called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. Smiling faintly, Suho steps onto the first stair. He thinks that none of this matters right now. Immediately, a crushing wave of despair slams into him. His legs barely remain steady. Vibrant purple streams swirl around his head, yet a smile graces his lips. The system dramatically announces, Dragon Blood activated. Mental damage immunity. with the power of dragon blood surging through him. The entire gate transforms into a leisurely stroll. Suho ascends to the next step, despite terrible monsters lurking all around him. He strides forward, completely unfazed. He observes fewer and fewer statues the higher he ascends. Only a mere handful ever reached even halfway. Distorted, twisted faces gaze at him from the sidelines. Forever trapped, he knows he cannot save them now. In his past life, the hunter who originally cleared this gate painstakingly spent hundreds of days strengthening his mind. That man bravely attempted to save these victims, but the moment he touched the statues, they all crumbled to dust in the end. He was left utterly alone, unable to save a single soul. Finally, Suho reaches the very top. He gazes down at the lifeless forms below him and solemnly states he understands their immense suffering. Pressing his palms together in resolve, he vows to finally free them. He knows he can only release their eternally trapped souls. A pristine white portal awaits him now. The system triumphantly declares him MVP, awarding additional experience points and a precious skill point. It also announces he's the very first person ever to clear this portal, granting 5 more coveted skill points. Then, a thrilling level increase notification flashes. More stats boosted and another skill point granted. Smiling, Suho declares, time for the final reward. The system bestows upon him the Ring of Emotions. This ring allows him to perceive emotions as colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and reshape it at will. Its duration remains unknown. Suho recalls that in his previous life, the only person who ever managed to obtain this ring was the very player who cleared this gate back then. That man had used it to heal emotional wounds, but it was tragically stolen by enemies later on. Suho confidently lifts his hand, thinking this time things will be different. He slips the magnificent ring onto his finger. Still standing at the top of the stairs, the ring instantly begins its work, absorbing the oppressive black emotional energy, lingering within the corpses thanks to his dragon blood. Suho remains completely unfazed mentally. As he touches the ground, the system reports that the ring reacts to powerful emotions. It's pitch black, and absorption immediately begins. Black energy swirls as Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed its maximum capacity, but it's not enough to purify the entire staircase. Still, he has absolutely no other option. Now that he stands before the exit portal, turning toward the shimmering gateway, Suho quietly states that it's time to leave. The moment Suho stepped out, reporters instantly swarmed around him, their cameras flashing relentlessly. He lifted a hand to shield his face, as journalists clamored for him to look into their lenses. Before he could even steady himself, Chulman and Jinwoo rushed straight toward him, both practically bursting with excitement. Chulman, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had managed to clear the portal in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds, and this gate was said to be even more dangerous than the nameless sword. Jinwoo shouted that he needed to write an article. Immediately, Suho told them to calm down, but with a smile, he invited them for a photo, and the two happily agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded online, people questioned whether Suho had truly conquered the swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was yes, he really had. Dongwook stared at his tablet in utter disbelief, completely overwhelmed that the completion time was under 5 minutes. He covered his face with his hands, unable to believe what he was reading. Just then, the landline suddenly rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as John Kyung-won, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dongwook had a moment to discuss something. Dongwook immediately assumed this was about Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dongwook offered lunch instead, and the president agreed. After hanging up, a man entered the office to speak with him, but Dong-yuk, cool as a cucumber, simply called his secretary, Kimmy Kong, his trusted assistant, and smoothly instructed him to set up a meeting with Suho, to take place later. Moments later, a gleaming white car pulled up, and Jinwoo announced to Suho, "We're here." As they gracefully exited the vehicle, Suho asked if he was heading to the broadcasting station. Jinwoo explained that the Swamp of Despair article was already prepped and ready, needing just a few minor tweaks before its big release. He then proposed they embark on a restaurant tour sometime soon, especially since he loved writing food reviews, and Suho, with a smile, promised to join him. As the car departed, Suho gazed happily at his ring, musing that Jin Huey's passion had filled it to the brim with positive energy. Stepping into a bustling restaurant, Suho made his way to a table, where Tumon boisterously greeted him. as the protector of South Korea, no less. The president then urged him to sit beside Mr. Dong-yuk as planned. Suho courteously thanked the association leaders and took his seat. Noticing Kyung-won, Q-man, Dong-yuk, and the head of the Special Force Division, all present. Pai Sang-yeol were all gathered there. A bit bewildered by the sudden formality, he listened as Kyung-won began to congratulate him, praising the absolutely unprecedented speed with which he cleared both sealed gates, and boldly proclaiming him the very future of the nation. Chimon then proposed a toast, and Suho, in turn, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared successes. A chorus of glasses clinked around the table. Later, during the meal, the president casually mentioned, hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dong-yuk readily confirmed that. While most contracts typically lasted 3 years on, Suho, however, was a truly special case, one who could contribute immensely to the country, so he wouldn't be restricted in any way. Kyung-won chuckled, clearly pleased that guild leader Dong-yuk shared the association's very goals, then directly asked Suho if he agreed with this arrangement. Suho simply replied he deeply appreciated the guild leader's consideration. Very much so. Chief Pai then added that he eagerly looked forward to Suho's future contributions. He was joining the Hunters Association, as it would boost not only their organization, but the entire nation with a peculiar smile. Human, said the president, wanted to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Inside, Suho practically cheered. This letter practically guaranteed his success on the level 5 exam. Out loud, he said he was deeply honored. Kyung-won explained that they had originally gathered to celebrate the nameless swordsman's victory, but Suho cleared another gate so swiftly that even they couldn't keep pace. Suho humbly replied it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders adored his answer. Chief Pai, still clutching his cup, asked how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned, and information was minimal. Suho instantly recognized Pai's talent for extracting secrets, a skill he remembered from his past life. So, he remained on guard. Smiling, he casually explained that inside the gate, there were no monsters, only a single staircase. After stepping on it once, he sensed danger and utilized his tools, while continuing to climb until success. The association representatives stared. Mouths agape as Chief Pai stroked his beard, impressed that Suho avoided mental overload, where others relied solely on stability. Human then inquired about his current level, saying he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100. Suho replied he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked. He then asked what ability he'd gained. When the ring on Suho's finger pulsed with white light, Suho sensed immediately that the association wanted to mold him into an obedient weapon. He explained that he was a healer, but since he preferred swords, he acquired the sword path. Chief Pai said the sword path wasn't unusual, though unexpected for a healer. Suho noted privately that the special department had many unique abilities, so his didn't impress them much. Yet, he disliked the feeling of being treated, roaring like a hunting dog. He added that while swordsmanship was his primary skill, he sought support to develop his healer abilities, because a hunter's lifespan was simply too brief. Dong-yuk and Kyung-won both acknowledged the constant danger hunters faced, and the Nexus Guild could better support his development. The leader smiled as Chimon declared himself a crucial link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai assured Suho he could also rely on him. Overwhelmed by the outpouring of support, Suho raised his fist and vowed to clear every single gate in Korea. The leaders applauded, and Chimon refilled his drink. As night settled in, the meeting concluded, and Suho and Chief Pai walked out, bidding farewell to the association leaders. Suho mentioned he had enjoyed the evening. Once the car pulled away, Chief Pai reached under his jacket, offering Suho a cigarette. Suho declined, but the chief lit one anyway, stating he always smoked after a good party. He handed Suho his business card, adding he usually ignored calls but would answer Suho's. He then inquired about Suho's living situation, and Suho explained that his old place was overrun with fans, so he was currently staying in a hotel. Chief Pai frowned, declaring this a national problem. Popular hunters immediately became swarmed by obsessed crowds. Suho dismissed it as normal affection, which instantly darkened Pai's aura. Suho realized his comment sounded naive to someone who viewed unawakened civilians merely as pawns, a mindset shared by both the president and vice president. Chief Pai stated that, although the exam would be held at the year's end, Suho had practically already passed. Suho acknowledged this. The chief remarked he once thought Suho was modest, but now saw he wasn't simple-minded at all. He then linked arms with Suho and suggested they rehearse a superior, subordinate dynamic, since Suho would soon be under him. Once he joined the association, Suho agreed, making Pai burst out laughing. Then he asked if Suho wanted to quit clearing gates altogether and join the special force unit immediately. Suho tensed, realizing Pai was laying a trap for him. As Pai casually flicked his cigarette, Suho finally grasped Pai's true intentions. The chief had stayed until the very end to personally recruit him, instead of just gathering information. Through Dong Hyuk, suddenly, the ring of emotions activated, releasing a dazzling white light. Suho internally willed Pai to align with his intentions. Smiling, he reassured Pai that everything was fine, and stressed the critical importance of the Special Force Unit. The ring amplified positive emotions, and white streams rose from Pai's eyes as he said, Suho actually had ambition, a trait he truly admired, since most hunters only chased empty dreams. He then asked how close Suho was with Chu-man from a gate department. Suho replied that Chu-man was indeed close, but he also wanted strong relationships with both Pai, and especially with the president, hoping for truly productive cooperation with the head of the special force. Pleazit Pai rested his hand on Suho's shoulder, complimenting his excellent communication skills. Suho thanked him and expressed his hope to join the department through a special recruitment. Pai rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. That recruitment for level 5 hunters had already been announced for the end of the year, and there was no real need for a special recruitment, just for someone who would easily qualify anyway. Suho, meanwhile, knew the ring's influence had deepened Pai's interest into something akin to emotional loyalty. It wouldn't last forever, but it was more than enough for now. Standing together, Pai said he was surprised. Suho was so committed to joining the association and asked about special recruitment. Pai explained it wasn't common, but could certainly be arranged if necessary. Suho praised him as a truly amazing person, prompting Pai to cover his mouth shyly. He explained that recruitment decisions came from higher authorities, but if there was a shortage in the special department, then a special recruitment could be justified. Pai added that if such recruitment were to happen, they would require undeniable proof, proving Suho's true value to the department. Suho then questioned if that meant clearing gates. Pai quickly reminded him that the Special Force primarily handled awakened criminals, a task far more critical. Suho had, indeed, completely forgotten that detail. Pai explained that criminals with awakened abilities were exceptionally dangerous, and while Suho possessed impressive skills, Gothic clearing and crime fighting were two entirely different beasts. He then suggested Suho prove himself by choosing any wanted criminal on their list and delivering them straight to the department. If successful, he could be accepted within 1 or 2 months. Just then, a car pulled up. Pai noted that most newcomers panicked at the mere mention of wanted criminals, but Suho clearly wasn't timid. Smiling, he said he'd eagerly await Suho's news. Suho remembered how, in his past life, Pai hadn't even remembered his name until after the nameless swordsman victory. But this time, things were already different. Watching the car leave, Suho understood that soon the villains and their underlings would be among the new recruits, who would make excellent sacrifices for his plan ahead. Several neat buildings stood ahead, and Suho's shadow stretched across the pavement. As faint cigarette smoke drifted from nearby windows, he muttered, I've walked right into a snake's nest. Using his magic detection, he spotted a pack of suspicious figures inside, and confirmed he'd finally found the right place. He casually picked up a brick with his left hand, and in the very next moment, smashed it straight through the window of the room, where the criminals were gathered, shocking them. One thug stammered, what's happening? While another yelled, some punk's messing with us. In a hurry, the criminals rushed outside to confront whoever dared. They stopped in front of Suho, demanding to know what he wanted. The blonde among them stared at him nervously, asking if he was drunk or just plain crazy. Suho just smiled calmly and assured them he was perfectly sober. He then asked if they were the same scumbags who stole cryptocurrency wallets through their elaborate scams. An immediate fear flickered across the thugs' faces. Suho then asked if they were holding a man named Seo Gi-1 hostage. The criminals exchanged anxious glances, unable to grasp who this stranger was, or how he knew everything. Someone guessed he might be a cop. Another declared they had to get rid of him anyway. A third hesitated, asking if this could cause them more trouble. But the reply came quickly. This bastard already knew too much, so nothing worse could happen if they didn't deal with him. Suho gave them a tired smile, thinking these opponents were pathetic, and mentally egging them on to try catching him. If they could, they might even prove useful. He then summoned the Shadow Spear and fired a shot near one thug, releasing chains that wrapped tightly around him, Purple energy swirled over the man's trapped body as his bald friend shouted his name in pure panic. Several criminals then charged at Suho, yelling insults, but he dodged effortlessly. A blond man lunged with a spear, managing to land a clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing. The criminals stared wide-eyed as Suho, splattered lightly with blood, grinned. The system then announced the activation of his blood weapon, and a long crimson shaft formed in Suho's hand. He drove it straight into the thug, sending him sprawling across the ground. Suho noted that he couldn't kill them, but nobody said he couldn't beat them senseless. Another criminal rushed forward, calling him an idiot, only to be sent flying by a powerful strike. Soon, only the bald thug remained, trembling and muttering that this was madness. He tried to run, but Suho pierced his leg with a blood spear, and calmly asked where he thought he was going. With all the criminals sprawled out, defeated, around him, Suho warned them to cut the screaming, unless they wanted an extra helping of pain. He then shoved them all into his subspace portal, dusting off his hands, declaring the only thing left was to find COG-1. Inside the kitchen, now a complete disaster zone, Suho finally found the man he was looking for. G1 was slumped on the floor, fast asleep in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and he blinked awake, staring blankly at the hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally come to his senses, G1 looked around shakily, asking what happened. Suho greeted him warmly and introduced himself. G1 froze and asked in horror if this was really the Suho from the news. He couldn't understand how Suho ended up here, nor where the criminals who kept him hostage had gone. Still shaking, he looked terrified. Suho recalled reading in G1's autobiography that he had been beaten and imprisoned for 6 months by these thugs. He realized the man was too traumatized to speak normally right now, so he reached out a hand. The ring reacted to G1's intense emotions, identifying them as black. Suho then pressed his palm gently to G1's chest to absorb them completely. When Suho asked if he felt better, G1 stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the trembling had stopped. Suho knelt in front of him, explaining softly that he saw his terrible condition and used one of his skills to help. G1 gasped, then hesitantly asked what would happen to him now. Would he be going to jail? Suho asked why he would. G1 admitted he'd done many wrong things. Suho reminded him that he had been forced into everything, and people like that didn't belong in jail. G1 reluctantly agreed. Still suspicious, he pressed, "How did Suho know I was here when you haven't even joined the association yet?" Suho revealed he tracked him down, using a unique skill no one else possessed, and shared this crucial information because he genuinely needed G1's help. G1 nervously clutched his left hand, convinced he was utterly useless. Suho vehemently disagreed. G1 was the only person in Korea with the incredibly rare cyber-type trait. G1 stared in shock as Suho explained that, among countless traits worldwide, cyber-type was one of the absolute rarest, allowing its users' consciousness to enter the digital world. Only 2 people had ever awakened it. One was CO G1, and the second was known as Overload, who discovered the terrifying potential of digitization and sought to seize control of the entire internet, becoming a nearly unstoppable threat, even after the system's arrival. And the one person who managed to defeat him had been CO Jaiwan himself. A year after escaping the criminals, Jaiwan vanished, sacrificing himself to utterly destroy Overload. He was later honored with the nickname Media. Everything about his tragic life had been meticulously recorded in his autobiography. Thinking of this, Suho vowed that this time he wouldn't allow Overload to appear, nor would he allow Jaiwan to die. Suho told Jaiwan this was exactly why he needed him. The world would one day be destroyed by the gates and the system, and Suho couldn't stop that nightmare alone. He asked if Jivan would help him. Trembling again, Jivan looked at him in awe as black streams flowed from the ring. The system announced another full absorption. Jivan closed his eyes, wondering whether someone like him could really threaten the world. He admitted he would have sold his soul for escape, but now he felt he had to help the person who saved his life. Kneeling, he clenched his fist, realizing someone with the same power as him could cause unimaginable destruction. He said he didn't know if he could truly do it, but he would help. Suho saw the man described in the autobiography, a man who'd endured hell, yet remained utterly selfless. Suho offered his heartfelt thanks, adding that their first order of business was to eat. When Jivan confessed he had no money, Suho slid a pair of slippers his way, telling him not to worry. He'd cover it. Jivan then asked how Suho knew all this. Suho, with an awkward expression, replied that it was all thanks to his unique skill set. Tears welled up in Jivan's eyes, as Suho affirmed he knew how much the man had suffered. Later, sharing a meal, Jivan apologized for practically inhaling his food. He hadn't eaten a proper meal in ages. Suho assured him it was perfectly fine promptly ordering another plate. After finishing his soup, Jivun thanked him, then shyly posed a question. Suho reminded him they were now officially a team and could speak openly, and since they were only a year apart, Jivun could just call him by his name. Jivun, as another empty bowl was cleared, agreed, telling Suho he could also treat him as an old acquaintance. He then asked why Suho chose the Hunter Association instead of joining or founding a powerful guild. Why? Because government work came with countless restrictions. Suho closed his eyes and stated that no matter how strong a guild became, its power was ultimately limited. He wanted to halt the world's impending destruction with minimal casualties, and the association was the only place that could truly help him achieve that. Jivun nodded, finally understanding Suho's reasoning. Suho put down his spoon and said he wanted to make a promise. Once he joined the association, no one would ever dare do something like this to Jivun again. Jivun smiled gratefully, assuring Suho he'd trust him completely. Suho stood, offering to sort out the man's past. Jivun, confused once more, followed as Suho put on his jacket. He asked if the thugs who had kidnapped him really grew up in the same orphanage as him. It was time to pay them a very unfriendly visit. The moment Jivun saw those thugs again, pure rage consumed him. He beat them mercilessly as they begged him to stop, calling him brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists were practically dripping with blood as he roared at them to shut up. Even the blonde thug lay, sprawled unconscious by the wall. When Jivun asked to heal the villain again, Suho glanced at the man and asked, "How many times have we done this now?" Jivun cheerfully replied, 7 times. Suho then warned him that the special forces would arrive soon, so this beating session had to end. He healed the blonde, remembering how this man had suffered deeply because of similar trauma, and hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A sleek gray car pulled up, and Chief Pai Sujin stepped out. He noted that Suho seemed to have figured everything out already. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai said he had special feelings for Suho and couldn't help himself. Suho felt slightly offended by that phrasing. The kidnappers were lying unconscious. Pai asked if these were really the criminals. Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that although they were knocked out, they didn't have a single scratch. Suho explained they resisted arrest, but he patched them up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, saying he liked Suho's style. Like a hero who didn't hold back, Suho apologized, admitting he wasn't experienced in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him. In fact, he approved. He even said Suho could beat villains nearly to death. If he wanted, the association's healers could erase all evidence of violence. Pai pressed his foot on the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these deserved execution, but society was obsessed with humanity. Suho thought about how he had learned this method back when he worked with the special department in his past life. Pai then noticed Jaiwan standing behind Suho and said, "I'd heard the criminals use this boy in their schemes, and that it was my first time seeing someone with cyber-type abilities." He then added that Jaiwan seemed dangerous and needed to be brought in. Both Suho and Jaiwan glared at him. Suho questioned if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jivun was merely a victim. He then handed Pai a folder, which contained a young man's testimony and documents that proved everything. Pai was stunned that Suho had gathered all of it so quickly. He then asked if digitization could be used inside a gate. Suho understood Pai's motive and explained that the skill belonged purely to the digital domain, rendering it useless in gate combat, but incredibly valuable in cybersecurity. Pai examined the documents and stated that if the ability wasn't useful in combat, or even in support roles, then the special department didn't need him. Suho softly pleaded not to punish Jivun. Pai commented that Suho was getting soft, taking care of the guy, but after hearing everything, he admitted Jivun had truly suffered horribly for turning to his subordinates. Pai declared that Suho was right. The victims shouldn't be punished. They would close the case and help Jaiwan receive compensation. Suho bowed deeply and thanked him. Pai stated that justice was always his goal. Then he asked how Suho knew about this case. Suho had been waiting for this moment. Raising his finger, he confidently said, CEO Jaiwan had sent a digital distress signal using his skill, and Suho checked its validity and organized a rescue. Pai asked if that was truly what happened. Suho internally thought, of course not, but said nothing aloud. Pai then handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding a perfect solution. Suho humbly said it was just luck. Pai replied that luck always favored the capable. With a hand on Suho's shoulder, he promised to arrange the special recruitment. As agreed, Jivun finally stepped closer, asking what he should do now. Suho pointed behind him, and said that he would be coming with him. Jivan looked around the apartment in shock as Suho retrieved a drink from the fridge. The place was undeniably luxurious, almost too perfect, and Jivan couldn't help but voice his awe. Suho casually replied that, no, this wasn't his home. This place belonged to Jo Jin-woo, the PBS reporter, he explained, pouring the drink into a glass. He mentioned the owner was currently away on a business trip, so they had the entire place to themselves. Jivan nervously accepted the glass, asking if the owner wouldn't be furious about him bringing someone over without permission. Suho merely brushed it off, saying it was no big deal, but warned Jivan not to talk too much. Jivan dramatically slapped his own chest and promised to stay silent as a fish, then quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do next. Suho lifted the glass to his mouth and clarified. Jivan had been kidnapped right after hitting level 50 and awakening his ability, right? Jivan confirmed it. Suho said that meant he would soon have to face overload, and for that, he needed to grow stronger fast, strong enough to reach a level close to Suho's own, if they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. A shocked Jivan asked if that meant he had to clear gates with him. But Suho shook his head while typing on a laptop. They wouldn't level him up the traditional gate-clearing way. Instead, Jivan needed to learn how to use his cyber-type ability with maximum efficiency, turning the laptop toward him. Suho asked how he felt about going online together. Jivan hesitated. Was that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but pointed out something the system didn't mention openly. Although Jivan transferred his own consciousness into the network, nothing said he couldn't pull someone else inside with him. Jivan stared at him in disbelief, but agreed to try. He placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle formed above his palm. As the system notified Suho that player CEO Jivan was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world and requesting permission, Suho approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard, under a bright sky, realizing he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, the Windows wallpaper he'd always seen, but never imagined he'd experience first. Han Ji-won, running from behind, called out to him in excitement. He said it felt bizarre seeing someone else here, because until now, he'd always been alone in this digital world. Suho admitted this was his first time too, and it felt amazing. Ji-won looked around at the endless fields and asked if they really were. Inside the wallpaper photo, Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed out of curiosity, earning a laugh from Jiwon, who reminded him that the digital world had visuals, but no taste or smell. Suho spit out the illusion, admitting he wanted to test it anyway. They walked through the vineyard, as Jiwon asked how they were supposed to increase his level here. Suho was surprised. He didn't know levels rose based on experience points, and the system didn't care whether actions happened in the physical world or not. He even reminded him that he had increased his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Jiwon then asked if leveling in a virtual environment was really possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. However, this digital world was different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to kill you, and that was what made it capable of affecting the system. They stopped in front of a pair of closed digital doors. Labeled File Cleaner, Kaiwan asked what this folder was. Opening it revealed a cheerful computer window, claiming to organize devices easily. Suho explained that it wasn't an antivirus at all. It was all malware. So when Jiwon asked if Suho truly planned to level up using viruses, Suho confirmed it. Malware acted like monstrous entities, relentlessly attacking and destroying systems. That meant Jiwon had to risk his life fighting to defeat them. To gain experience, Suho warned him again. Dying here meant dying for good. He also strictly forbade him from ever answering the guide's questions, as doing so would unleash even more viruses. The moment they stepped inside, a sweet, blue-haired girl greeted them, asking if they wanted to use the free file cleaner. Suho smirked, quipping that it sounded tempting. Jiwon nervously confessed he'd almost answered her. Suho handed him a weapon, explaining that Jiwon likely belonged to the magician class, so he needed to stick to the back, attack, collect bonuses, and leave the front lines to Suho to tank. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl reappeared, her tone now much sharper, as she repeated her question this time. Behind her, dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing red eyes surged into view. The system couldn't even properly describe them. Only incomprehensible, corrupted. Characters filled their status window. Terrified, Jaiwan gasped, pointing out their overwhelming numbers. Suho manifested his blood-red sword, reassuring Jaiwan that, though they were trapped inside, the monsters couldn't escape through the door. But if Jaiwan couldn't escape either, he'd die. So he needed to use his magic well. A massive, black skull-faced monster lunged forward, but Suho instantly decapitated it. He reminded Jaiwan to ready his spell. A digital circle glowed around Jaiwan's hand as he confirmed his readiness, and Suho charged fearlessly into the horde, slashing down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Finally, after a grueling battle, the monsters dissolved into pixels. As Suho finished them off completely, Jaiwan collapsed to one knee, exhausted and trembling, admitting he truly thought he was going to die. Suho reassured him he was still alive, and now, level 59, he then asked how Jaiwan was faring. Jaiwan replied that he had reached level 55. Suho realized this guy was far more talented than he'd expected. With the right guidance, he could become a valuable asset to the Banshee group. He helped Jivan to his feet, suggesting they log out and get some rest. Jivan eagerly agreed. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a Coke on the couch, relieved there was a safe way to level up without entering actual dungeons. He then checked the public's reaction to the news article about him clearing the swamp of despair. The internet was flooded with admiration. People demanding the government award him a medal, fans clamoring for souvenirs, and endless praise. Suho rubbed his nose proudly. As long as he kept clearing gates, the world treated him like a hero. And honestly, that kind of respect made life worth living. Seeing everything proceed exactly as planned, he decided it was time for the next step. Suho ended up on a late-night call with the guild leader. He went straight to the point, wanting permission to clear the S-rank gate, under Nexus Guild's name, and throwing in the promise that every single piece of loot would go straight to the guild's pockets. No strings, no conditions, just pure grind value. The gate in question is the infamous mole mine, an S-rank dungeon packed with mana stones, and crawling with those freaky mole monsters that moved like they were speedrunning through the dark. Suho eyed the place, already picturing how annoying it was going to be. So many damn moles that grabbing even one mana stone felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral toddlers. Still, he smirked as if this entire death cave was just another warm-up. Clearing was exactly what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, Guild Leader Bay was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon away under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho clear it would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. The guy genuinely thought Suho's idea was gold. He just couldn't grasp it. Why the kid was so insistent. Suho, still lounging, explained that he might join the Korean Hunters Association sooner than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to properly finish his contract. So before dipping out, he wanted to at least do something worthwhile for the guild. It was his version of paying rent before leaving the apartment. They understood, even though a hint of disappointment slipped through. At least Suho told him straight, instead of some dramatic, last-minute announcement like half the hunters, who ditched for the association without warning. Suho added that he'd personally put together a team to fight the moles, so the guild would only need to arrange miners. And none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally accepted the plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all preparations were done. The next day, Suho was in the lounge of the Nexus Academy, where Dihan greeted him warmly with an outstretched hand. Suho shook his hand, mentioning that it had been a while since they last met. He then told Jaiwan, who stood beside him, that this was Kong Dahan, the one who had taken the exam in the same group as him. Rubbing the back of his head, Dahan admitted that he only passed the exam, thanks to the advice he received from Suho. They all sat around a table, and Suho asked whether Dahan had managed to join any squad yet. Dahan replied that he was still training, entering gates, and gaining experience on his own. Suho looked at him thoughtfully, remembering that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're assigned to a squad to build experience and increase their survival rate. Smiling slightly, he asked Dahan if he would like to gain experience in his own squad. He explained that he planned to clear gates soon, and it would be helpful to have him. Dahan reacted in surprise, but he quickly added that if Suho was interested, he was ready to assist in any way needed. He even happily declared that he was always prepared to help. Suho smiled, saying they'd start immediately, which made Dahan stare in utter disbelief. Inside the simulator, the Banshee squad members were battling a digital copy of Suho. One shouted that they needed to flank him from the other side as the fight intensified with cries of effort and pain. Yanawa stood with her fist clenched tight as the ghostly Suho rushed straight at her. In a single strike, the copy brutally took off her head. The squad staggered back in shock, while Yanawa gritted her teeth furiously, declaring that one day she would kill Suho with her own hands. The real Suho, standing directly behind her, told her she was already doing much better. The squad turned towards him in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend that the real Suho had just appeared. Suddenly, working through the system window, Suho noted that the squad had grown gloomy. Yanawa complained that they had died at least 100 times, and their morale was really suffering. Suho smiled, remarking that judging by their eyes, they were already used to dying in the simulation, and no longer saw it as catastrophic, which was a very good sign. Jaiwan and Daewon watched all of this with surprise. Suho then announced that new members had joined his squad and introduced the two to the Banshee team. The group examined the newcomers, while Suho explained that they had arrived earlier and shared their names. Daewon smiled, while Jaiwan looked visibly nervous. Suho asked the Banshee squad if they were tired of this place yet. Yanawa tightened her fist and said they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she warned that she wouldn't rest until she managed to take Suho's head off, and the entire Banshee group was fueled with pure killing intent. Suho smiled, saying that he liked that attitude, advising the newcomers to develop the same instinct. Yoon asked why that was necessary. Suho gently replied that it was absolutely essential if they hoped to survive inside real gates. He declared that from this day forward, they would all train to clear gates as a team. Yanawa stepped closer. Suho informed her that one newcomer was a mage and the other a tank, so sword training wasn't needed. She needed to organize the squad properly, utilize the clones effectively, and train everyone intensely. Yanawa agreed, but asked him to at least explain more about the gate. Suho adjusted the system window, stating he'd have to change the clones' settings, but soon they would understand everything themselves, so they should be ready. When she pressed him again about the gate's type, Suho simply stated it would be a very ordinary one. He added that it would be inconvenient to call each other with meaningless shouts in real combat, so they needed proper forms of address. Yanawa said she didn't know what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still working through the window, said that since they were one team now, she could call him team leader. She accepted that. Suho then stated he needed to leave for other matters and asked them to notify him. Once preparations were complete, Daehan and Jaiwan watched in confusion as the digital Suho pulled a sword from the ground. When they asked what they should do, Yanawa told them they would soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho pointed a sword at them, calling them trash, and asking why they were standing around like ducks. He demanded they attack instead of staring. Daehan was stunned, saying he never imagined Suho acting like that, while Yanawa remarked that he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be ready if they didn't want their heads rolling. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of a taxi outside. The driver explained that cars were not allowed any farther, so Suho would have to walk the rest of the way. Suho agreed calmly and continued forward, standing before towering buildings. He then activated his ring, channeling First Mumu's power. The system immediately reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, was now active, completely erasing his presence. Strolling down the sidewalk, he took in the neighborhood of Payu, a place once famously dubbed the Golden Land. Spotting the beggars nearby, he recalled the area's former prosperity. However, with the sudden appearance of multiple gates and a dire lack of hunters to clear them, the area had fallen into utter desolation. If not for these cursed gates, this place would never have devolved into such a ruined district. As he passed the impoverished residents, he mused on how the area was now overrun with crime, gangs, illicit drugs, and hunger, though he knew he couldn't save everyone here. Yet, he remained determined. He needed to clear the gates swiftly, and when the moment was right, this place could prove incredibly useful. Scanning above, he realized this abandoned area had drawn in a particular group of people who might prove useful to him. He paused before a familiar door, recalling that he had often come here. In his past life, a man cautiously peeked through a small window in the door and asked who he was. Suho declared he wanted to purchase the mine. The moment First Mumu deactivated, the man instantly recognized him as on Suho. Smiling, Suho simply confirmed it. The man then opened the door and ushered him inside, gesturing to a sofa across from them. The man began to explain that, even though they weren't officially open yet, he already had explicit orders on how to treat Suho. He then inquired if Suho had ever visited Paiju. Suho, instead, questioned if the man was uncomfortable. The man, bewildered, repeated the question, and Suho pointed out that he didn't look comfortable in the mask he was currently wearing. Taken aback, the man asked how Suho had noticed that. Suho simply told him not to worry. Since they were alone, the man proceeded to remove the mask, revealing a breathtaking, red-haired woman underneath. She then commented that she had been expecting someone capable of clearing 2 portals by themselves to possess such incredible abilities. Suho instantly recognized her as Choi Yun, one of the nation's most renowned gate brokers. In his past life, he'd accessed countless portals thanks to her. But currently, in this timeline, she was barely a blip on the radar. Choi Yun crossed her legs and demanded to know how Suho found this place. She added that she found it intriguing. He used the slang term mine instead of the official gate. Suho mused to himself that Choi Yun only soared to fame later, after joining the Union, Korea's largest underground guild. Placing his briefcase on the table, he simply stated, "I always learn what I want to know." He then suggested they discuss the gates. She inquired, which was he looking for? He asked if she had access to the Twisted Forest. Choi Yun stiffened in surprise, and Suho pushed the briefcase her way, stating he wanted to buy a pass and would be entering alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had only just appeared on the market, less than 3 days ago, and very few people even knew about it. "How did you even know I had access?" she pressed. "What's the price?" Suho replied, "Explaining such things on the black market isn't necessary." He reminded her that when dealing with gates, people didn't talk more than they needed to. There were 2 types of gate deals: buying the gate itself or buying a one-time entry ticket. Ownership cost far more, but even a single entry into a popular gate could be pricey. Choi Yun nervously apologized and said that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million won. She warned that clearing it alone was extremely difficult. "Are you sure you want to attempt it?" she asked. Suho held up a thick bundle of cash, telling her not to worry, since it was his responsibility. He said she could take a deposit now, and he'd hand over the rest once they reached the gate. Smiling, Choi Yun admitted he'd surprised her. So, despite all her questions, she agreed to take him. Their car then crossed a bridge, and Suho noticed a familiar emblem on the dashboard. From it, he realized Choi Yun had already joined the Union. He thought that was a good sign. Their influence would surely prevent any trouble. Looking out the window, he listened as she asked if he was surprised to be crossing into North Korea. He admitted it was quite unusual. He remembered how, after the appearance of gates, North Korea had fallen into utter chaos. China tried to seize control, but failed due to the creatures near the borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters moved far more freely. During the ride, Choi Yun commented that Suho was much more straightforward than she had expected. She said that after reading about him in articles, she'd assumed he would be quite different. Suho replied that he simply wanted to leave a good impression. They stepped out of the car, in front of a group of armed men. Choi Yun announced that she'd brought a guest who wanted to enter the Twisted Forest and said the payment had already been made. One scar-faced man said he'd expected a nobody, but seeing Suho surprised him. The girl told him to mind his manners and asked where his boss was. A bald man stepped out of tent, introducing himself as the leader here and saying it was an honor to meet Suho. Suho examined him quietly, recognizing him as Bang Dok, also known as the Woodsman, a notorious human trafficker who had once kidnapped people, called them logs, and sold them like merchandise. In his past life, the man had been captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho didn't remember him ever working with the Union or owning a gate. They stood before a white vehicle, and Choi Yun asked if they could enter the gate. Immediately, Bang Dok replied that she could, but a hunter who cleared 2 portals alone shouldn't be allowed in. Confused, she asked why Bang Dok then removed his glasses, claiming they only sold tickets to those who absolutely couldn't clear the portal themselves. And someone like Suho, he definitely didn't meet their criteria. Suho frowned, finding such a justification eerily similar to a human trafficker's twisted logic. Choi Yun challenged him immediately, asking if he was trying to hike up the price right then and there. She crossed her arms, warning him not to expect her to tolerate such treatment. Bangdu AK quickly flashed a smile, then turned away, claiming it was just a joke. Suho knew that even this woodsman wouldn't dare argue much with a powerful union broker. Bangdu AK grumbled that no one let him joke around anymore, then finally told him to follow. Choi Yun politely gestured for Suho to go first, promising she'd ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unpleasant-looking men glared at Suho with undisguised hostility. Suho knew perfectly well that, if he managed to successfully clear the gate, an ambush could be waiting for him on the way out. That's precisely why brokers are responsible for keeping their clients safe, and why so few truly exist. When the shutter lifted, the glowing portal finally appeared. Bangdu AK asked Suho if he truly intended to enter alone, and if he really thought he was invincible. Suho simply ignored him and stepped right into the gate. Inside the twisted forest, a blue portal shimmered before him, and the system reported that entry had begun. It also laid out the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were permitted, and the maximum squad size allowed inside was 8. Suho stepped deeper into the forest, lifting his gaze to take in the unsettling, twisted landscape. He hadn't expected to end up here. In his previous life, he'd never entered this particular gate either, but he'd heard enough about it to already know what horrors awaited inside. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to first search for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated magic detection, and purple streams of energy rose upward. Suddenly, a massive yellow eye glared back at him, as he shockingly realized the trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93. Suho hurled his spear, striking just beside the monster's massive eye. He mused that using an axe would be ideal here, but he didn't have one readily available. The ant unleashed a deafening roar, just as Suho summoned his bloody sword. He thought the mole mine boss had been far more troublesome than these creatures. Like with the nameless swordsman, he'd need some serious leveling up before easily defeating something like this. He slashed forward, bisecting the monster's attack. As the system reported decapitation activated, gripping his weapon tight, he acknowledged the stark difference. 30 levels separated him from this monstrous ant, so it made sense he couldn't just obliterate it instantly. He resolved to fight, using only his masterful skills as a swordsman. His blade left a crimson trail in its wake, as another thunderous roar echoed. Soon, he stood victorious over the monster's chopped remains, his sword still trembling slightly. Even defeating a single ant proved to be a challenge, but he could feel his level slowly, steadily increasing. Undaunted, he pressed forward, thinking that the sheer abundance of monsters here made this place excellent for grueling training. A gaping, tooth-lined maw opened beneath another ant's eye, as Suho launched himself skyward, rising high into the air, promising to turn the creature into mere firewood later. Fallen trunks formed a heap beneath him, as he stood triumphantly atop the destroyed ants, declaring that he'd finally managed to do it. Opening his status window, he realized that despite the painstaking progress, he had achieved the result he yearned for. A flicker of surprise touched his expression, as the system congratulated him heartily. The light of healing had reached its maximum level. It explained that F rank, light of healing now, used mana far more efficiently, increased healing effectiveness, and drastically reduced regeneration time. It showed him the progression from rank 50 to 100, and he recalled how, before level 40, he only had access to a single class skill. At level 50, class skills rose to rank A. After level 60, they ascended once more, and at level 100, he would be able to change his class entirely, leaping down from the splintered tree trunks. Suho advanced casually, hands tucked in his pockets, confident the boss monster would appear any moment. Meanwhile, in the tranquil heart of a silent pond, a mysterious, horned creature sat perfectly still. Its eyes were closed, but as they snapped open, the system identified it, Malayan, ruler of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 monster. Suho, facing the horned boss, came to a halt. He was finally encountering his first one-star monster. He mused that monsters below level 99 weren't typically given special classifications, but from level 100 onwards, they earned 1 star for every 100 levels. Malayan spoke, declaring an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho retorted that he himself hadn't been invited to anything in this world, since monsters had ripped open the portals first, yet they dared to call others uninvited. To him, it was frankly amusing. Summoning his shadow spear, he stated, "You simply don't understand anything, Malayan." The system reported, divine power activated. As he lunged forward, he hurled the spear. Malayan effortlessly snatched it with one hand, sensing divine energy. "Are you a servant of the gods?" he questioned. Suho formed a crimson sphere of blood in his palm and acknowledged the boss's shrewd guess. The projectile shot forward, slamming into the spear and forcing it to pierce straight through Malayan's chest. Suho remarked, "I expected more from a one-star boss." Malayan ripped out the spearhead, a predatory smile twisting his face. He declared that Suho had made an unforgivable mistake. The system warned. The forest trembles with Malayan's fury. His terrifying killing aura washed over Suho, until the dragon's blood within him responded, activating the dragon's armor, shielding him from the intense aura's full impact. Suho noted Malayan's aura was powerful, but this fight now was essentially a deer versus a dragon. Malayan demanded to know, what dark magic protects you? Suho insisted it wasn't magic at all, but simply a reward for his hard work. He summoned the Shadow Spear once more. The boss scoffed, asking if that was truly all he had. Suho replied that he could do much more, if necessary. The spear struck the ground right before Malayan, and dark chains immediately coiled around the boss. As the system activated, shadow binding and shadow bleeding, Malayan tore through them with ease, demanding if Suho truly believed such paltry tricks would work on him. He raised his arms, the water around him bubbling, as black energy surged powerfully upward. Menacing formations rose from the pond. With a confident smile, Malayan urged Suho to feel the difference in their strength. Suho watched on calmly and simply said he was looking forward to it. A powerful strike then came soaring at him, which he dodged with impressive ease, responding with blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade turned crimson. As the system activated decapitation, Suho acknowledged that this enemy was indeed tougher than those ants. He leapt back to avoid a massive root, then cleanly cutting another. Malayan sneered, saying Suho clearly didn't know how to handle a sword. Suho admitted it with a smile, stating he only needed to wait a moment longer. Malayan studied him, unable to discern his intentions. Suho's slashes continued, and faint red marks began appearing on the roots. Malayan realized Suho had stopped using divine power, and couldn't understand the purpose of these weaker attacks. Suho's movements made no sense to him. Malayan spread his arms and prepared another attack, sending multiple roots surging forward. He promised to cut Suho to pieces, but when the attack reached Suho's position, the roots split apart effortlessly, standing on a stone island. Suho's calm expression contrasted sharply with Malayan's shock. Malayan tried to justify it, imagining Suho had struck weakened points on the roots. But as more roots fell with clean cuts, Suho said his technique seemed to have worked. He had been using decapitation, allowing the system to fully assess his technique. And now, recognizing his unparalleled mastery, it significantly boosted his strength, clutching a fearsome red and black sword. He watched as the system loudly announced that his swordsmanship had truly surpassed all others, upgrading decapitation to a formidable S rank. A follow-up message then boldly stated that the very will of the nameless sword had reacted to this power increase, smiling. Suho eagerly read the new system notifications. The sword's consciousness had awakened. It blessed him, then chose a new target, and then the system congratulated him for becoming the true successor of Void-style swordsmanship. Malayan unleashed yet another terrifying swarm of roots, shouting that Suho simply could not stop this attack. Suho looked up, struck once, and cleanly split the massive root neatly in half. The system immediately identified the technique as the first form of the Void style slash. Malayan, utterly enraged, demanded to know what sorcery this truly was. Suho replied that it was no mere magic, holding his bloody sword forward menacingly. He declared the real fun was only just beginning. The system then announced that Suho's peerless understanding of swordsmanship had now surpassed all others and would now be added to the system's database. Suho thought back to when he first created the style, mistakenly believing he had reached his absolute limit. Later, he had grimly realized that there were true monsters, like the Nameless Swordsman, whose skills far exceeded all human abilities. The first technique he learned afterward was Void style, Steel Cutter, and he had achieved it in this life far, far faster. Malayan furiously promised to crush this dark magic, but Suho coolly asked whether life had taught him nothing. The system activated Cutting Steel. Suho slashed, and Malayan raised his hands in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was even seeing. Suho questioned whether the boss was simply blind in his old age and promised to finish him off. Malayan, however, refused to back down, summoning giant, grotesque monsters behind him. The system quickly identified them as twisted forest golems, ranging from level 96 to 98. Suho coolly declared that Malayan had summoned pathetic creatures. Malayan smirked, utterly disgusted, as he ordered his golems to slaughter Suho. Suho, however, charged right in, He struck down one golem with a single, powerful blow. As the system activated, cutting steel engaged once more. More golems collapsed, dropping vibrant green stones. Standing amidst the fallen monsters, Suho coolly informed Malion that steel was no longer a challenge for his blade. These pathetic creatures stood no chance. Malion snarled, unleashing even more vines at him. Suho effortlessly sliced them all apart, declaring the boss had completely exhausted his strength. He leaped onto one stone, then another, announcing it was time to finish this. Leaping high into the air, he roundhouse kicked Malion mid-flight, sending the boss crashing into the murky water below. Water streamed off the monster's body as Suho summoned a formidable shadow spear, wrapping Malion tightly in chains. Malion struggled violently, demanding Suho stop talking and accusing him of daring to mock a being of his stature. But the chains held him absolutely still. Suho swung his blade, beheading Malion with a single, decisive strike. The system then announced that Malion, king of the Twisted Forest, had been defeated and the gate was cleared. Suho was named MVP, receiving bonus experience, one skill point, and then another. All his abilities soared with the level increase. A glowing green sphere floated up from Malion's corpse. "This is what I came for," Suho stated calmly. The system described it as the Cursed Druid Sphere, an artifact rejected by the gods. It controlled unstable minds and corrupted them completely. It had allowed Malion to become the sole druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. Suho examined the sphere, thinking that while the void style was valuable, this sphere had been his true objective all along. With his mission accomplished, he decided it was time to leave. Outside the portal, shocked onlookers gasped as they suddenly realized the gate had been cleared. Cho-Yin was absolutely stunned that he had succeeded. Bang Duk, however, stared on, absolutely enraged, remembering their earlier conversation. The gate was S rank, allowing up to 8 participants, and was considered nearly impossible to clear solo. This had been his personal goldmine. He remembered all too well the sheer effort it took to claim that gate's ownership. And now one single boy had snatched it all away. Furious, he roared at Cho-Yin, demanding to know just how much he'd poured into it, and that even 100 million won wasn't nearly enough compensation. His loyal men smirked menacingly as he snarled for them to skin Suho alive. Cho-Yin stepped forward, her voice calm as she asked if they truly understood the dire consequences of their rash actions. Bang Duk cursed violently, his voice booming, demanding what the Union had ever done for him. Before he could even finish his threat, the chilling tip of a shadow spear erupted through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own crimson blood before collapsing, as his panic-stricken followers screamed in terror. Suho coolly stepped out of the portal and casually approached the terrified gang members, leaning over their now-fallen leader. Squinting slightly, almost bored, he asked Cho-Yin, "Can we leave now?" The remaining men glared, snarling for him to just go. Suho then calmly asked if they planned to return the money he had paid. The gleaming tip of his sword landed against one man's shoulder, and, in a swift motion, pressing the crimson and obsidian blade to his throat, Suho declared firmly, since the portal owners clearly broke the rules, they should pay for it. He demanded his refund. The man quickly, frantically agreed. A car door slammed shut as they sped away from the scene. Cho-Yin, now seated at the wheel, thanked him sincerely. Suho retorted, "Of course you should be grateful," then added, "But thanks can't exactly fill my pockets. So a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt." She conceded, "You certainly have a sharp tongue." And he quipped, "Well, that's only natural. I'm a swordsman, after all," handing her his phone. He asked her for her number so they could stay in touch. Cho-Yin said she'd call him first instead. Suho replied, "I'd welcome that, especially if you find another suitable gate." After a quick goodbye, he stepped away from the car. Watching him go, Cho-Yin remarked softly, "He's much nicer than I ever expected." The scene shifts to Nexus Academy, right at 9 a.m. Footsteps echoed across the pavement. Someone then wondered, "Where are we even going?" Suho, gripping the trunk lid, promised, "I'll explain everything once we get there." As he slammed the trunk shut, he added, "We shouldn't keep the boss waiting." Leading his squad forward, he announced their destination, the miner's quarry. This news visibly thrilled his comrades. The group then gathered before the protective frame, which surrounded the portal just as a car pulled up. Bae Dong-yuk approached, thanking Suho for making it. Suho replied he was fortunate to have arrived, without a single hitch. Before them loomed the imposing iron barrier. Suho then asked, "Is the Landkeeper's mine inside?" Dong-yuk explained that a safety zone had been constructed to contain the gate's volatile energy. Behind him stood a team of workers, all sporting bright yellow helmets. He confirmed he'd arranged the mining team, exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him and suggested, "Let's start the briefing." Dong-yuk agreed, affirming it's time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held up a tablet. He explained that deep inside the mine, creatures known as land keeper kobolds resided. If they managed to eliminate them, they'd be able to gather a massive number of monostones. Their strategy, he stated, is straightforward. Destroy every monster, collect as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary, wide-eyed, asked in surprise, "Is it really that simple?" The group exchanged thoughtful glances. Someone then wondered aloud, why was no information about the portal boss shared during the briefing? Suho replied that he'd be fighting the boss alone, so he felt it didn't require further attention. Raising his index finger, he reminded everyone that, as previously promised, all profits earned from clearing the gate would belong to the Nexus Guild. He then shook hands with Dong Yuk, who declared, "I'm counting on you." Suho thanked him for the trust. He vowed he wouldn't disappoint. Then, with a smile, he told the nearby miner that his squad should hold back, only beginning to mine once they received the signal. The miner nodded, confirming he understood. Turning back to face his squad, Suho asked if they were truly prepared. Since this was their first time entering a portal, he asked if they were feeling nervous. The terrifying illusion of a monstrous Suho still hovered above them in their memories, with tears welling in her eyes. Yenho admitted they were all remembering how he tormented them. During training, Suho asked her not to exaggerate. Standing resolutely before his squad, he warned them the mission would be a long one, so they needed to conserve their stamina. He assigned Han to cover Jaiwan, and instructed the others to hold their positions. Their absolute priority, he stressed, was the safety of the miners. Unlike in the Kunlun Mountains, the dead here would not simply resurrect. Extreme caution was paramount. A menacing red portal pulsed before them. Suho called for everyone to follow him in, and the squad responded eagerly. The system then announced their entry inside. I ventured through a dark passage. The system then displayed data for the Landkeeper's mine. Maximum level, 88. Allowed max capacity, 56. Soon, we witnessed the spear impaled through a kobold's head. Suho then aggressively rushed another kobold, oddly wielding a blood-coated shaft, and eliminated it as well. Blue blood freely flowed from the monster's mouth, as a blood jade artifact refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho thought it was impressively odd how few kobolds were actually present, giving him enough time to gather their blood. One of the miners was utterly astonished, exclaiming that Suho had annihilated all the enemies with a single devastating blow. A Banshee squad member beside him agreed wholeheartedly, and when the miner asked if the boy had truly never seen Suho fight, Kawan admitted that it was true. Their leader usually only spoke when giving commands. Yeonhwa pressed them forward, urging them to keep up. The squad charged forward, plunging into the fray. Their mission, eliminate all kobolds, no exceptions, and protect the miners. Jivan raised his hands high, forming a magical circle that promised them cover. Nearby, Daeon swiftly decapitated another kobold. Yeonhwa shouted for everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing in headlong. Suho glanced over his shoulder, a small smile playing on his lips, satisfied they were following his instructions perfectly and that nothing had gone wrong just yet. Yeonhwa then instructed the miners to begin their work. Once the hunters had pushed forward a bit further, with that the miners began digging. Massive, shimmering crystals gleamed all around them. Soon, one miner announced loudly they had nearly finished gathering all the stones, requesting they be taken to the surface immediately. He also instructed his teammates to double-check for any missed valuables and clear any monster corpses blocking their path. Suddenly, a miner noticed something disturbing to his left. His companion asked what exactly he was staring at, and the young man gasped, saying he couldn't believe what his eyes were witnessing, as monsters continued to spit blue blood everywhere. Suho delivered another impossibly precise strike, then pierced the goblin attacking from his left. Clenching his fist, he activated his bloody weapon's power. His eyes flashed an eerie white, as defeated enemies piled up beneath him. Resting the blood sword casually on his shoulder, he stood tall amid the fallen creatures. The miners in his squad stared at him, absolutely stunned with admiration. Several workers raised their arms joyfully, shouting that working with Suho was a true honor. Suho suddenly sensed something amiss and ordered everyone to gather up. Yeonhwa responded instantly. Deeper in a section of the mine, he pointed out a branching passage ahead. The squad confirmed they clearly saw it. Suho explained that the Nexus Guild had abandoned attempts to clear this gate before, because endless hordes of kobolds simply overwhelmed them. Someone then asked if they needed to split up, summoning his terrifying bloody sword. Suho simply stated he would go alone. They asked again, utterly shocked, but he raised his weapon anyway and declared a boss was waiting inside. With one strike, stones exploded outward as his cutting steel skill activated. Diwan was amazed Suho could cut through solid rock with a single blow, and Yanhwa wondered aloud how such strength was even possible, standing before the narrow passage he'd created. Suho explained he purposely made it tight, so monsters couldn't swarm out all at once. He ordered them to remain here and guard the right side. While he headed left, someone then asked if they should simply kill any goblins. Emerging from the cut passageway, Suho confirmed they should, adding that, originally, he had intended to block the entire entrance, but then realized they wouldn't gain experience that way. Turning away from his squad, he told them not to look for him under any circumstances. If he didn't return within 12 hours, they were to leave the mine entirely. Yanhwa agreed. Suho thought to himself that he would need all 12 hours to finish what he planned. Turning his head once more, he told them they would meet again soon. Duho muttered that Suho had blocked the entrance and questioned whether the man was sane. Hyunmin said that even though Suho was their leader, going alone would be extremely difficult, and he feared Suho might not manage. Jivan countered that Suho would be fine, reminding them all that their leader had cleared 2 sealed gates and multiple dangerous portals single-handedly. Yanhwa smiled, saying they all remembered that, so they simply needed to believe in him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed and said they needed to make sure Suho would be shocked at how much they had improved. By the time he returned, the group clenched their fists with determination, ready to demonstrate everything they had learned in training. Large stones lay scattered before him, and Suho said now nothing was holding him back. Ahead stretched a countless army of kobolds. He declared it was finally time to begin. Smiling faintly, he noted there were, indeed, an overwhelming horde of monsters waiting for him. Yet he also remarked that their numbers meant nothing to him. The landkeeper kobold snarled as the system identified them as level 72 to 74, and Suho rushed forward to attack. The monsters lunged at him with growls, and he delivered rapid strikes. A smaller kobold suddenly dropped from above, but Suho noticed it immediately and raised his weapon, blocking the blow with an amused expression. He admitted that these creatures actually knew how to use their heads, though all it really did was add unnecessary trouble. The system confirmed the defeat of the landkeeper. Kobolds outside, Dahan delivered a finishing strike to an enemy, and smiling, turned to one of his comrades to announce they had dealt with all the monsters. A Banshee squad member agreed, saying that as long as they remained alert, everything would be fine. A miner suggested they take a break and cook something to eat. The miners sat down tiredly beside the crystals, relieved that it was finally time for lunch. One of them was surprised that half the workday had already passed. A miner approached the squad, asking if the young hunters were tired, and praising them for doing an excellent job. Jivan admitted that there had been difficult moments, but now everything was calm. Yanhwa stood behind him, listening as the miner praised Jaiwan for defeating an entire horde of kobolds. Jaiwan explained that this was only possible because Suho had created an arrow exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed at them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Yanhwa studied the fallen kobolds thoughtfully, feeling that Suho must have been here before. She hoped he was all right, remembering her first encounter with him. She thought about how badly that meeting had gone. She'd initially brush him off, thinking he was simply insane. But as time passed, she found herself starting to worry about him. With a faint smile, she accepted that she couldn't help him at this moment. She also admitted that it was unclear who exactly should be worrying about whom. Deep within the mine, Suho sat on a stone, bloody sword in hand. He bit into a chocolate bar, complaining that the kobolds weren't attacking him, even though he was openly munching right in front of them. Tiredly standing up, he noticed the monsters glaring, yet still not moving. He wondered aloud if they'd finally become afraid of him. Then he added that it hardly mattered anymore, since they no longer interested him. Standing atop a tall cliff, he thought he only wanted one thing, to find the portal's boss. It was too dark to see clearly, so he pulled out a flare gun. The system explained it would illuminate the area for a significant amount of time. Suho fired it, and the cave lit up with bright, scattered lights. In the illuminated cavern, a strange creature with an elephant-like head appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari. Level 99. Suho considered that Bulgasari was notoriously difficult to kill, feeding on, and possessing a body stronger than most monsters. Approaching it carefully, he recalled that Bulgasari was one of the 3 most dangerous non-star monsters, summoning his shadow spear. Suho declared it was time to begin. He threw his spear, hitting Bulgasari's head. But the monster reacted only with a ticklish flinch. His smile grew odd as he realized the spear had simply bounced off the creature, as if it had struck solid stone. Bulgasari finally awakened. Its clawed paws scraped the ground as it rose, throwing its head back and unleashing a deafening roar. The kobolds covered their ears in terror. Far away, the miners looked up in panic. One said it felt like an earthquake, and another lamented that he never imagined dying like this. Yanhwa watched as stones cascaded for the cavern ceiling, and a chilling realization struck her. The tremors originated from the exact direction Suho had headed. Sweat beaded down her face as she struggled to grasp the unfolding horror. Meanwhile, Suho gazed up at Bulgasari, a wry smile playing on his lips as he noted the creature's clear displeasure at being roused. The system blared a warning. Bulgasari was employing its boss, monster-level fear skill. The enormous jaws roared once more. But Suho stood his ground as the system reported the dragon's blood within him had activated its ancient power surging. This granted him powerful resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes glowed with chilling menace as Suho summoned his bloody sword, boldly inviting the massive beast to attack. Bulgasari then launched a steel projectile from its trunk, aimed with deadly precision directly at Suho. He recalled that Bulgasari converted or stored within its body into dense ammunition, spitting it out with unbelievable force. Although the technique seemed primitive, its raw destructive power was utterly terrifying. He gripped his sword with both hands, musing that steel was among the strongest materials, with few things capable of matching its might. With a clean, precise slice, he cleaved the projectile. Steel Slash had activated. A confident grin spread across his face. Suho announced, "It's time to tame this monster." He felt a wave of relief, glad he'd collected so much blood earlier. Bulgasari roared furiously and charged forward, white energy surging violently from its colossal body. Its massive paws thundered ominously across the ground. The creature lunged, mouth agape, moving with shocking, unbelievable speed. Suho admitted such speed felt almost unfair. The monster smashed into the cavern wall with full force as Suho leapt aside just in time. Though shaken from the impact, he knew he couldn't waste even a single moment. The entire cave could collapse at any second. Leaping from a precarious rock, he summoned his bloody sword. Gripping it tightly, he focused, determined to use every drop of blood he gathered for the most powerful attack he could possibly muster. With a decisive, earth-shattering strike, he sliced off one of Bulgasari's trunks, unleashing his Steel Slash skill. The monster roared, writhing in agony, as its severed trunk crashed to the ground. Dropping to one knee, Suho studied the creature intently, realizing that his Steel Slash attack's true effectiveness wasn't about the depth of the cut. No matter how thick the armor, his blade would still deliver maximum damage. Seeing the fallen trunk, a surge of confidence washed over him. Convinced he could conquer this monster now, Suho then recalled the well-known strategy against Bulgasari. Using fire, in his past life, this monster had only been defeated with overwhelming flames. But he reminded himself, such a method demanded immense firepower, and since he wasn't a mage, that option was unavailable to him. Standing, his blood sword gleaming in hand, he realized this was why he had no choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the ground, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho caught a sudden change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system warned. Bulgasari was shrinking its body. To activate quick recovery, the stump of the severed trunk pulsed faintly. Suho mused on the creature's regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it would compress its body and use the minerals it had absorbed to restore itself. That's precisely why this monster was considered immortal and notoriously difficult to kill. Then, a small, almost comical appendage began sprouting from the wound. As regeneration kicked in, Suho just smiled and asked if the monster expected him to simply stand and watch this process. Yellow waves of power spiraled around Bulgasari, and the system reported the monster was initiating Ultra Enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming as absorbed minerals hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more menacing form. The two opponents now faced each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was unleashing every skill it had, unleashing its full power in a desperate bid to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed every ounce of power for this single, ultimate clash. Suho, a smirk still on his face, readily accepted the challenge. The creature lunged forward, the system announcing it was using the skill Ultra Rotation, holding his blood-stained sword. Suho braced himself. He'd always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters, was truly capable of. He was also curious to see if his blade could cleave through such immense power. The two titans clashed. His sword slammed into the monster's rotating form. With a violent impact, Bulgasari's eyes gleamed, yet Suho remained unfazed, slashing at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly flew outward. In a helpless motion, Bulgasari let out a weak growl, staring upward, as if trying to process what had just occurred. Suho tried to grasp if he had already defeated the beast. Then, raising his sword high, the system announced, Steel / activated. Suho struck with devastating force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with one decisive blow. A deafening roar then echoed, the monster's remaining eyes still glowing, as Suho aimed a green sphere toward it, declaring Bulgasari now belonged to him. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, the miners and the hero's squad were waiting near a collapsed section of rock. One of them noted that the shaking seemed to have stopped. Then, Yanhwa looked up, while Jaiwan, standing close by, remarked that the kobolds were no longer emerging, and it seemed the expedition had gathered enough Mona stones. The girl lowered her gaze slightly. Guan stated that all they could do now was wait. Suddenly, Yunhua's face brightened. She spotted a system message, confirming the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped, seeing the same message appear. The system declared Suho the most valuable player. Yanhwa, Jaiwan exchanged relieved smiles, and Jaiwan said he expected nothing less from his boss. Meanwhile, inside, the system informed Suho that, for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he gazed at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly declared, I did it. He recalled the final blow, thinking that any other monster in Bulgasari's place would have died instantly. But he hadn't come here intending to kill the beast. The sphere emitted streams of green energy, as he explained to himself that his only goal had been to tame the monster, using the control sphere he'd obtained. After defeating Malayan, he threw the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open, and a tiny, elephant-like creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99 with multiple high-level skills. Suho noted that having traits like Phantom Beast and Species Domination alone would be enough to classify the monster as S-rank. Yet this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant as the system activated healing. His hand hovered over the creature, whose eyes were closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it to listen carefully. Surrounded by enormous crystals, he explained that, although your enthusiasm is admirable, we can't return here again, so we need to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari, ears flapping, looked cheerful. Suho asked, can we begin? And the creature made another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited at the other end of the mine, confused and increasingly anxious, wondering why their leader was taking so long. Suho now stood inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, the kind of hidden dimension only a select few individuals across the world could ever hope to possess. Surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse, he found himself deep in thought about his past life and everything he had learned from living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a person known as Gaia, the Master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast, capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength, while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, turning itself into a walking mountain of compressed energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now nicknamed Bulbul, was shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-sized form. It resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned, gray hippo as it bounced energetically around the room. Then Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones. Like a living vacuum, once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back and began radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched this with satisfaction, thinking that this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself. By now, the Nexus Miners outside should have collected their portion, exactly as agreed in the contract. Whatever remained inside the subspace belonged solely to him, and he had ensured that. Outside the mine, Daehwan, Jaiwan, and the rest of the team continued to wait. Near the sealed tunnel, Daehwan grew increasingly restless, convinced that Suho had been gone far too long. The miners whispered to each other, assuming that Suho must have defeated the boss, but perhaps suffered injuries during the fight. A few even considered going deeper to check, but Jaiwan held firm, insisting that they follow Suho's strict orders. Yunhua agreed, even though worry tugged quietly at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team, without trust in its leader, a squad would simply collapse. And Suho had explicitly told them not to enter. For at least 12 grueling hours, none of them dared to break that trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward. In a violent burst of purple energy, Suho calmly walked out through the lingering smoke, appearing completely unfazed, as if he'd just finished a quick training session, rather than a life-threatening, deadly battle. His squad immediately rushed toward him, demanding to know why he'd taken so long. Jaiwan, especially dramatic, practically jumped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were that worried, they should have just come looking for him. The group was quick to remind him that he was the very one who forbade them from doing so. Suho's teasing expression instantly softened, as he gently placed a hand on Jaiwan's shoulder, acknowledging that the boy had followed his orders loyally. Yanawa admitted she was deeply relieved that their trust hadn't been misplaced, though she still absolutely disliked being treated like a child. Suho simply stated that they had lived entirely different lives, and that was the undeniable, harsh truth. Their darker pasts had now completely shifted, and he felt a quiet sense of pride at having changed their future paths forever. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners and declared it was finally time to leave the treacherous cave for good. The group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface once and for all. Meanwhile, in his office, Guild leader Bei Dongyuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his trembling hands. If anything happened to Suho, all responsibility would undeniably fall on him, and the Nexus Guild would drown in deep trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door with urgent news, announcing excitedly, Suho and his entire team have returned safely. Dongyuk hurried out to greet them, his face flooded with relief. Suho confirmed the gate was completely cleared and requested the results be officially registered. Later, they gathered in the office to review all the collected materials and recorded data. Dongyuk was absolutely stunned. Despite Suho's unusually short contract period, the profits were absolutely massive. They estimated over 7.2 billion, one in resources possibly exceeding 10 billion. After processing, Suho quietly remembered the raw stones he had claimed for himself in advance, and nearly burst out laughing. His personal haul alone was worth a fortune. To be fair, Dongyuk offered Suho's squad 10% of the gate's entire profit as a bonus. Suho pretended to be surprised, even though inwardly he thought it was far too generous. He had already taken enormous amounts home, so demanding anything more would just feel greedy. After a polite exchange, they eventually agreed on a balanced reward that satisfied both sides perfectly. Once the matter was settled, Suho mentioned something else entirely. He wanted to form a secret raid unit within the Nexus Guild, since he would soon join the Hunter Association. As a government hunter, he would be unable to lead his team officially. He asked Dongyuk to support them quietly and register them within the guild so they could continue serving as a hidden force. Behind the scenes, Dongyuk loved the idea and agreed immediately. Suho reflected that only because he had regressed could he build a foundation this solid, avoid the betrayals of his past life, and test each person until they proved to be trustworthy allies. This time, he wanted real companions walking beside him, not opportunists later on. Suho entered the locker room, where his squad was gathered, still buzzing with excitement. About the previous mission, G1 immediately leaped toward him, with his usual, overly enthusiastic greeting. Suho gathered them around and shared the news. Starting today, they were all officially members of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they would receive proper pay, with clear paths to advancement and official B-rank status, and even potential for A-rank promotions. Dahan and the others were absolutely thrilled, celebrating as if they'd just won the grand prize. Just then, Suho's phone rang. and it was Chief Pai calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon he'd formally join, receive a special commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep surprising everyone. From here on out, the very next day, inside the Nexus's lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the sprawling digital space created through Jaiwin's digitization skill. The bright, white environment looked incredibly futuristic from outside, but inside, the environment was filled with glitch-covered monsters, their red eyes flickering as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams. As they swarmed the team, everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the chaos. Yanhua glanced toward Jaiwin, who was catching his breath while leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was all right. Jaiwin insisted he was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself too hard, determined not to look weak, and wanting to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members gave Jaiwin a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance, teasing that their youngest member was really fired up today. Another stepped in to steady him, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling everyone to quiet down. Yanhua reached out to help Jaiwin stand straight and warned him not to let any weakness show if they wanted to reach level 100. If they wanted to keep up with their leader's reputation, their journey was far from over. Everyone agreed. If Jivan wanted true recognition, he'd have to keep pushing. Their collective determination surged. The whole team shouted in unison that, no matter how tough the climb, they'd give it their all. A short distance away, Suho watched them, surrounded by the digital remains of corrupted monsters he'd already vanquished. Their enthusiasm amused him. He mused the team had become almost too energetic. He told Jivan to set the program to hard mode, but even he hadn't expected things to escalate this intensely. He even joked internally that if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably collapse in an instant. Suho walked up to Jaiwin and asked if he was holding up. Jaiwin tried to appear unfazed, claiming he was just taking a break before returning to battle. Suho simply told him they were done for the day and that it was time to log out. Jaiwin froze. He couldn't believe Suho had already cleared the stage. Already, the rest of the team, exhausted but irritated, felt like their leader had been playing a different game entirely. They insisted they were only getting started. Suho quietly smiled. He knew now they were pushing themselves harder. For his sake, he exited the virtual space. Later, in the real world, Suho sat alone inside Angel and Earth Coffee, a calm cafe near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone, organizing his next steps. Since he had just entered the special recruitment program, his free time would shrink quickly. He needed to move fast. His next priority, locating a certain individual. Soon, a white car pulled up outside. Choyun stepped out casually and walked inside, as if she owned the place. She ordered strawberry frappe. Suho reminded her that she wasn't exactly in a position to demand drinks, since he had called her here, ready to repay the favor she owed him. But before she could even react, the waiter swiftly placed the drink before her. Suho had already ordered it. She blinked in utter disbelief, wondering how he knew her exact drink order. And even the timing, Suho simply brushed it off, claiming it was simple intuition. In truth, the library of memories he carried from his previous life contained even small details, like her favorite snacks. Switching topics, he asked if she'd found the person he requested. She handed him a document folder, still confused why he wanted information on what she thought was just a junkie. Suho immediately corrected her. The man he sought was a highly skilled craftsman. In Suho's memory, that junkie would become one of the greatest blacksmiths in the world. Nam Hyun, he mused to himself. Finding information on someone like Hyun wasn't easy, yet Choi Yin had still managed it. She was undeniably good at her work. Suho then said, the next step involved using a safe house in Cheongdam, one that belonged to the Union. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks had authority over the Cheongdam location. Even brokers rarely stepped inside. Her nerves rose. She pointed out that, even knowing about the place was unusual. Suho simply reminded her she owed him a favor. She tried to negotiate, but he pressed her harder, even teasing that, if her entire life's worth amounted to mere paperwork, maybe he shouldn't have helped her at all. Cornered, sweating, she started making childish excuses. Finally defeated, she said she'd make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited calmly, knowing the Union would eventually choose the most logical outcome. They would approve his requests. When she returned, she looked defeated and asked whether it truly had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer obvious. She instantly regretted asking. He chose the location simply because it was closest. She told him he could use it, but there was one major catch. She explained that if he met that condition, he'd get access to the Cheongdam safe house for half price. Even at half price, it was still a hefty sum. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the union's terms. But Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being incredibly strict for someone asking for a favor. But Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all. He was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Choi-yoon told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The union had found one they didn't want exposed, because it appeared in an extremely public area. Nam Hansen, Suho asked about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain and filled with massive wyverns, fast sky blue dragons that were difficult even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter. She added that it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked whether the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it and asked how he knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She said he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the condition, because he would be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun was shining over a quiet forest clearing, where a blue, swirling portal stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, prepared for the raid. But Suho walked right past them without slowing down. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Choi-yoon stood beside Kim Soo-won, a hunter from the union. Kim Soo-won commented that it was surprising. Suho had declined all supplies and insisted on entering alone. Choi-yoon only shrugged. She knew he had his own agenda. Plus, their boss had even said, no matter if he succeeded or failed, watching Suho would definitely be interesting. She still had a gut feeling he would win. Suho always managed to exceed expectations. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-won remained incredibly curious. If Suho did manage to solo this gate, he'd become an even bigger legend. If he failed, the fall would be absolutely dramatic. Either way, he found the entire situation utterly fascinating. Inside the gate, the system loaded up a brand new environment. Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were rugged and rocky, shining bright, high above the clouds, with fierce winds swirling through the mountain peaks. The system declared that only hunters, under level 110, could enter, and the max party limit was 31. Yet Suho stood there, utterly alone, planning to clear everything all by himself. He recalled reading association reports about this very place. Officially, it wasn't classified as extremely dangerous, but the reality was quite different. Many hunters had failed here, and several had even died, with wyverns dominating the skies. The association usually sent mages and archers. Warriors were typically advised to stay away, since aerial combat was simply too difficult for them. But Suho felt that these rules just didn't apply. Just to him. He gathered blood in his open hand and activated his blood weapon skill. A bloody sword instantly formed in his grip. Looking up at the winding mountain path, he decided to skip it entirely. Using leap, he soared upward through the harsh winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He completely ignored the twisting trails and ran straight up the mountain face. Soon enough, he reached a plateau where sky wyverns had gathered. All of them were over level 100. The leader, a sky wyvern at level 109, stood among them as Suho fearlessly approached. The wyverns reacted with irritation and genuine surprise, clearly bewildered that a lone human had rushed them so confidently. One wyvern immediately launched a swift attack, but Suho struck even faster. With a lightning-fast quick draw, he sliced the creature clean. The other wyverns recoiled in pure terror. They immediately realized one chilling truth. This human was unlike any foe they'd ever encountered. Still, a fair fight was the last thing on their minds. Once it was clear no single wyvern could defeat him, they tried to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, attacking him from all sides. Suho instantly saw through their coordinated strategy. The initial attackers were merely a distraction. The true danger was their leader, sneaking up stealthily from behind. As the leader lunged, aiming for a surprise strike, Suho dodged, then slashed his blade skyward, landing a perfectly precise hit. Enraged, the sky wyvern unleashed its terrifying fear skill. A chilling wave of blue pressure washed over the mountain, but Suho's dragon blood made him completely immune to it. The wyvern's intimidation felt almost laughable. Only true dragons could ever instill fear in him. These wyverns were nothing but crude imitations. Frustrated, the leader retaliated with a furious breath attack. Meanwhile, the smaller wyverns, tearing massive boulders from a mountainside, hurled them at Suho, completely blocking his path, while the leader prepared for another devastating strike. It was a surprisingly well-coordinated tactic. As the heavy rocks crashed around him, the leader charged in, going for the kill. Suho instantly activated Leap once more, soaring high above the chaotic melee. From the air, he unleashed Air Style's first form, Sever, in prep for cutting steel. He descended like a razor-sharp blade from the heavens, cleanly slicing the leader from head to tail. With one decisive, clean strike, with the leader vanquished, Suho calmly observed its remains, feeling like he was finally adapting to his newer, formidable techniques. Still, he sensed there was room for even greater improvement. He continued his ascent, climbing ever higher, heading straight for the true boss of this formidable gate. But suddenly, the very air around him darkened. A truly massive monster stepped into view, far larger than any of the others, with dark blue scales and a terrifying crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain trembled violently. The Sky Wyvern King, high above, had officially announced its presence. Suho immediately assumed the king must have sensed the death of its underlings. Now, he stood poised within the king's domain. Everything up until now, just a mere warm-up. The moment Suho reached the mountain summit, the sky above dimmed, as if reacting to the king himself. Then, the giant wyvern landed, completely blocking the sun. The system immediately reported its level, 113. It let out a massive, earth-shattering roar, accompanied by a terrifying wave of dark energy. Yet again, Suho resisted it effortlessly, all thanks to his dragon blood. Although the Wyvern King was certainly intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho reassured himself that real dragons were far, far more terrifying. The Wyvern King circled menacingly above, waiting for Suho's move. Suho, however, disliked wasting time, but he felt that truly mastering his techniques during this battle would prove incredibly beneficial. Then, something unexpected caught his eye. A nest absolutely filled with glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected that merely approaching those eggs might provoke the king, so he stepped closer, and his guess? It proved absolutely correct. The Wyvern King immediately dived at him, blasting wind so incredibly powerful that the ground cracked. Suho felt the immense pressure, but remained completely calm. The Wyvern King repeated its terrifying fear skill, but it had absolutely no effect. Suho countered with his cutting steel attack, but the boss's incredibly thick scales significantly reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels definitely made a noticeable difference. But instead of feeling discouraged, Suho simply welcomed the monumental challenge. This was a golden opportunity to sharpen his abilities. Even faster, the Wyvern King roared yet again, summoning another massive flock of wyverns. Suho had expected more enemies, but even he was utterly surprised by the sheer number that suddenly appeared. Still, his upgraded stats allowed him to move faster, strike harder, and jump higher. Absolutely perfect for this chaotic situation. The wyverns attacked him relentlessly from all directions. Suho, however, brilliantly jumped onto one wyvern's back and used it like a temporary platform. The system immediately notified him. His leap skill had officially reached rank S. Now, he could jump one more time in midair, effectively doubling his aerial movement in the sky. Suho tested it out immediately. Suho's practically walking on air as he closes in on the formidable Wyvern King. His timing? Absolutely flawless. His blood weapon morphs, now a striking long red staff. Suho extends it, striking the Wyvern King directly in the neck, slamming the colossal beast crashing to the ground. Even that wasn't enough. The monster struggled back up. Suho actually admired its sheer durability. Chuckling to himself, he hoped this boss would last long enough for him to test out even more techniques. The Wyvern King, utterly desperate, forced its subordinates to launch another assault. But the lesser wyverns actually hesitated, as if they feared Suho more than their own ruler. Some even looked like they were visibly trembling. Suho quietly observed, "Perhaps I become the true Wyvern King." Now, the actual king shrieked in absolute outrage, and the minions finally resumed their frantic attack. Suho soared through the air, leaping from wyvern to wyvern effortlessly. Still, he couldn't help but notice that his sword-drawing technique wasn't leveling up as quickly as he'd hoped. These opponents were formidable, but not quite enough to truly push his technique further. Deciding it was time to accelerate the pace, he rushed straight towards the mountain peak. There, he discovered something absolutely enormous. The Sky Wyvern Queen, even larger and stronger than the king, covered in magnificent purple scales. She guarded her nest fiercely and couldn't leave it. This gave Suho a crucial advantage. The queen was powerful, yes, but completely bound to her nest. She attacked by rolling massive boulders directly toward him, but he used his sword drawing to slice them apart with absolute ease. Her piercing screams summoned every single remaining wyvern on the mountain. Suho, however, remained completely calm. He understood she would rely heavily on her minions, rather than attack him directly. At that very moment, the Wyvern King swooped down in a full-force, furious assault. Suho decided it was finally time to finish this battle. He chose not to use his strongest skill immediately. Instead, he wanted to reach an even higher level of sword drawing. The best swordsmen relied solely on their blade, and Suho wanted to honor that principle. He honed his focus on perfect timing and precision. He practiced drawing his sword again and again. The system instantly recognized his growing mastery. It acknowledged that his understanding had now far surpassed all others. System alerts utterly flooded his vision. His sword drawing technique evolved to a supreme level. The guardian sword within him powerfully responded, granting him a new form, Cloud Cutter. Rank S+ red energy flickered through his hair and eyes. Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with a devastating swing, sending a massive vortex of bloody energy, crushing straight through the Wyvern King. The boss collapsed, letting out a final, dying cry. The remaining wyverns shrieked in pure fear and grief. But Suho wasn't done. He activated Cloud Cutter once more. Then, in one sweeping, decisive strike, he annihilated all the remaining wyverns, including their queen. The system then announced his triumph. Suho stood victorious on the mountaintop, his sword now resting casually on his shoulder. The gate finally conquered. After the intense battle finally ended, Suho took a moment to check his status window. The gate had granted him a massive welcome boost, and his experience bar was now sitting comfortably ahead. His strength stat was already brushing past 80, and he didn't have far left to go before hitting the next power tier. A small, satisfied smile formed as he saw the new additions, Double Jump and Cloud Sash. These are the exact skills he'd been tirelessly aiming for. It felt incredibly good to see his plan finally paying off. Turning toward the queen's den, he decided it was time to collect his well-earned loot. Inside were a whopping 12 sky wyvern queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, which meant the remaining half would naturally now fall right into his hands. With the gate job finally complete, he shifted his attention to the valuable wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts always sold for incredibly high prices, especially when used to craft rare materials. And the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse? That was considered absolutely top tier. Summoning his shadow spear, he decided to let it handle the gruesome cleanup. He placed the spear beside the queen's massive body, and it immediately began its hungry work, devouring the corpse piece by piece. As it absorbed every last bit of flesh, the spear's purple energy erupted. It pulsed, more vicious and alive than ever, evolving the blade to its next terrifying level. Witnessing this incredible transformation, Suho understood that even a one-star beast could provide excellent nourishment for the ghost blade's shadow-devouring power. Judging by the spear's current state, just one more powerful meal should push it even further. With that thought firmly in mind, he directed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast once more. Outside the gate, chaos had already erupted. Someone yelled. The gate reading was completely deceptive, and everyone around him stared in utter disbelief. They finally realized the guy inside wasn't just some healer. He was actually a sword master. Amidst the buzzing crowd, a black-haired man wiped sweat from his forehead. Overwhelmed, he knew better than anyone that, even with a full raid party, clearing that gate was never guaranteed. Yet somehow this man had done it solo, and not even as a combat class, but officially as a healer. As Cho Yun casually brushed it off, reminding him she'd already said he would clear it. Easily, he agreed, but couldn't understand why she looked so incredibly excited. She just told him it must be his imagination. Their conversation paused abruptly as Suho calmly walked out of the gate. They immediately congratulated him for conquering it solo, the girl cheering first and the guy echoing her enthusiasm. Suho thanked them, then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs before them, saying he'd found that many inside. Kim Soo-won stared, utterly stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he had retrieved every single egg, while conveniently keeping quiet about the extra ones he'd kept for himself. As for the Sky Wyvern King and Queen corpses, he explained that both bodies had fallen to the base of Sky Mountain during the fight, making them impossible to recover. Of course, completely hiding the fact that Ghostblade had already devoured them cleanly, keeping his voice low, leaving no trace. Suin then asked if he could pose a question. Suho simply told him, "Go ahead." Suin hesitated, then blurted out, "How can someone that officially registered as a healer that wield a sword with such mastery? Did you really fight those wyverns using nothing but swordsmanship and healing abilities? Even with excellent sword skills, taking down flying monsters with only a blade? That shouldn't be that simple," Suin thought. Suho, being both a swordsman and a healer, surely would have brought arrows, throwing spears, or at least long-range spell scrolls. As a fellow hunter, he was dying to know how Suho possibly managed it. Suho simply smiled, replying, "One sword is quite enough." Suwon stared, absolutely dumbfounded like an amazed fanboy, asking, "Do you really mean that you took down all those flying wyverns, not including their king and queen, that with only that one sword?" Suho confirmed it. Suwon practically glowed with excitement, thrilled and absolutely glowing with admiration. Meanwhile, Choi Yun playfully nudged him, asking, "Isn't this the same guy who was just whining earlier?" Changing the topic, Suho turned to Choi Yun, asking if he had fulfilled all the conditions. Choi Yun happily declared, "I've more than fulfilled them. I solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs. As promised, she guaranteed you get free use of the largest unit in the Cheongdam residence." She added, "My boss never goes back on their word." She then asked, "So, when do you want to start using it?" Suho quickly replied, "I want to start today. And I'd also like access to future reports on items and magic stones. Is that possible?" Smiling brightly, she said, "It absolutely is. You can contact me for anything, from item disposal to, money laundering, and I'll provide top-tier service." Suho suddenly pushed a small diary toward her, saying, "I have one more favor." She told him, "Go ahead." Inside was a photo of a man with striking green hair. Suho then asked about a patient named Nam Hee-won at the Yongdong Post Dinyaka Center, saying, "I need information on him." Flipping through the diary, Choi Yun realized it was the exact file she'd pulled earlier. Confused, she wondered what this one person actually did. Didn't Suho say he was just some kind of technician? Suho opened his car door and asked, "Do I really need to explain the whole backstory every time I ask for a favor?" She quickly apologized, saying, "I slipped again." As he settled into the driver's seat, she complained from outside, "I feel hurt. After everything we've done together, shouldn't we be able to talk more freely by now?" Suho calmly replied she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that. Clasped hands dramatically, she muttered, "He's so cold." Then she informed him, "The Cheongdam residence will be ready in 2 hours, and I'll send the address once everything's set." He told her to also send him Hee-won's information. Checking her phone, she confirmed he was indeed a patient at the Danyak Center, and digging into Junkie's records will only take a few dozen minutes. She scrolled through her contacts and told him she'd get back to him shortly. Sometime later, while driving, Suho received a call from Choi Yun. She told him, "The Cheongdam residence is ready for immediate use, and I've already gathered all the information on Nam Hee-won and sent it directly to your phone." Suho thanked her for the work, but Choi Yun still pushed, asking, "Why are you digging into someone who's a drug addict?" Suho simply ended the call, refusing to entertain the question any further. He opened the map location she sent. Looking at the screen, he muttered the name Yongdong-pa. Realizing this was where the man lived, he decided he would go recruit him now. Soon after, he arrived in front of a cluster of old, worn-down buildings that looked more like a slum than anything else. Standing before one of the structures, he noted this must be the house where Nam he once stayed, another semi-basement. He glanced through one of the small windows and noticed the curtains pulled shut from the inside. He jabbed the doorbell, only to realize it was completely busted. So he began hammering on the door, calling out for Nam Hee-won. After a moment with no response, he assumed the guy wasn't home and thought he would have to return later. What he didn't know was that inside the room, 3 men were standing over a collapsed Nam Hee-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if Hee-won really had visitors coming by, deciding they should finish the job before anyone saw him. Before he could act, a heavy thud shook the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho as he stepped inside. The tattooed thug demanded to know who he was, but Suho shut the thug down coldly, saying his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could get the full insult out, Suho's hand struck across his cheek with a sharp, rapid slap. It was so fast that the other 2 didn't even register what happened, until the man staggered back. Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he ordered them to come here. Every single one of them. Outside the room, Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside, using his magic detection. Now, 2 of them were shouting in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling who the hell he was. The second thug, standing beside the first, kept staring at Suho, as if he recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still lying, unconscious from Suho's earlier slap, and the fourth was none other than Nam Hee-won himself. One of the 2 remaining thugs stepped closer, accusing Suho of ignoring him. He didn't get another word out before Suho casually swung a powerful slap across his face. The guy's expression twisted into something both hilarious and tragic as he flew backward and collapsed onto the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed everything. The first slap, the second, and now his second friend plummeted, limp as a broken puppet. He barely had a moment to react before Suho whipped his head around and delivered another brutal slap. This one sent him spinning in a full circle, crashing far across the room and landing in the most dramatic fall yet. Suho walked over and checked on the men's breathing, wondering if he'd hit him hard enough to actually kill him. Satisfied they were still breathing, he shifted his attention to Nam Hee-won. He lifted Hee-won by the shoulder, telling him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. Hee-won's hand was limp and listless, his expression twisted unnaturally. A syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho instantly realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something, and then tormented him afterward, judging by how stiff his body felt, almost petrified. The injection had been done a while ago. Checking his breathing and physical state, Suho quickly understood that the poison symptoms were dire. He needed to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, the evolved form of Cure. He had upgraded Cure into Recovery, specifically for scenarios like this. Real illnesses, real poisonings, real damage unrelated to the system. Originally, the skill only affected the area his hands touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it allowed him to forcibly expand the range. A slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now, using information gained from someone who once tried to kill him, to save someone else. The world truly worked in wild ways. After some time under Suho's treatment, Hee-won slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and the first thing he saw was a blurry figure, asking if he was awake. He stood up fast. Suho calmly stated that this was his home. When Hee-won finally focused, he noticed the beaten thugs sprawled across the room and looked terrified, asking why they were in such a state and who this guy even was. Suho replied that they refused to listen, so he restrained them, but the more important issue was the drug. In Hee-won's system, shaking violently, Hee-won insisted he never took anything on his own. He said they forced it. They injected him, and he begged Suho to believe him. Trembling, he repeated that it was the truth. Suho watched him and realized the guy was too agitated to talk properly like this. In his past life, Suho remembered an interview from when Hee-won later became a famous blacksmith. In that interview, he admitted the Chung-sik gang had forcibly injected him with drugs, and he suffered long-term after effects of addiction because of it. With that memory in mind, Suho decided to treat him properly. He placed his hand close to Nam Hee-won, and the system responded. The ring of emotions reacted to the strongest emotions in the target. The color being absorbed was black. Suddenly, Hee-won clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the pain. Then, as the ring drew out his dark emotions, the tension eased, and he felt relief wash over him. Once the process ended, Suho asked if he was feeling better, and the green-haired boy nodded. Suho stood and told him he believed him. He addressed him properly as Mr. Nam Hee-won, confirming that the people who injected him belonged to the Chung-sik gang, and that the thugs on the floor were from the same group. The Chung-sik gang's original name is Ben Gold-May Hand, but the intention behind the naming was so ridiculous that the association simply renamed them as the Chung-sik gang. Suho asked Hee-won if he was attending a rehab center. Still shaking, Hee-won said yes, then asked how Suho knew. Suho answered lightly, saying he found out while digging into the Chung-sik gang. Suho reassured him, his worries now a thing of the past. Forcing drugs on someone already in rehab was a serious crime, and Suho declared he would personally take charge and resolve the case. Hee-won's expression immediately brightened, and he offered Suho his most sincere thanks. Suho told him that, as this was an important matter, he'd be back to check on him again soon. Then he asked Hee-won if he was experiencing dry mouth or withdrawal symptoms. Hee-won admitted that he was, and that a chill was starting to set in. Suho knelt down in front of him, and asked him to take a seat for a moment. He obeyed. Suho then activated recovery, and blue light began to swirl around his hands. Seeing it, He-won watched in quiet awe. Suho then explained that this was the healer's recovery technique, tailored specifically for drug addicts. It relieved withdrawal symptoms and expels the lingering drug energy from the body. However, full recovery required continuous, long-term treatment. Recovery consumed a large amount of mana, and very few healers possessed the training to handle it. That was why, in Suho's past life, Isabella had risen to become one of the most influential figures among the last crusaders, which was also why, after returning, he had chosen the path of a healer. Standing up, Suho told the green-haired boy that addiction treatment required consistency, and they'd need to meet again for further care. For now, he had to make his way to the Chung-sik gang station. A terrified He-won quickly asked him to wait. He said there was something he'd wanted to know earlier, too, and asked who Suho was affiliated with. Suho simply stated his name and said he was a hunter under the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho then left, He-won remained seated in silent amazement, repeating the name Suho over and over in his mind. Even someone who didn't own a TV like him had heard that name countless times over the past few days. It had been all over the breaking news. And now he realized that the person who saved him was the same Suho everyone had been talking about. From above, the slum looked like a war-torn zone. After multiple gate shocks, nearly half of Yongdongpa had collapsed into ruin. Now a full-blown slum, Suho walked its broken, forgotten streets. The air hung heavy with neglect. Despite being right in the heart of Seoul, it had inevitably become a perfect breeding ground for crime. He gazed at the crumbling surroundings, thinking this must be the very place that both the police and the association simply chose to ignore. Before him stood a building with a bold sign that read, Gold Made. Suho stared at it, wondering what kind of gang had the sheer audacity to brand themselves with such a grandiose name. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor? A convenience store. Shelves intact, lights brightly on. Suho immediately grasped the situation. A convenience store, smack dab in the middle of a slum, still operating smoothly? That was clear proof that the place was openly run by gangsters. There was no way it would remain untouched without some serious backing behind it. He walked to the back of the store and found a staircase. As he climbed, a voice barked from above, telling him to freeze. A bald man appeared, ordering him not to move, and threatening he would die if he took another step. He demanded Suho's identity, like he had any real authority. Suho looked at him with a small smile. A gatekeeper? How classic, he thought. Then he asked, where's Changsik? The bald man snapped in anger, shocked at hearing the name spoken so casually. The thug shouted, demanding to know who he thought he was, to speak their boss's name so freely. But then his expression shifted as he suddenly recognized the face in front of him. The man froze as he realized this was Suho himself. Suho waved lightly, thanking him for the recognition. The thug, confused, thought he was trying to high-five him and raised his hand instead. Suho stepped forward and delivered a brutal slap, sending the bald man flying aside. As he walked past with a grin, continuing up the stairs, Suho spoke calmly. He ordered them to tell Chung-sik to step out. From his office, Chung-sik heard the sounds of a fight erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder and more chaotic, until the door finally burst open, with a thug flying through it after a kick from Suho. Suho then stepped inside, completely calm. He muttered that not a single one of these gangster bitches seemed to understand words. Behind him, the bodies of beaten thugs were scattered across the hallway, like discarded trash. Running a hand through his hair, he asked Chung-sik if bringing him here was really that difficult. Stepping over yet another fallen thug, he added that he wondered what the gang would even do if he resisted. Chung-sik sat in front of him with a straight, unreadable expression. Two bodyguards stood behind him like statues. As Suho approached, he knew exactly what kind of place this was. More than 80% of this organization's members were awakened. The fact that awakened criminals operated openly like this was proof that the nation's security had already collapsed. In his previous life, the Chung-sik gang had grown even larger than its current version. They had created countless victims, and it took an exhausting amount of time to take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist. In a cold tone, he said that this was exactly why cancer needed to be removed before it grew. Chung-sik tried to speak, addressing him as Hunter on Suho, and asking what he was doing so suddenly. Suho stepped closer, telling him not to act clueless. They were the ones who started all of this. Chung-sik demanded to know when he supposedly started anything. Suho told him he was playing dumb to the very end. He said they messed with someone named Haewon. He dropped a syringe on the desk, and both the boss and the bodyguard stared at it. Suho told them he had just met Haewon himself. Did they really plan to keep denying this? He pressed. Changsik leaned in close to his subordinate, quietly asking, "Who exactly is Hyun?" The underling quickly whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho dramatically raised his leg and slammed it down on the table, utterly splitting the surface in two. He declared they had turned his closest friend into that state. His eyes burning crimson, he demanded to know why they did it. The two bodyguards instantly froze. Changsik tried to maintain a firm expression, desperately trying not to show his fear. The boss slowly rolled his hand across his face, then ordered the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated, daring to ask why. He then barked at them, "Get out." The remaining guards immediately scrambled out of the room, leaving only Suho and Changsik within. Changsik visibly swallowed hard and mumbled he believed there was some misunderstanding, suggesting they try to talk calmly. Suho advanced, slowly stepping over the shattered table. He warned that every word they spoke only earned them another brutal beating. Changsik, now visibly trembling, warned him, "If you touch me, I'll call the police." Suho swiftly punched him across the face, scoffing, "Nonsense." The powerful blow sent Changsik sliding across the floor, his chair still attached to him as if glued to his rear. Suho chuckled, hearing the word police come from a gangster boss of all people is absolutely hilarious. Changsik groaned on the ground in pain. Suho then added, "I figured. A boss wouldn't go down for just one punch, right?" Changsik forced out a shaky laugh, claiming he wouldn't just sit there and let it happen. But the very moment Suho stepped toward him, terror immediately flooded his eyes again. Suho reminded him once more, "You're practically begging for a beating," tightening his fist. And with that, Suho's devastating punch drove straight toward the boss's face. Outside the office, the guards heard the repeated thuds of fists, slamming into something or someone. Alarmed, they frantically rushed toward the room, shouting for their boss as they finally threw the door open. There they found Suho, standing before a shattered window. He told them their boss had bolted. One of the guards just stared, utterly shocked, demanding what just happened. Suho calmly explained that Changsik had smashed the window and bolted right out, pointing to the broken frame as if it were obvious. The bald guard then raised his hand, like a bewildered school kid, reminding him this is the 3rd floor. Suho just brushed him off, telling him that Changsik was a level 100 hunter who could easily roll out of something like that without a problem, so they should stop spouting nonsense. Then, with a smile, he informed them he planned to dismantle this entire place, starting right now. He then added that anyone who wanted to come with him could follow him straight to Chonggak. Just hearing that name made the entire group freeze solid. Chonggak, you see, was the correctional facility, located next to Chansong Penitentiary. While Chansong held regular criminals, Chonggak was for awakened offenders. Since the whole place was filled with violent, awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell. A pro version of hell where only the strong survive. Its reputation alone was enough to make half-baked punks tremble like bitches, exactly like the situation unfolding right now. Sweat poured down their faces. Suho then reminded them he had connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he dragged them along with Changsik straight to Chonggak. The thugs gritted their teeth in terror. The very next second, they bolted at full speed, shouting, "We don't know any boss." Watching them scatter, Suho simply said he expected about that much loyalty from gangsters, calling them vermin cockroach bastards. He warned them that if even one document disappeared, he would carve them up slowly. He ordered them to leave empty-handed, with the building secured. Suho immediately activated his magic detection. A blue magic circle pulsed to life beneath his feet. Moments later, it detected something special, emanating powerful mana from the 3rd floor, hidden away in the corner of the room. Suho went straight to the spot, uncovering a hidden safe. He scoffed, calling it obvious, saying, "That bastard must have thought hiding it here would keep it perfectly safe." It was a top-tier safe from a renowned brand, the kind that could only be unlocked by its owner's unique mana signature. He placed his hand on the reinforced steel, and a blue light pulsed across it. With incredible toughness like this, cutting through the steel would destroy the contents. So he needed to slice the door off in one clean cut. So, Suho summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster popped out from subspace, standing at attention like a loyal soldier. Suho told him he only wanted the door removed. Bulgasari obeyed instantly, gripping the door with its tiny trunk and ripping it free as the creature tore open the safe. But Suho praised it, telling it to eat well. Inside the safe, he found cash and gold bars, but none of that truly mattered to him. What he actually came for was the dark ledger, filled with the names of countless victims. The Chongsik gang had begun with brutal loan sharking, preying on ordinary people to build their power. Later, they recruited hunters and deliberately addicted them to Evasiner 1 drugs, to control and extort them. This addiction operation was the backbone of their entire influence. The drug was far more potent than ordinary narcotics, and in the end, no one could resist it. Holding the documents, Suho thought of Nam Hyun. He suddenly realized Hyun was one of the rare few who managed to escape. Without his unique personal strength, even he would have fallen completely. Suho thought they deserved Chonggak prison for crimes like this. He promised himself he would make every last one of them feel exactly what their victims felt, down to their very bones, after that wild fight. Suho brought Nam Hyun back to his small apartment and finished healing him up. Hyun thanked him profusely over and over, finally able to breathe normally again. Suho told him he'd still need time before a full recovery, but at least for now, he was out of danger. Then, Suho handed him a folder. Hyun asked what it was, and Suho explained these were bond documents from the Chongsik gang, proof that he'd taken down the entire criminal group. Hyun could barely believe what he was hearing. The Gold Mayhan gang, with all their terrifying influence, was really gone. Suho then explained the gang's real methods. They kept people trapped in crushing debt, with outrageous interest rates, turning their victims into mere insects, caught inside an anthill. Even though Hyun had done everything right and never missed a payment, they forced drugs onto him to ensure he could never escape. Still trembling, Hyun said he had survived, only because of his special ability. He explained how he tried to fight addiction, made his own antidotes, and begged for help. But no one, not the police, not the association, cared about what happened to people in these slums. He said everyone on the outside felt like just another enemy. Suho understood him. He told Hyun that the reason he joined the Great Hunter Association was not for prestige, but to fix the broken system for people like him. Suho placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and praised his courage. Overwhelmed, Hyun broke down and thanked him again and again. Then, Suho shifted the conversation to something important. It was time for a new proposal, and potentially a new ally. He asked if Hyun was ready, and Hyun said he was. Suho explained that he had learned about Hyun's special power, synthesis. With synthesis, Hyun could combine any materials and forge an entirely new result. Every outcome perfectly matched his intentions. This was the very essence of his incredibly overpowered ability. Suho explained that while sifting through the gang's files, he had uncovered the truly staggering number of drug victims. The sheer volume was too much for him to handle alone. Luckily, Hyun had already concocted secret antidotes before. Thus, Suho presented him with a real employment opportunity to formulate a proper neutralizer. To help even more people, he guaranteed top-tier pay, a luxurious safe house, and complete medical support, all for Hyun's personal addiction recovery. Hyun looked absolutely stunned. He thought simply being healed was already a gift beyond anything he merited. And now, he was being offered a chance to help others live safely, and even get paid for it. For him, this felt like the actions of a genuine hero. He mused that if a godlike hero truly existed, Suho absolutely had to be that person. Hyun readily accepted. He insisted he needed no additional payment, and would work as hard as humanly possible, purely from gratitude. Yet Suho, ever resolute, stated he would compensate him properly, ensuring everything remained official and fair. Next, they proceeded to Suho's newly acquired base, the impressive building he had been awarded previously, a magnificent 3-story structure in Cheongdam, featuring friendly staff, a comprehensive lab on the top floor, and every amenity Hyun could ever require. The Banshee team themselves even arrived, eager to glimpse the impressive new facility. However, they promptly exited once their notorious workaholic boss unexpectedly burdened them with another assignment. Hyun, meanwhile, stood utterly awestruck. Suho advised him to select a room, settle in, and begin antidote development whenever he felt prepared. Suho informed him he had to head to Nexus HQ, but Hyun was free to contact him anytime. Afterward, Suho hopped on a call with reporter Jinwei. He laid out the complete expose on the concealed crimes rampant in the slums. Jinwei, with his genius reporter instincts, declared he could expand the story 100-fold. He planned to portray Suho as the valiant hunter, who boldly stormed into a treacherous slum and utterly crushed a criminal organization, saving victims and igniting a fresh wave of hope for everyone living in the region. The reporter vowed to craft a massive feature article, packed with every detail, so the world couldn't possibly look away. Suho believed him without a shadow of a doubt. After all, wielding public influence was the reporter's absolute forte. Soon after, Suho met with guild leader Byung-yuk at the Nexus Guild, where he presented his audacious plan. Nexus would purchase every single neutralizer Hyun produced, distributing them to victims across the entire nation of Korea. This heartwarming story would completely transform Nexus's image, cementing their status as a guild with a truly heroic presence, the kind of world would finally have to take seriously. Dongyu was absolutely ecstatic. He eagerly shook Suho's hand, pledging to protect Hyun. From now on, with everything falling into place, Suho felt a surge of satisfaction. The win-win plan was in full swing. Heal the people, spread the truth, make the criminals pay, and show the world that genuine change was finally within reach. The scene then abruptly cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who commanded the slums to kneel, now a trembling, broken wreck. He was in a trashed luxury room, slumped on his knees and shaking uncontrollably. Suho's name echoed in his mind like an inescapable curse. There was no escaping it. No one had to spell out what had happened. The syringe and half-empty bottle beside him made everything horribly clear. He'd taken some kind of drug, the kind that pumped raw strength into the body, while simultaneously tearing gaping holes through the mind. These substances twisted people from the inside out, and his scattered, vacant expression showed it perfectly. He muttered Suho's name obsessively, as if it was the only thought left in his fractured skull. The moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he entered his secret subspace. It had once been a fancy, private domain of polished marble and luxurious furniture. Now, the place looked like an absolute disaster zone, as if a chaotic tornado had ripped right through it. He scanned the area, noting the cracked marble floor and the expensive furniture, violently knocked over and scattered across the ground. To him, it was glaringly clear that someone had utterly demolished the place. On the floor, Chung-sik lay twitching. His skin was pale, his body writhing in strange spasms. Suho observed him, realizing then that the drug must have done something unbelievably potent to the poor guy. It became obvious this gangster hadn't run away. He'd been dragged into Suho's subspace instead, effectively kidnapped by the sheer chaos of the situation. Suho walked over, kneeling beside him, and placed a hand on his body. His blue, healing energy instantly surged forth, and the system announced that recovery had begun. Chung-sik, still dazed, looked like someone who had just escaped a bizarre, unsettling nightmare. Suho demanded he pull himself together, offering no calm or gentleness in his tone. Suddenly, Chung-sik snapped into a furious panic. He grew wild, yelling incoherently, as he lunged forward to attack Suho. Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him in the chest and sending him flying backward. Like it was effortless, Chung-sik continued screaming, desperate to be let out and spiraling into fear, as though he believed he was trapped with a monster. Suho smirked and rolled his eyes, dryly noting to himself that Chung-sik still had a lot of energy. He assumed the drug was overstimulating him, but mentioned that he had brought extra, so the man didn't need to worry. And sensing danger once again, Chung-sik crumbled into utter desperation. He dropped to the floor, crawling and begging Suho to release him, insisting he would do anything to avoid experiencing the drug again. Suho had no sympathy. He stepped onto Chang-sik's chest with a brutal force, pressing him down firmly. Chang-sik screamed for help, insisting that he had been kidnapped, but Suho reminded himself that no one could enter this place, and that the fools from Chang-sik's gang had already run away. He promised internally that he would hunt them down and make them pay as well. For now, he instructed the criminal to sit still, to reflect on his choices, and drown in regret, since that was the only useful thing available to him. At the moment, later in the afternoon, Suho arrived back at his new home. Hyun came sprinting toward him, absolutely buzzing with excitement. Suho saw how hyped he was, and Hyun, beaming with pride, revealed he just finished creating a brand new neutralizer for the dangerous drug. This new version was called Hammer 2, The system then displayed information, identifying Hammer 2 as a grade C item that truly excelled at neutralizing the effects of the drug. Called Illusion, Suho felt genuinely impressed, especially since He1 had crafted it in only 2 hours. He1 explained he'd improve the old version, naming it Hammer 2 because it metaphorically smashed illusions. Suho recalled how Hammer 4 had saved countless lives in his past life, which meant Hammer 2 should still be a reliable creation, even if it wasn't the strongest one yet. He1 attributed all the success to Suho's help and described the entire process as similar to grinding for items in a game. He believed that with enough time and money, luck would eventually follow. Suho thought He1 was always so humble and wondered just how much stronger he'd become once he leveled up even further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be produced in bulk, and He1 agreed enthusiastically. He'd already completed the formula, meaning they could churn out large quantities, as long as they gathered the necessary ingredients. Suho found that incredibly reassuring, and then checked He1's current level. He1 had just reached level 51, thanks to creating the new drug. Because of this, Suho concluded he wouldn't need to call Gwaiwen. For now, He1 was already functioning as a high-level hunter. With that decided, Suho shifted his focus toward helping all the victims from the slums, ready to use what they'd gained to fix the damage that had been done. The next day, several shocking news stories appeared online, claiming that the police and the Hunter Association were completely ignoring the suffering in the Yongdongpo slums. Unfortunately, a mere 500 people viewed the article. Throughout the entire day, the hype simply wasn't there. Suho realized that Jinwoo had been right. The world held too many terrible places, so unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid attention. Still, this was only the beginning. Suho then got busy. He distributed large boxes filled with food, water, and magical neutralizer potions to the grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a truck arrived loaded with even more supplies. People helped unload everything and quickly delivered food and potions to everyone. Suho thought Nexus had truly come through with support. His phone rang. Chief Pai was on the other end, speaking to him with the energy of a relaxed uncle as they discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, agreeing to keep it short and simple. Suho felt secretly thrilled because receiving a plaque meant the possibility of special recruitment. After some light conversation, Suho called Jinwoo to talk about the ceremony and the news. While the slum article did not get many views, he believed it had probably caused trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. But Jinwoo remained calm, mentioning that only popular stories went viral and that he had broken no laws. He added that he planned to upload part 2 soon and that the PBS news group would likely report on the ceremony. As well, he then asked if Suho had an Instagram account. Suho did not. This annoyed the reporter, who said many fans were waiting to follow him. Then, the conversation took a strange turn. There was an entire fan cafe for Suho, called Anshin Temple, where fans referred to him as the Guardian Priest. Suho realized that the moderator running the cafe was actually Jinwoo himself. The reporter admitted to managing it so that Suho's reputation would stay clean. To prevent any drama from those other chaotic fan groups, his logic seemed completely sound. He even offered to manage an Instagram account for Suho, proudly touting his incredible social media skills. He claimed he could make Suho incredibly popular, but Suho preferred to handle things on his own. He simply asked the reporter to just send over the content to post. He'd handle the copying and pasting himself. This incredibly simple approach made the reporter absolutely ecstatic. He even suggested Suho upload some selfies and other photos for his adoring fans. But Suho wasn't confident in front of the camera. The reporter advised him to just relax and at least create the account first. Soon enough, Suho would be a full-blown influencer. After the call, Suho set up his Instagram account, and immediately, his phone began vibrating nonstop with notifications. A massive wave of users started following him. Inside the house, Hae-won noticed his phone constantly buzzing, but Suho simply said it was fine. He figured Jinwoo had already started promoting the new account aggressively, so he muted all his notifications. Finally, the big day arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony began at the Hunter Association headquarters. A massive crowd had gathered inside. Reporters, fans, and people holding signs shouted Suho's name and title. Guardian Priest. Suho had expected a simple ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters told a very different story. The sheer number of people was overwhelming, forming a literal sea of excitement. Security guards struggled to control the crowd, begging them to stop pushing and asking them to wait. Outside, 2 association workers stared in shock, completely stunned by the massive turnout. They checked and confirmed that all these people had come for just one person, Hunter Suho. They found it utterly unbelievable, especially since the event had never even been posted online. It was the first time in the association's history that such a scenario had ever occurred. For an unofficial event, Suho's fame had truly skyrocketed to another level. Inside the auditorium, the chaos continued to grow. Fans absolutely packed every inch of the space, waving signs for Suho and Sword God. They were all buzzing with eager anticipation. One girl even confessed to skipping school just to be here for the event. Others chatted about how their fan club president, Golden Horse, was nowhere to be seen, so they planned to snap tons of photos for her. Meanwhile, in the press section, reporter Joe Janeway was frantically texting. He quickly informed Suho that a massive, enthusiastic crowd had shown up. Then he asked where the MC was. Suho had actually arrived quite early and had been quietly observing everything, all while using his monochrome solitude skill, which made him completely invisible to everyone, unless he chose to be seen. A fan was even sitting directly in front of him, completely unaware the Sword God was right there. Suho soon got a message from Chief Pai, asking him to meet in the hallway, right next to the waiting room. He silently slipped out to meet his senior. Chief Pai was absolutely astonished by the sheer number of fans, and jokingly called Suho a true superstar, which made Suho chuckle. Chief Pai then brought up that recent article about the Yeongdongpo slums, which had really stirred up public sentiment against the Hunter Association. Suho already knew this article would make the association look terrible, but Chief Pai seemed totally unconcerned about reporters, which explained how easily the journalist had gotten in. Today, Chief Pai congratulated Suho on his award, and then rushed off for something urgent, maintaining his typical cool, distant style. Then, an announcer called for everyone to take their seats. The ceremony was about to kick off. Suho walked confidently toward the stage, as the crowd absolutely erupted in excitement. Cameras flashed wildly everywhere. Fans screamed endlessly about his appearance, some claiming they finally understood why everyone was falling for him, while others joked they'd let the sword God cut them down. Suho then stepped forward and proudly accepted his appreciation plaque, presented by Association President Young Kyung-won. They then posed for photos, with the president playfully teasing him about his posing skills. Suho responded with polite humility, graciously giving credit back to the president, which kept the atmosphere light and friendly. The president then praised Suho's excellent work in Yeongdongpo, hinting that some exciting news, likely a job offer, was headed his way soon. Suho correctly assumed this implied a special recruitment. The president then invited him to share a few words. Suho thanked everyone sincerely, stating he had simply done what he believed was his duty. He admitted feeling a bit strange about receiving an award for merely helping people, but promised to continue working diligently. Fans erupted, screaming, "We love you." Suho could only laugh and gratefully thank them in return. A brief QA session followed. Reporter Kim Sang-won asked him directly if he still intended to join the association. Suho's reply was a firm yes. Another reporter brought up his new Instagram account, and Suho explained a friend had recommended it, so he decided to give it a shot. Someone else noted he had already gained 50,000 followers in just one day, asking how that felt. Suho confessed he had turned off notifications and wasn't aware, though he could sense people were certainly interested. When asked what his first post would be, Suho replied he'd probably upload the plaque he received today. Then Jean Wai stood up, and the room instantly tensed. Staff members began whispering, realizing he was the very same reporter who had penned the scathing article criticizing the association. President Kyung-hwan grew visibly irritated, believing his staff had blundered badly by allowing him entry. But the reporter ignored their reactions entirely. He was there to ask the real questions. He asked Suho if he had read his article on the Yeongdongpo slums. Suho confirmed he had. The reporter then brought up the criticism that both the police and the association were ignoring people in dire need of help, and questioned if Suho was aware of the issue. Suho calmly stated he was fully aware of the situation. It was a truly risky moment, as the room was packed with powerful association members. Yet, the reporter pressed on. He asked if Suho joining the association would genuinely help improve things. The president nearly leaped out of his seat, barely held back by his furious aides. Suho, with a slight smirk, stated that if he were to join, he would do everything in his power to eliminate corruption entirely so that no one would ever have a reason to doubt the association again. The reporter then thanked him, and the public portion of the ceremony concluded. Later, Suho and Jean Wai left together in a car. Suho praised him for his exceptional work, The reporter joked that the angry glares from the staff had made him incredibly nervous, but Suho noted he had acted bravely the entire time. The reporter then apologized, in case his questioning had been too harsh, explaining that his job required him to act. While public attention was still intensely focused, he wanted to maintain that momentum, and that was precisely why he planned to release another article soon. Suho appreciated it because he finally got to express what he truly wanted to say about improving the association. The reporter was almost in disbelief that Suho truly meant every word, but Suho clarified that he wouldn't lie. While receiving such an esteemed award, he genuinely intended to implement real changes. A few days quickly passed, and Suho received his brand new civil servant ID. He had been officially appointed as a level 5 official, far faster than anyone had ever expected. At the very same time, the entire internet exploded with heated discussions about Suho's past achievements, especially highlighting the infamous incident where he single-handedly beat violent criminals in the Yangdongpo slums. Dozens of online articles instantly appeared, racking up millions of views. People everywhere couldn't stop buzzing about him. Some users even claimed Suho was the only cool person in Yangdongpo, while others hailed him as a genuine hero. Still, some were simply jealous, complaining that the police, or the Hunter Association, should have handled the situation instead. A few wondered if Suho was just doing Nexus's bidding, or if he was seeking too much attention. Some online troublemakers, even, jokingly suggested he might get sued by the very criminals he defeated, but the majority wisely agreed. The real losers were the criminals, not the man who stopped them in their tracks. People argued a lot, but everyone agreed something massive was happening. Then, major headlines exploded everywhere. The news dramatically declared that Suho was joining the Great Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, referring to him as the hero of Yangdongpa, and announcing that Swordmaster and Suho had earned a special grade 5 position. Crowds of fans and reporters swarmed the entrance of the association building, screaming his name like he was a celebrity attending a concert, rather than a civil servant arriving for work. The shouting simply did not stop. People wondered what would happen to Nexus now that Suho had moved to the association. Questions immediately popped up online about whether he still had a contract with them, and if Nexus would be upset. Inside the Nexus office, the boss, Bae Dong-yuk, remained perfectly calm. He mentioned everyone was buzzing about them now, and it was time to release an official statement. Nexus swiftly sent out multiple news articles, wishing on Suho good luck, clarifying there was no contract issue, and even explaining they had never paid Suho any signing bonus. The message was clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know, and they supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, two men watched the news and devoured newspapers. They definitely seemed like hunters. They gushed about Nexus being the premier guild, while others like Hexagon and Prime were only in it for the money. They recounted Hexagon's appalling actions, such as letting a weak hunter perish because he didn't get a potion in time, and forcing mages to work until they collapsed. A TV report then featured Nexus's guild leader, Bae Dong-wook, in an interview. The reporter pressed, asking if Nexus had kicked Suho out due to public pressure, but Bae Dong-wook denied it. He explained that Suho wanted real field experience before taking his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus had simply been a step along the way. He admitted he was sad to see Suho leave, but said Suho belonged in a role where he could save people, not in a private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly reinforcing each other's public image. Back at the Hunter Association, Suho tried not to sweat under all the attention. The crowd continued screaming, while cameras flashed nonstop. He thought about the weight of being watched by so many people. He remembered the advice from Jinwoo, who told him to show his face to the fans, because they would be disappointed otherwise. Suho admitted to himself that the advice made sense, even though he wanted to maintain a cool, mysterious vibe this time. He wanted control of his own story, instead of letting others direct it. Suho walked into the Hunter Association lobby. Inside, President Kyungwon and Vice President Q-Man were waiting for him. Cameras flashed everywhere as the president welcomed him with extreme friendliness, calling the day historic and congratulating him before inviting him inside. They entered the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, the president dropped the formal tone and became more casual. He asked if Suho was doing well, and if he knew his schedule. Suho said he was fine, but had not been informed of the details yet. The president said that the vice president would explain everything. When the elevator reached the correct floor, the president then departed, leaving Suho alone with Vice President Suman. Suho found it a bit strange that the vice president would personally be giving him a briefing, but Suman simply led him through the hallway to an office where Chief Pai waited alongside Chulman. Suman explained that these two would be his guides, and then wished him the best of luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with an enormous grin, telling him to sit down and acting incredibly friendly. He even asked Chulman to fetch Suho a drink. Suho found it rather amusing that two individuals from completely different departments would both be responsible for his training. Chief Pai then told Suho to call him senior in private and only use the title chief in official situations. Suho nodded, recognizing just how significant that request truly was, because Chief Pai was notoriously known for being incredibly strict about titles and reputation. Then Chief Pai began testing Suho's knowledge about his new job. Suho explained that he was aware of the probation period. Normally, a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center before being assigned to a branch office. But because the Hunter Association was quite unique, Suho would rotate through all departments for 2 or 3 months each. Every department was eager to take in a superstar. Like him, Chief Pai assured him that after the training, Suho could join the Special Forces Division. Suho remembered the true promise that he would indeed go to the Special Forces instead of the Gate Management Department. He also understood that with so many eyes on him, he had to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chulman as Suho's overall supervisor. Each department had its own boss, but Chulman would oversee the bigger picture and answer all of Suho's questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized that the man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chulman, telling him not to poach Suho for his own department. Suho found it a bit petty, but let it go. Chulman then explained the training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces, Administration, Awakening, Gate, and Resources. Suho already knew and rattled off each department's responsibilities. Chulman was impressed, but still believed Suho had probably just memorized it from a document. He then informed Suho that his first rotation would be in the Awakening Department. As they walked toward the department, Suho realized this meant he would soon meet Director Lee Wanek, a member of the president's faction, and someone Suho planned to take down later. Chulman continued explaining that every department would have people monitoring Suho and putting him through various tests, meaning he had to pass every single thing thrown his way. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would do just fine, keeping that cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried. When they arrived at the Awakening Department, Suho immediately thought to himself that he wouldn't need his memory abilities. For this part, there was one person here absolutely no one could forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanek, looking authoritative behind his desk. He stood up immediately to greet them, calling it an honor to have a national superstar like Suho start his first rotation in the department. He also said he'd be the one grading Suho's work and acted overly friendly. Suho's thoughts drifted to what he knew about this man. Wanek was famous inside the association and had close ties with the chairman. After leaving for another company, rumors circulated that he was involved in human trafficking, but nothing ever came to light because Kyung-hoon had covered it up. Suho believed things might turn out differently. This time, since he now knew the truth about the past, this place needed to be cleaned from top to bottom. Someone knocked on the door, and Wanek identified the visitor as Jun Song. Before calling him in, he introduced him as the officer who would assist Suho in the Awakening Department. The two shook hands politely, and Jun Song said he'd heard a lot about Suho and felt amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho behaved humbly, but internally, he admitted he had no memory of this man. Everyone below team leader rank was simply called officer, so it made perfect sense that Jun Song tried some lighthearted joking. He even mentioned wanting Suho's autograph later on. He then encouraged Suho not to stress too much about the job, pointing out Suho already had a clear path ahead. Suho pretended not to understand, of course, but Jun Song clarified that absolutely everyone knew. He was headed straight for the Special Forces Division. Suho realized Chief Pai hadn't kept anything secret whatsoever, but he didn't mind one bit. Having a powerful person supporting him only made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward, to be treated like absolute royalty. Then, Jun Song handed him a thin folder, which he described as the department's quick manual. Normally, the manual was absolutely massive, but they'd created a special, simplified version just for Suho. Connections truly changed everything, it seemed. He explained that the Awakening Department was divided into two major sections, Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each with its own dedicated teams. Suho would first take a theory test and complete one field training session. With each division, he reassured Suho not to worry, since everything had already been prepared in advance. He handed him a business card and told him to call if anything unusual happened. After he left, Suho sat down and began reading the manual. Even as a summary, it felt like a lot, but Suho didn't feel burdened at all. He had the library of memories, which worked like a total cheat system for his brain. The system activated, and all the information flowed effortlessly into his mind. For him, any memory test was absolutely trivial. Around 40 minutes later, Jun-sung returned, announcing it was time to begin. He expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, because the questions were designed to be difficult and tricky. But once Suho began, his pen flew across the paper like a well-oiled machine. Jun-sung simply stared in utter disbelief. Suho finished in a mere 10 minutes and calmly handed in the paper. It was the first time no one had ever completed the test that quickly. As Suho got ready to head out, Jun-sung tried to show him the cafeteria, but Suho declined, mentioning he already had lunch plans. Suho then made a discreet phone call to Chulman. He asked if Chulman was busy, and since he wasn't, Suho suggested they grab lunch together. He also asked him to keep a secret. Chulman enthusiastically agreed. Back in Chulman's office, Jun-sung walked in. As the supervisor was finishing his call, he informed him that Suho had completed the theory test. Chulman was shocked it was already over, but Jun-sung insisted it was true. They examined the test together and fed it into the grading machine, filled with nervous anticipation. The machine displayed a perfect score of 100, thinking it might be a malfunction. They checked it manually, but after multiple reviews, the result remained the same, a flawless, perfect score. Jun-sung nearly lost his mind, saying no one had ever achieved this, especially on their very first day. He finally understood why Chief Pai wanted Suho so badly. Chulman could only laugh, admitting internally that he had hoped to work with Suho first, but Chief Pai's influence was overwhelming. It was hard to compete when Suho performed at that level. Meanwhile, Suho was just casually yawning in the hallway, completely unfazed. None of this meant anything to him. After meeting for lunch, Suho and Chulman sat on a bench beside a vending machine. Suho said that since Chulman treated him to lunch, he wanted to buy the coffee. Chulman then asked why Suho had suddenly wanted to eat together. Suho explained that he didn't know many people in the association yet and didn't want to eat alone. Chulman was the only person he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai heard that, he'd feel a bit hurt, but Suho said he simply wanted a comfortable place to eat, so it couldn't be helped. After a quiet, comfortable pause, Chulman congratulated him on his perfect score. Starting that very morning, he explained he'd graded it instantly, all because Jun-sung wouldn't stop pestering him. He joked that Suho was absolutely wild. He could already fight, entering the association as a special grade 5, and now he'd proven to be incredibly smart too. To him, Suho truly felt like a story's main character. Suho modestly said it was all thanks to the people around him, and that he'd encountered similar tests before. Chulman teased him that too much modesty could annoy others. So Suho laughed and openly admitted he was amazing. For the first time in a long while, he smiled with genuine sincerity. It felt incredibly refreshing since restarting his life. It felt like he was constantly just doing homework, but just sitting here, drinking coffee with someone he used to be close to, brought back memories of simpler days. He remembered nearly dying from poisoning and thought it was the end, but now he vowed never to fall like that again. He intended to overcome every disaster and reclaim his peaceful life. Suho then asked if Chulman had any tips about working in both the awakening and non-awakening divisions. Chulman began to explain. He asked if Suho knew what the awakening division did. Suho said yes. They managed both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman agreed, but emphasized that their biggest task was keeping information updated. No one could see an awakened person's status window, except for the person themselves. They had to personally come in and update their information. If they ignored the deadline, they'd receive fines and eventually face jail time. After repeated warnings, there was even a specific term for these cases. The malignan non-updatives. Managing those troublemakers was their primary job. He continued explaining that awakened individuals were essentially like superheroes. Some were so durable that bullets couldn't harm them. Others could vanish as if they'd never existed. Every country needed their data updated regularly. It might sound like the association treated them as potential walking disasters. But for now, there was simply no better way. Suho then asked about the unawakened individuals. Schulman said it worked much the same. Sometimes, people awakened as players and hid their powers. Instead of registering, the department had to track down and arrest those unregistered players instead. Suho already knew all of this, of course, but he pretended to be new. After the break, Suho returned to the building, walking beside Yoon Seong. The officer asked if Suho enjoyed his meal and said they would begin work in the awakening department. He congratulated Suho again on his perfect score, noting that even the director would be pleased. They arrived in an office where a man was waiting. This was Lee Moon-ho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly and said he'd already heard about Suho's perfect score. He handed Suho a folder and said he could begin his field training immediately. He wished him luck, and Suho acknowledged it. Walking down the hallway, Jun Song explained that Suho's first mission involved malignant non-updatives. His task would be to find those troublesome individuals and force them to update their information. He handed Suho a folder labeled non-updata list. Suho asked if this was truly the list of people. He had a handle, and Jun Song confirmed it, stating that the list wasn't very long, so the work should be manageable. But when Suho looked at the list, his expression hardened. He thought the entire thing was utterly ridiculous. Every name belonged to someone. Notoriously dangerous individuals, known for giving even the awakening section a difficult time. He wondered if this was another hidden test from Chief Pai, who loved testing his subordinates endlessly. Still, Suho decided he was ready for whatever came next. He would take down every person on the list either way. Since Jun Song worked at a desk and not in the field, he introduced Suho to a new mentor, Han Ho-zong, a grade 7 field officer, who Jun Song introduced as a veteran at catching non-updaters. Then Jun Song slipped out of the room. Leaving the two alone, Suho introduced himself, while Ho-zong leaned back casually against the desk, looking relaxed. He suggested that they check the list first. When he saw the names, he let out a deep sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a VIP, yet they handed him this insane list. It was filled with legendary troublemakers who had vanished or were considered impossible to catch. Ho-zong guessed that the association wanted Suho to look like a hero because everyone was watching. He asked if Suho already knew how to use the stat scanner and the necessary tools. Suho did so. Ho-zong said no extra training was needed. Then, he asked if Suho planned to choose his first target. Suho said he did, and pointed at a photo of a man with long dark hair. Ho-zong asked if Suho even knew who the man was. He was a malignant non-updater who had fled overseas and evaded capture. But that did not stop Suho. He said that if the man was still on the list, then he had to be pursued. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target. With a confident smile, he prepared himself to track down every one of those legendary troublemakers. The page displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung, an illegal pharmacist, whose real occupation was designing doping substances. He provided doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes. The issue was that the drugs he distributed did not rely on chemical doping effects, but on skill-based doping, something far more dangerous and far harder to trace. Suho scanned through the information and noted that Kim Gung denied all charges. Yet multiple reports had already been filed that confirmed the accusations. An update to his status window had been requested years ago, but he had continuously fled, avoiding every attempt to track him. His current location was presumed to be overseas. Usually, when an unregistered hunter vanishes without a trace, for an extended period, they're declared missing. But the fact his name stayed on the active roster meant one thing: he was still operating. Suho realized even the Awakening Division acknowledged the ongoing threat this guy posed. Despite this being an obvious hunter-related criminal case, it fell under the Awakening Division's jurisdiction instead of the Special Forces Division. The Special Forces Division never made a move without rock-solid evidence, no matter how suspicious the situation seemed. As Suho closed the file in his hands, he reflected that the Special Forces Division also grappled with chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was that Chief Pai simply avoided anything he deemed unprofitable or too bothersome. Han Ho-zong scratched his neck and voiced his concern, saying the suspicion was understandable. But catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and simply asked, "Do you really believe he's overseas?" Ho-zong reacted with shock. Suho explained that Kim Gung was absolutely still in Korea. The reports mentioned that domestic athletes were still using his substances, and the fact his drugs were so easily accessible meant his base had had to be right here in the country. Suho pointed out that drug smuggling procedures were incredibly strict, making it nearly impossible to maintain such a smooth supply line from abroad. Hozong, taking a seat, admitted the reasoning was convincing, but a report remained just a report. They still didn't know, for sure, if those individuals were actually using doping drugs. Suho looked him straight in the eye and decided they would verify it themselves. Hozong responded that skill-based doping left no physical traces in the body, unlike chemical doping, which created a major challenge. Suho declared he would handle the verification personally, which only confused Hozong further. The officer pointed out that this wasn't even an official request yet for acquisition based solely on an anonymous tip, meaning Suho wouldn't be able to secure a warrant. He wondered how Suho expected to manage anything. Without one, Suho remained resolute. He stated that he had a separate plan ready and wanted to tackle this case solo. This was technically a field evaluation, after all, so he wanted to attempt his own approach first. If it didn't work out, they could then switch to Hajwang's method. Hajwang, still puzzled but not wanting to press the issue, he brushed it off and told him to proceed as he saw fit. Suho bowed slightly, grateful for his trust. Hozong added that Suho could reach out anytime if he required any assistance. Suho exited the office, poised to execute his plan. Hozong, leaning back in his chair, mused to himself that he had no idea what kind of plan Suho was banking on, but he figured Suho was about to learn the hard way. Tracking a rogue, unregistered hunter was nothing like Suho's previous missions, and reality would strike him soon enough. As Suho stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and reached out to Nexus Academy. He let them know he was coming there right away, and that he needed a favor. Moments later, G1 appeared, laughing brightly, and remarking the request seemed easy enough. Inside the Nexus Academy lounge, Suho and G1 sat side by side, while G1 confirmed all he had to do was track down Kim Gung-won. Suho confirmed it, and G1 studied the file, and promptly concluded that if they traced the numbers listed in the reports, they'd ultimately trace Kim Gung-won's phone. Once they located the phone, they'd then have his location, and Suho could apprehend him from there. Suho watched him, and was certain he'd made the right choice by coming to him. G1 modestly brushed it off, saying it was a simple task, and then asked if they should get started right away. He added that one more person would be joining them, and that person was Hyungmin from the Banshee team. Jaewon immediately wondered why Hyungmin was involved, but Suho explained that Hyungmin's ability was absolutely essential. Their mission: infiltrate a heavily secured phone, and extract vital data from deep within. Now, Jaewon finally understood their purpose. With the plan settled, Suho signaled to start. A little while later, Jaewon made a phone call. He pretended to be someone named Kwon Songmin, from a telecom base station, asking if the phone belonged to a Mr. Ham Dae-young and advertising a brand new internet plan. The person on the other end, though, only responded with utter disinterest, and promptly cut the call. Suho observed him, noting just how good he was at acting. Jaewon brushed it off, saying that since they confirmed the informant's number was legitimate, it was time to move forward. Jaewon activated his digitization skill, and immediately, the three of them shrank and entered the smartphone. They landed on the digital screen inside the device, confirming they were in precisely the right place. Jaewon explained that all they needed to do was find traces of contact or trade records with a notorious drug dealer. Searching through text messages, or messenger apps would make a quick job. They quickly spotted a telegram icon. Recalling that telegram that was commonly used for such illegal trades, they decided to start there. When Jaewon approached the icon and tried to access it, he realized it was completely locked. This made him tense. Suho looked at Hyungmin, and indicated that he would handle it. Jaewon grew confused, warning that firewalls like this weren't easy to break. Suho explained that Jaewon didn't know about Hyungmin's unique personal skill. Hyungmin had the ability to create a special doorway, capable of bypassing any barrier. His skill was called portal creation. Hyungmin raised his hands as a shimmering blue orb formed, and suddenly, a door materialized right in front of him. Suho understood in that moment that apps like Telegram would normally alert users of hacking attempts. But Hyungmin's ability didn't just attack the firewall. Instead, it carved a direct entrance right through it, leaving no trace. It instantly reminded Suho of how the Banshee team executed their terror strikes, with pinpoint precision, all thanks to Hyungmin. Meanwhile, Jaewon was lost in thought about his past struggles, remembering the grueling times he had to tackle firewalls with nothing but manual labor and sheer raw effort. Suho, noticing his suddenly gloomy expression, gently reminded him that he was the only one capable of allowing them entry into this place in the first place. still supporting the emotional Jaiwan. Suho then led the group through the newly opened portal. Inside the messages, they quickly unearthed some critical information. The three suddenly stopped at one crucial detail, realizing they had finally located the right place. In front of them appeared a room clearly labeled drugs. Inside that room sat two distinct avatars, facing each other. Jaiwan quickly identified them as Hamdaeho and the drug dealer. Fortunately, they hadn't left the chat room yet. The avatars, it turned out, represented actual chat logs. Suho then placed a hand on a small box on the table, and, from its contents, immediately determined that the avatar in front of them was definitely the dealer. They now needed to follow the information chain upward. Jaiwan confirmed that the door right behind the dealer's avatar led directly into the dealer's own Telegram account. Once they stepped through it, they found themselves facing multiple doors, each one representing a different transaction the dealer had completed. Jaiwan was utterly amazed that the chat rooms, visualized as an entire, sprawling building, showed just how many people had communicated with the dealer. Suho studied the vast structure and declared it was time to send every single one of them back to prison. They then immediately began tracking the very top of the chain. Suho instructed them to meticulously search every chat and collect all phone numbers and call records. Eventually, Suho and Jaiwan pinpointed a particular number. Jaiwan instantly identified it as the main supplier. If they followed that, they would surely reach the ultimate source. The trio repeated the same painstaking process for a while, searching tirelessly for more intel. After what felt like hours of relentless searching, they finally walked out of another digital doorway. Feeling utterly drained, Suho pondered aloud just how many layers of subcontracting there were. Hyungmin, equally exhausted, figured they were being extra cautious, given the sensitive nature of their business. Suho believed that after tracing through so many layers, it was finally time they found something concrete. Just then, Hyungmin opened another door and uncovered Kim Gungwon's phone. Inside this digital room, photographs of the man were plastered on every wall, the ceiling, in every single corner, top, bottom, everywhere. Hyungmin was absolutely shocked by the overwhelming number of images. Jiwon stared at the photos, utterly confused, wondering why the man's ego had inflated so dramatically and why he had so many selfies. Suho explained these were likely arbitrary self-photographs used for verification or identity tracking purposes. He then said that since the GPS was still active, they could retrieve the location and head back. Soon enough, G1 compared the data and pinpointed Kim Gungwon's home. Suho asked where it was, and G1 explained the location was in Gangnam, Seoul, at Acro Tower. Inside one of the tower's luxurious rooms, a bulky man with a nasty scar slashed across his face lounged back with the kind of smugness only dirty money could buy, bragging that profits were soaring, all thanks to their dear Mr. Gung. This was Baek Jaehyun, the boss of the Platinum Gang, and across from him sat Kim Gungwon, pretending to stay humble while soaking in all the praise. He claimed his results were always great. Because of Baek, then, casually brought up whether the police had been fully handled. Baek confirmed without hesitation, saying every single layer of law enforcement, from cops to prosecutors to even the Hunter Association, had already been thoroughly bribed. None of them could be touched now. Right then, the lights suddenly flickered out, and the whole room plunged into darkness. Everyone automatically glanced upward. Gungwon grumbled about a power outage, while Baek Jaehyun quietly assumed the same. Gungwon then complained that this wasn't some cheap, rundown building, and there was no gate rupture happening. So, the power cutting out made absolutely no sense. Baek followed up, irritation bubbling inside him, thinking about the ridiculous maintenance, fees they paid, and how this nonsense was unacceptable, promising himself he'd give the management a piece of his mind. Baek Jaehyun turned to his bald bodyguard, ordering him to go take care of it. The bodyguard moved toward the door, without question, but before he could reach it, the door exploded inward with a violent crash. The deafening sound ripped through the room, instantly snapping both men out of their irritation. Their attention locked onto the chaos. As they tried to process what the hell just happened, the answer walked in on its own. Suho stepped through the broken entrance, gripping the bald bodyguard's head like a piece of trash. He slammed it into the floor so hard the skull cracked. Suho then aimed a cold smirk straight at Gungwon, letting the bastard know he had been found. Gungwon froze when he saw Suho, demanding to know who he was, while Baek stood beside him, casually puffing on a cigar, commenting that Suho looked familiar. Suho rose to his feet and introduced himself. Holding up his ID, he identified himself as On Suho, record updater of the Awakening, Department of the Korean Hunter Association. He stated that Kim Gung-won had intentionally refused record updates for years. That alone was enough reason for an on-site arrest. Kim Gung-won, terrified and shocked, recognized him as the legendary sword god, On Suho. Suho confirmed that identity, scratched his neck, and told him to cooperate obediently. Instead, the men took their fighting stances. Suho looked at their audacity and warned that if they did not want to die, they should submit. Momins latte. The two criminals knelt on the ground, with beaten expressions, while Suho stood tall in front of them, thanking them for their cooperation. In their minds, the criminals believed he had utterly dominated them. They questioned how this could possibly be called cooperation. Suho then turned to Yunhwa, thanking her for her EMP ability, which had allowed them such easy entry. Yunhwa blushed, toying with her hair, admitting the job felt so simple and anticlimactic that it seemed like a total waste of training time. Hyung Min, standing nearby, revealed that she had actually skipped training and rushed over in eager anticipation. But before he could finish, Yunhwa sharply elbowed him, reminding him that when the team leader calls, she always needed to come running happily. Meanwhile, Suho sat in a chair facing the criminals, suggesting they continue their conversation. He first looked at Kim Gung-won, taking out the stat measuring device. He remarked on its impressive capabilities. System rules prevented people from directly viewing each other's status. Windows, however, the association could check stats through reaction results based on input values. Officially, the innovation boasted an accuracy above 70%, but in practice, Suho had extracted 100% accuracy. Kim Gung-gyan panichkit, thinking to himself that Suho had kept beating him until the results reached 100%. Suho smiled at him and reminded him that he had even healed him, so there was no reason to look so upset. He repeated that if the measured stats later failed to match what they were recording now, he would die. Faced with that stark statement, Kim Gung-won desperately agreed. Then Suho focused on Baek Ji-hoon, who had recently risen as a big shot in Gangnam. Thanks to Kim Gung-won, Suho knew this man needed to be arrested someday. But since today was only an on-site assessment, it would still be difficult. Still, he couldn't pretend he hadn't seen him. Standing right there, Suho looked at him and addressed him as Baek Ji-hoon, pointing out that the man had said something unclear. Earlier, Baek Ji-hoon asked what he meant. Suho didn't stop there, revealing Baek Ji-hoon had bribed the police, the prosecutors, and even the Korean Hunter Association. This sudden accusation left Baek Ji-hoon absolutely trembling. As Suho pressed him for more crucial details, he specifically wanted to know who, within the Korean Hunter Association, was truly involved. Suho then placed a hand on Baek Ji-hoon's shoulder and issued a chilling warning. Refrain from actions that cause misunderstandings, or you will die. The icy tone left Baek Ji-hoon gripped by fear, promising he understood. From the sidelines, Yonhwa and Hyungmin watched the intense scene unfold. Yonhwa commented that it brought back some memories, adding that it had been terrifying back then. Meanwhile, Hyungmin admitted he never expected Suho to become someone he respected this much. Back to Baek Ji-hoon, who confessed he had bribed Park Hyo-man, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho pressed, asking if it was just one person. Baek Ji-hoon cried, insisting it was only him, and begged Suho to believe his words. Suho scrutinized him, sensing he wasn't lying. He then pondered, did Park Hyo-man truly know nothing about the awakening and non-awakening assessments? If Park Hyo-man had known, he would have removed anyone connected to him from that list, or he would have given special instructions to protect them. This clearly meant someone had targeted Park Hyo-man himself. It couldn't have been Section Chief Lee Mun-ho, the one who had initially provided the list. But the mere fact that Lee Mun-ho assigned the evaluation task meant someone much higher had pressured him, someone either above Park Hyo-man or on equal footing. The possible candidates narrowed down to Chairman Jong Kyung-won and Special Unit Chief Pai Song-yeol. To Chairman Jong Kyung-won, Park Hyo-man was like a tongue in his own mouth, so he had no logical reason to harm him. As for Pai Song-yeol, his official rank was lower than Park Hyo-man's, but most said his internal power was far greater. Suho concluded the most likely suspect was Pai Song-yeol, according to his memories. He didn't just recall that the vice president and chief Pai were always clashing completely at odds. He realized he needed to observe the situation closely, because if Kim Gun-won were to be captured, either Pai Sung-yeol or Park Gu-man would surely make a move. Suho then seized Kim Gun-won by the collar, telling him directly, you're coming with me. Meanwhile, he addressed Baek Ji-yeom, warning him, I'll be seeing you again, and pointedly chose not to arrest him. That very statement immediately left Baek Ji-yeom utterly bewildered. Suho warned him, take care because I will be back. And with that, Suho and the Banshee team departed the luxurious room, leaving the utterly stumped Baek Ji-yeom in a daze. Sometime later, when Suho finally returned to the association, he discovered Senior Hozung dozing peacefully on a sofa. The moment he noticed Suho approaching, he let out a wide yawn and asked if Suho had managed to find Kim Gun-won, clearly expecting him to have failed. But when Suho coolly confirmed he had found him, Hozung was utterly baffled, struggling to even process the news. So Suho patiently reiterated the update, stating he had successfully located Kim Gun-won, updated his status window information, and placed him directly in the interrogation room. Hozung, still visibly shaken, followed as Suho instructed, so they could conduct a follow-up check later. Hozung and Suho stood behind a one-way window, observing Kim Gun-won seated inside the interrogation room. While an interrogator pressed him for answers, Hozung mused to himself about how this vicious S-class problem case had continuously evaded capture for years. Yet Suho had apprehended him in a single day, or rather, in just a mere few hours. The criminal was even cooperating without a fuss. Hosung's gaze then shifted to the stat measuring device, and he considered how that very machine normally only boasted 70% accuracy. Yet this time, the results had turned out almost perfectly identical to the subject's true stats. He then glanced back at Suho and marveled that something so infamously difficult had been handled with such incredible ease, as if Suho had merely gone for a casual stroll. Suho then declared, the charges have been proven. We can now hand Kim Gun-won over to the Special Forces Department immediately. Hozung nodded slowly, still utterly perplexed. He then asked, just how did you manage to catch him? Suho, with an unreadable expression, didn't even glance his way. He'd simply stated he'd asked around here and there, and got lucky. He then casually asked if he could bring in the remaining non-updaters too. Hozung agreed, suggesting they go together, but Suho abruptly spun around, declaring he wanted to catch all of them by himself, to earn the highest evaluation possible. This sudden declaration completely blindsided Hozung. Suho gave a slight bow, saying he'd ask for help if absolutely needed, but urged Hozung instead to focus on transferring Kim Gun-won to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked off, the flustered 7th grade officer remained standing alone, only able to mumble a confused okay. A few days later, chatter filled the office. Someone mentioned intern Suho, saying stories of him single-handedly catching all the vicious non-updaters were spreading like wildfire. People wondered how he managed to complete in just 2 days what even seasoned pro-awakeners couldn't. They declared, the real sword god is also the real squad god. The class difference in work is just overwhelming. But they also wondered if the awakening department would now receive all the blame. Someone suggested the department might start hating in turn Suho for this. Inside the awakening department, however, everyone cheered Suho's name, loudly calling him sword god over and over. These workers had been endlessly scolded because of those S-class problem cases, but hearing praise even just once felt 1,000 times better than constant criticism. They shouted their love for Suho. A woman in the office begged him not to leave, pleading for him to work there forever. She admitted she never said things like this, but had never witnessed talent like Suho's. A senior employee, eyes shining brightly, declared he had even joined Suho's fan club, telling others to call him Suho Priest, all while clutching a poster bearing Suho's face. As Suho left with documents in hand, his colleagues cried out, begging him not to go. Suho thanked them, but gently reminded them. First, he needed to wrap up his tasks with the awakening department. Soon after, his phone rang. The caller ID? None other than Pei Sung-yeol. Chief Pei, poring over documents, casually asked Suho if he was busy, telling him to drop by when he had a moment. Suho instantly knew the bite he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Inside Chief Pei's office, Chief Pei offered Suho a can of Coke and commented that Suho's performance in the awakening department had been quite impressive. Suho, ever modest, brushed it off as nothing. Chief Pei sat down, challenging him. How can you call it nothing when you consistently produce results far beyond expectations? Suho thanked him. Chief Pei then inquired if the first person he caught was Kim Gun-won. Suho confirmed it, smirking as he took a sip. Chief Pei then pointed out that if Suho had only seen Kim Gun-won, Suho realized immediately that things were unfolding exactly as he'd predicted, and that Chief Pei already knew everything. That made everything so much simpler. Suho revealed he'd also seen Baek Gyum, Chief Pei then asked why he let him go. Suho explained he believed the man was too high profile for him to handle. Why? Chief Pei pressed. Suho spoke, as if he already understood Chief Pei's implication. Suho clarified he assumed Chief Pei was referring to Baek Gyum's powerful connections. Chief Pei confirmed it. He then asked Suho to explain why he hadn't reported back right away. Suho said he waited because he had no proper justification to report yet. Chief Pei wanted to know what kind of justification. Suho clarified he planned to join the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pei's name hadn't been mentioned yet, reporting prematurely would have looked like overstepping his bounds. Suho assumed that if he waited, either Chief Pei or even the vice president of the association would call for him. Chief Pei approved his decision, telling him to report everything directly to him. From now on, he promised to, in return, tell Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho agreed. Chief Pei then asked if Suho wasn't curious why he had to report directly to him. Suho replied that there was no need to be curious, since Chief Pei surely had his reasons. Laughing, Chief Pei called him a crazy kid. He then pulled out a credit card and handed it to Suho, telling him he'd done a good job and should eat something expensive with his friends. After work, he insisted that Suho not settle for cheap food, like pork belly, but truly enjoy anything he wanted. Suho tried to decline, but Chief Pei reminded him that when an adult gives you something, you should accept it with thanks. Suho left the office and walked down the hall, thinking to himself that he had just walked past the vice president earlier, without saying anything. It became clear that something big existed between the vice president and Chief Pei. Pulling out his phone, Suho called Jaiwan. He told him he would send a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Jaiwan agreed without asking any questions. Suho asked why he didn't question him about the details, and Jaiwan replied that if Suho told him to do something, he would simply do it. Suho realized this must have been the same feeling Chief Pei experienced earlier. Suho encouraged Jaiwan to work hard, promising to buy him expensive food and telling him to decide what he wanted to eat. Jaiwan celebrated wildly on the other end of the call. After ending the call, Suho thought of reporter Joe Jinwoo. He called him and checked if he was free that evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jinwoo clinked their beer glasses together. Jinwoo congratulated him unofficially, starting his work as a hunter. Suho thanked him and asked if he had been busy with articles. Jinwoo said it hadn't been difficult, since all he had to do was add flavor to the solid foundation Suho provided. He asked about the Banshee team and others, and Suho explained that he set aside a separate table so they could bond better with Hyun and the others. Suho then tells Jinwoo that Hyun would want to greet him too, so they would invite him properly next time. He said he prepared this small repayment for last time. Jinwoo said he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer 2 helped save victims, and that the Nexus had risen into a nationally favored guild, which caused his related feature articles to perform extremely well. Raising his glass, he said he looked forward to working together. Suho raised his glass as well, and agreed that they should continue working together. The next day, at the association, the manager of the non-awakening division, Lee Seon, greeted Suho with cheerful energy. She told him she had heard about his impressive achievements and was happy to welcome him to the non-awakening division. Seeing his modest expression, she reminded him not to be too modest because it did not look good. She asked if he knew what the division handled. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed it and told him that it would be as difficult as finding a needle in the desert. She said he should not aim for more or less, but just find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho said he would find one quickly. She handed him a blue file labeled unregistered and said she liked his confidence. She informed him that Officer Yeom would guide him through the details. She told him to do his best. After some time, as Suho went through the reports she had given him, he decided to review the documents he received earlier from Ian Jun-sung. He found them to be only scattered reports. He thought about the fact that there is no easy way to identify an unregistered hunter unless they confess to it or unless their power level drastically increased. Otherwise, they were virtually indistinguishable from regular people. Hunter registration existed, of course, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, but some actively avoided it because they hated being awakened, especially when certain jobs were exclusively for the non-awakened. Individuals like athletes were a prime example. Suddenly, a voice called out to Suho. It was Jo Song-gil, an investigator specializing in unregistered hunters. He mentioned hearing about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the Awakening Division. Apparently, his colleague, Annushong, Atpraiza Suwon Leslie. So he was really looking forward to meeting him. Suho responded politely. The officer then asked if Suho intended to handle this assignment alone. Suho replied he'd tried solo first. As he turned away, the officer told him to contact him if he ran into trouble. And that's when Suho realized the man had simply come to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he'd marked for evaluation somewhere else instead. A dartboard, absolutely riddled with perfectly centered arrows, belonged to a blonde boy named Park Goon. Onlookers behind him praised his incredible skill, saying his abilities never disappointed. Someone else chimed in that he'd likely win the upcoming tournament again. Yet another person noted that the first place prize money would be huge, and they couldn't help but feel jealous. Two other students then approached Park Goon. A girl invited him to karaoke with them after a long time, but Park Goon said he needed to help his mother at the shop, telling them to go without him. The black-haired boy grumbled that, even on the day before the tournament, when practice ended early, he still had responsibilities. Park Goon apologized, promising they'd go next time. Later, he arrived at the family restaurant and announced he was home. Inside, he saw an officer eating there. There was Suho casually savoring some fancy dishes. The boy's eyes widened, instantly recognizing him as the sword god. His mother, however, quickly shushed him, quietly reminding him not to bother their patrons. The boy quietly agreed. His mother then asked why he was home so early when he should still be training. He explained that practice had wrapped up early, due to the tournament being tomorrow. She wondered why he wasn't hanging out with friends, but he simply donned an apron and declared he couldn't leave her to work alone. He then inquired if he could take care of the sword god's bill, in case it hadn't been paid off yet. She agreed, just as Suho requested the bill. The boy informed him it was 10,000 won, and asked if he wanted a receipt. Suho declined, and surprisingly, called him by his name. The boy froze rigid, shocked Suho knew who he was. Suho disclosed he was from the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mere mention of the non-awakening department made the boy's face visibly blanch. He immediately started backing away, profusely apologizing, claiming he was busy and had absolutely no time. Suho calmly told him it would just be a moment, but the boy just outright sprinted out of the restaurant, muttering apologies as he ran. His mother watched him leave, completely baffled by his strange behavior. In an alleyway, the boy slumped miserably to the ground. A familiar system window floated in front of him, inquiring if he wished to pursue his power. The boy stared at the window, utterly miserable, lamenting why of all times did this have to happen now. Still visibly shaken, Gun remained crouched on the ground. He had kept the status window hidden from everyone, which had materialized days ago. Yet somehow, the association already seemed to know if anyone discovered he was an awakener, even if he was merely level 1, it would spell the end for his archery career. An awakener, after all, was still an awakener, and revealing it at this moment was not an option. He made himself keep a low profile, convincing himself to just endure a little longer. His phone suddenly rang, and he answered. He slowly rose to his feet, regaining his composure, and told her he was right nearby. She then mentioned Hunter and Suho had already departed. Goon immediately pressed for more, wanted to know if he'd really left. Without saying anything, his mother explained that she'd only spoken briefly with the sword god, and that nothing else had transpired. Hearing this, Goon felt his tension ease for the first time. He told her he was fine, that he'd return to the dorm to rest for tomorrow's tournament, and that she should eat dinner without worrying about him. She agreed, though she cautiously checked if everything was truly all right. That question snapped something inside him, and he raised his voice, insisting nothing was going on. The call ended shortly after. Goon exhaled slowly. His mother hadn't sounded anxious or suspicious, and that alone brought him relief. It seemed the sword god had chosen not to tell her anything. The reason behind that decision bothered him. Clutching his phone tighter, he wondered if that man intended to expose him later, though clearly not yet. No matter what was coming, he couldn't abandon tomorrow. This tournament mattered more than anything else. It was the biggest high school archery competition in the country, and the first place prize was 50 million won. That money was his grandmother's chance at surgery. He had lived his entire life for this single moment. Once the tournament was over, he would report everything properly. All he needed was just one more day. The next day, the scene shifted to the training center, where Park Goon sat alone in the waiting area. He looked unsettled, his thoughts heavy as he wondered if the sword god hadn't come all the way to school properly. The tension sat clearly on his face. From behind, his dark-haired friend suddenly greeted him, startling him slightly. Goon reacted instinctively, brushing it off by saying he was feeling a bit sick. His friend noticed the reaction and pointed out that Goon seemed nervous, though the blonde boy immediately denied it. Park Goon was reminded that, even when he wasn't at his best, first place would still naturally fall to him. His friend added that no one could possibly deny it. He smiled, mentioning that Gun had never once lost first place. Since he joined the school, he had outranked all the upperclassmen and secured the top spot every single time. This was the very definition of real talent. Hearing this only made Gun feel even more uneasy, as he pointed out that his friend beat upperclassmen every day as well. The response came with a shrug, admitting that despite all that, he was still stuck as the eternal second-place holder. In the end, the world only ever remembered whoever stood first. With a smirk, his friend added that, considering how much money his family spent on him, failing to even secure second place would mean serious trouble back home, especially with the kind of father he had. His friend clenched his fist lightly and brushed it aside, telling Gun that regardless, he had a reason to win and needed to make sure he did. He promised to watch until the very end. Gun thanked him, admitting that the encouragement helped him relax a little. Just then, Gun's attention was pulled away by the coach, calling for him. Meanwhile, On Soo-hyun watched him from the background with a dark smile. As soon as Gun entered an office, he noticed the coach, speaking with a man dressed in black. One look was enough for him to recognize exactly who it was. The man standing there was none other than On Soo-hyun himself. Gun immediately wondered why he was here. Fear crept in fast, sweat forming, as he realized the officer might have come to take him away. The coach excused himself, saying he would leave, so the two could speak comfortably. Once alone, Soo-hyun addressed Park Gun and brought up where he had gone the previous day. The question made Gun stumble over himself, unable to respond properly. Soo-hyun then asked the boy if he was awakened, and the words hit Gun like a hammer. Fear gripped him, his thoughts spiraling, as he wrestled with telling the truth or lying. The tournament was just around the corner, and simply participating already meant victory for him. He desperately needed the prize money for his grandmother's surgery. There was no other way he could get it. He could earn such a massive amount, outside of archery, just this once. He wanted to hold on to this. Suho placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, emphasizing the gravity of the matter and asking for honesty. Still trembling, Gung finally admitted the truth and confessed that he was awakened. Suho's expression softened into a gentle smile as he thanked him for his honesty. Then, without hesitation, he stated clearly that they would report the awakening immediately and that Gung would have to withdraw from the tournament. He assured him that he could make sure the coach and others wouldn't hear about it. The words left Gung utterly stunned. Desperation overtook him as he pleaded desperately, telling him how he hadn't even chosen a class yet and was still only level 1. However, Suho's response was cold and firm. He acknowledged Gung's desperate situation and understood what he wanted to say, but the law was absolute. Even if Gung entered the tournament and reported afterward, any results within a 2-month window will be nullified. This realization shocked Gung even further. Suho explained that reporting now was the better option and told him to come with him to the association. With no real choice left, Gung reluctantly agreed. Suho led him toward his car, watching as the boy followed quietly, without resistance. Seeing this, Suho felt a sense of relief. In his previous life, Park Gung had won this tournament, but later lost the title in disgrace. After his so-called best friend, Hong Won-suk, reported him, that incident twisted him deeply, eventually pushing him into villainy and turning him into the notorious criminal known as Gangwei. It was a painful decision, but with Suho's interference, his grim destiny offers an unexpected save. Meanwhile, as they continued their drive, Suho casually brought up a question: why the boy was acting like some kind of criminal, even though nothing about him really fit that label. The boy shifted uncomfortably and admitted it was because he had hidden the fact that he had awakened his powers. Suho immediately shut that idea down, saying that he hadn't actually done anything wrong. In that exact moment, the boy snapped his head to look at Suho so fast. It was almost reflexive, clearly caught off guard and confused. Suho calmly told him to stop worrying, because he wasn't a criminal in the first place. Still unsettled, Goon struggled to understand and try to grasp what Suho meant. Suho explained it simply. He asked whether anyone had suffered damage because he delayed reporting his awakening. The boy admitted that no one had. Hearing that, Suho concluded that there was no problem. Without a victim, there was no crime, and there was no reason for him to carry guilt. He then instructed Goon that once they arrived, he should report his awakening. At the first floor registration desk, Suho continued, warning him that he likely would not be able to do archery for some time and perhaps never again. Still, he acknowledged Goon's talent, reminding him that he was an excellent archer and that another great future would eventually open up for him. Not long after, the car reached their destination. At the association's registration center, Suho dropped the boy off and prepared to leave. Just as he turned away, someone called out to him. It was Investigator Joe, standing nearby with a cigar in his hands. With a casual tone, Joe remarked that handling everything alone must be tough. Suho answered calmly that it was not that difficult. A faint smile crossed his face as he added that he had only just begun. Joe echoed the words, noting that if Suho was only beginning, so his help wasn't needed after all. Suho responded with a respectful bow, assuring him he was perfectly fine. Then he took his leave. As Suho walked away, he placed a call to Gene Huey, asking if he had some time to chat. Behind him, Investigator Joe let out a quiet sigh. Watching Suho's retreating back, he muttered that the man was clearly struggling, though his pride kept it well hidden. Soon after, the boy reached the reception desk. The woman there informed him that his player registration card was ready, and he thanked her as he accepted it, staring down at the card in his hand. A heavy thought settled in. He realized he could never go back to being an ordinary person again. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the past few days and felt an unexpected sense of relief. Despite having lied during that time, he decided the first thing he needed to do was tell his mother the truth. He tried calling her repeatedly, but even after 8 attempts, there was no answer. Volley crept in fast, in the fear that something might have happened to her. He rushed toward their small restaurant, his heart pounding, only to be met by a large crowd gathered outside. As he stepped inside, he saw people packed in nearly every corner, in awe. He wondered what on earth was going on. A dark-haired girl noticed him and complained that her group had been first in line. Another man looked at him closely and asked if he was Park Gum. The moment the crowd realized who he was, excitement erupted. People began cheering, recognizing him as Ansung High School's archery prospect, and several asked him to take pictures with them. Overwhelmed, he tried to understand how they even knew who he was. He wondered if the sudden increase in customers was because they had come to see him. The girl quickly cleared the misunderstanding, explaining that they were not there for him, but because this restaurant, get this, was personally recommended by the Sword God. But that explanation only left him even more utterly bewildered. She excitedly chimed in, gushing that the Sword God had actually posted about the food on Instagram. The post had already racked up over 87,000 likes and a staggering 47,000 comments. Some customers chuckled amongst themselves, finding it adorably quaint that the Sword God's very first post was just a simple, delicious food recommendation. Still completely lost, the boy racked his brain, wondering how they'd recognized him. Then, one of the more studious-looking customers nonchalantly clarified, saying that doing your homework before pilgrimage was just basic common sense. Others then pressed him with burning curiosity, eager to know if he had truly met the Sword God. With a touch of pride, he admitted that yes, he had. He even boasted that he had personally handled the Sword God's payment himself. The girl next to him reacted with open jealousy, but then pointed out that his mom looked completely swamped and urged him to go lend a hand. He immediately sprinted into the kitchen and declared to his mom that he'd help out. She questioned him sharply about the competition, asking why he was there instead of rigorously training. Tying on an apron, he brushed her off, saying they could chat later and that he needed to start cleaning right away. Outside, customers excitedly gawked at the special Sword God menu, commenting on how incredibly humble and endearing it felt to see the Sword God enjoying simple snack food. The entire day flew by with him, serving customers without a moment's rest. By evening, sheer exhaustion finally caught up to him. He leaned against the counter, utterly drained, and remarked that ever since the restaurant had first opened, this had undoubtedly been their most frantic day ever. His mother, still completely bewildered, commented on the sudden, inexplicable chaos, and then asked again why he was even there. Instead of competing, before he could even begin to answer, someone outside called out, asking if the restaurant was still open. His mother turned and profusely apologized, explaining that they were closed for the day because they had completely run out of ingredients. "I'm not a customer," the man replied. He then introduced himself as Joe Jinwei, a reporter hailing from PBS, and stated he'd like to interview Park Gong if he had a moment. The boy stood there utterly confused, wondering if this man truly wanted to meet him. The reporter quickly confirmed it, explaining their team had received a tip. According to their information, Park Gung had withdrawn from a major competition after honestly reporting that he'd become an awakened person. The words hit hard. His mother froze in shock, struggling to comprehend. One awakened person's honesty report even meant. She questioned what was really going on. The scene then shifted to the archery training ground, where Coach Patting Won-suk offered a few words of encouragement. The boy responded confidently, stating he would do his absolute best for the competition. But once the coach walked away, his thoughts immediately turned sharp and bitter. He hadn't expected Park Gun to make the first move. Originally, Won-suk had planned to report Gun's awakening right after winning the competition, intending to completely crush his future. He believed the higher someone climbed, the harder they were meant to fall. But now that Gun had withdrawn from the match entirely, everything changed. This unexpected move made Won-suk's debut much earlier than planned. Just a few days earlier, he'd overheard Gun muttering to himself about his awakening, and that memory burned deeply within him. Jealousy had always lingered inside him, and it finally made sense why that beggar kid had been shooting so unnaturally well. The thought that Gun had deceived him and tried to block his future filled him with seething resentment. But now his eyesore was gone. This was his time. He would win the competition and prove himself to everyone. As he began training, whispers spread around the field. People quietly remarked on how perfectly he was releasing the bow, even claiming it looked better than Gun's technique. The praise fed directly into his growing confidence, twisting his ambition into pure greed. He now saw himself as the one true bow god. His intense focus suddenly shattered. That when he overheard talk about an official who had just arrived, it was none other than on Suho himself. Confusion rippled through the gathered crowd, wondering why the sword god was even here. Suho walked straight up to Won-suk and called him out by name, asking him to accompany him to the association. Won-suk was completely blindsided, demanding an explanation. Suho calmly replied that this wasn't a matter to discuss out in the open. He explained Won-suk was scheduled for an investigation, one that would last about a day. Anger surged through Won-suk as he snapped back, flat out refusing and questioning why this investigation was suddenly happening now. Suho remained composed, stating that everything would be explained to him on the way. Won-suk's frustration boiled over as he flatly refused, again insisting he absolutely could not go, and asked if Suho himself would agree if he were in the exact same position. That's when Suho finally revealed the true reason. He brought up Won-suk's older brother, Hong Dong-suk. Just hearing that name, that drained all color from Won-suk's face. Suho explained that Dong-suk was currently under investigation for draft dodging involving a fake awakening report. Because of this, all family members were required to undergo awakening verification as well. The case involved many people and was being treated as a serious matter. Suho looked Won-suk directly in the eyes and asked for his full cooperation. Fear crept in, fast and cold, as Won-suk struggled to process the words draft dodging and corruption. Behind him, other students whispered among themselves, remarking that the sword god was personally escorting him away. A girl murmured quietly that it looked like his family had committed a major crime. At the association, a dark-haired boy shouted loudly, demanding to know who had reported him. Sitting across from an officer at a desk, he fiercely accused him of hypocrisy. He pointed out that this very officer was the one who issued his player license. The officer then warned him that his continued refusal to cooperate would only make things much worse. Just then, Suho arrived, bringing Won-suk with him. Watching the situation unfold, Suho reflected that he'd caught everyone he could recall being tied to the draft fraud scam, and now everything was exploding all at once. The moment Won-suk saw his brother, his restraint shattered. He struck him instantly, knocking him straight to the ground, unleashing all his pent-up rage. He blamed him for ruining his competition and spat insults at him. Observing the scene, Suho thought about how utterly distorted they all seemed. Investigator Joe then rushed over to Suho, asking for help. Suho replied calmly that interns weren't allowed to perform official duties, and that he was currently busy undergoing a field evaluation. Joe protested, but was suddenly called away by his superior and had to leave. Watching him go, Suho thought that he had already spoon-fed them more than enough, and wondered how much more they truly expected from him. Not long after, he arrived at a PC cafe. Looking around, he noted how incredibly old it felt. The place still allowed indoor smoking, had no customers, and carried an atmosphere utterly frozen in time. After the cataclysm and the rise of virtual reality, the online gaming industry had collapsed rapidly. PC games that relied only on monitors had absolutely no chance against VR games. It surprised Suho that this place was still operating at all. His attention then shifted to a gray-haired man seated nearby. Instantly, Suho realized he had finally found him. He took the seat beside him and opened the game, OPS. The gray-haired man noticed and commented on seeing someone play OPS. After such a long time, Suho admitted that returning to the game after so long was not easy. The man found it amusing and remarked that OPS was practically a dead game. Having even one more player felt like a welcome addition. He then suggested they team up and play together, and asked Suho to send him a friend request under the username Railgun. Suho's eyes widened as he instantly recognized the name, and then it hit him. He was sitting right next to the number 1 ranked OPS player. The man confirmed it nonchalantly. Suho, in awe, expressed his respect and appreciation, feeling a sudden surge of generosity. The man stood up, offering to treat Suho to something to eat, explaining he actually worked there and could give him plenty of options. As he casually browsed the various shelves, he turned and asked Suho for his order. But before Suho could choose anything at all, Suho abruptly asked if his name was Kim Q. The man's reaction was instant. The gray-haired man went rigid, struck with shock, a flicker of pure fear flashing across his face. As he slowly turned to Suho, confirming his name, Suho, unwavering, calmly removed his ID card and revealed his official affiliation with the Korean Hunter Association's Non-Awakening Inspection Division. Fixing a steely gaze directly on the man, Suho sternly ordered him to show his ID. The gray-haired man visibly trembled as he recoiled, finally confirming he was indeed Kim Kwan. His terror was palpable once his identity was outed. Suho held his gaze, unblinking, with resolute, unwavering firmness, already fully aware of the truth, and firmly demanded his ID without a second thought. The boy desperately tried to maintain his composure, claiming his ID was just in the locked staff room, and promising he'd be right back. As the man slowly edged toward the stairway, Suho shadowed him closely, already knowing exactly what was about to happen. The very moment they reached the stairs, the boy bolted without a shred of warning, sprinting off just as Suho had foreseen. Out on the street, the boy, utterly exhausted, slumped against a wall, gasping for air, his mind racing, as he frantically wondered how the association had ever managed to track him. And little did he know, however, that Suho was already there, right behind him, swift as a shadow, before the boy could even react. Suho casually called him out on his escape attempt, and in that very instant, he delivered a powerful flick to the boy's forehead. Just the impact alone sent agonizing pain surging through the boy's body, instantly dazing him as he crumpled to his knees, trembling, completely overwhelmed by the pain. Suho coldly warned him that any refusal to cooperate or another attempt to flee would lead to his immediate arrest. Kneeling beside him, Suho listened as the frightened boy protested, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong. Suho then called him by his real name, Kim John, completely shattering the boy's composure. He then asked if the person inside the building was his older brother, Kim John. The boy instantly denied it, but Suho remained unmoved, already seeing through the lie. He told him they needed to go back inside first, as he needed to confirm Kim Ji-hun's real body. Anger suddenly overwhelmed the boy, and he lunged forward, fist clenched. The attack was effortlessly stopped with one hand, shocking the boy as Suho twisted his arm without strain. Suho made it clear that he had come to help them, but their actions were only causing unnecessary trouble for him. Moments later, the boy gave in, tapping out under the immense pressure. Suho smiled calmly, warning him that one more attack would end with him tied up, and he ordered the boy to lead the way to his place. Inside the room, the twin of the gray-haired boy lay motionless on the bed. Suho stood over him, quietly observing, and it didn't take long for him to realize that the boy was in a possessed state. On the bed lay identical IDs belonging to the twin brothers, both bearing the same name, Kim Gwon. Suho turned his attention back to the gray-haired boy and questioned when his brother had awakened. He then revealed that Kim John's possession trait could only activate on the same player, and hearing this visibly tensed the boy. Suho warned him not to lie, stating that their work dates at the PC cafe could easily be checked. Realizing there was no escape from the truth, the boy broke down and desperately asked what Suho was planning to do next. With his eyes shut tight, he explained everything in a rush, revealing that he was paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident, while his brother had ended up in a vegetative state. They had no parents, no money, and no support, and this was the only way they could survive. Suho calmly responded that he would not do anything, a statement that completely confused the boy. For clarity, the hooded boy was Kim Gwon, the younger brother, while the disabled one was Kim John, now possessing his own younger brother because of his vegetative condition. With that understood, the situation continued. Suho looked at the boy calmly and explained that he was there to help them, instructing him to sit down and listen properly. The boy, irritated and unwilling to trust him, resisted until Suho finally introduced himself as On. Suho, the name, struck a nerve, sounding familiar enough to spark panic. The boy quickly pulled out his phone to search the name, only to realize that the sword god himself was standing right in front of him. At that moment, the original Gion returned to his own body, fusion washing over his face. As he tried to process what was happening, pulling himself toward his wheelchair, John focused on Suho and asked him to explain in detail how he intended to help them. There was a saying that truly helping the helpless meant giving them work instead of handing out money, and Suho applied that principle without hesitation. He stated that he intended to find a job for Kim Ji-hun, then directly brought up whether Ji-hun wished to become a hunter. Again, the boy reacted with visible confusion, unable to understand how Suho could say such a thing. While clearly seeing the condition of Ji-hun's legs, he went on to make it clear that if Suho's idea involved entering gates by possessing his younger brother's body, then that path was completely off the table. Suho remained perfectly calm, making it clear no possession would be involved at all, and this job was meant for Kim John himself. The boy's brow furrowed deeply, irritation rising as he told Suho to stop messing around. If such a thing were truly possible, it would have happened ages ago. He pointed out his level was already over 50, and he couldn't even enter the lowest level gates anymore just to make a living. Suho then smoothly shifted the topic, asking if John was familiar with partner items. These items were special equipment that perfectly synchronized with a player's innate traits, amplifying their abilities in unique ways. John was aware of them, but he also knew how unrealistic they were to obtain. Partner items were comparable to winning the lottery, with only a handful of players across the entire world ever finding one that truly matched them. Suho acknowledged that difficulty, that knowing better than anyone that finding an item perfectly suited to a person was nearly impossible. Still, he knew that in his previous life, Kim John had become infamous because of a specific partner item. Suho assured the boy he knew exactly which item resonated with John's possession trait, and through that item, he intended to give both brothers a completely new life. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist tightly, his emotions boiling over. He demanded to know why Suho was doing all of this, after they had been ignored by everyone for so long. He questioned whether there was something Suho wanted from them. In return, all this time, Kim John had knocked on the doors of welfare centers, district offices, and countless organizations, yet not a single hand ever reached back to him. He had fallen from being a successful hunter to someone society quietly labeled as weak and disposable, and that slow abandonment carved deep scars into him. Because of that neglect, Kim John eventually ended up walking the path of a villain. In the present, Suho stated that John had never been abandoned, but the boy clearly didn't buy a single word of it. What happened next left him utterly speechless. Suho stepped forward, dropping to one knee before him. He lowered himself without a moment's hesitation and offered a sincere apology for his late arrival. He confessed he should have come to help them much sooner deep down in his heart. Even though he hadn't created the system himself and wasn't the state itself responsible, still, he fully understood his duty as a public servant and intended to fulfill that duty with utmost sincerity. Without making any excuses, a calm smile on his face, Suho explained his delay wasn't due to neglect or any kind of indifference on his part, but because he hadn't found a viable solution until now. This time, however, things were different, and this time he absolutely promised to help. Kim John stared at him in stunned silence for a long moment, before finally, hesitantly, apologizing in return. He was apologizing back to Suho. He confessed he'd never experienced anyone who genuinely tried to help people like them, which had made him overly sensitive and fiercely defensive. Suho stood back up and assured him he would have reacted the exact same way if he were in that position. He then firmly assured him that his brother's awakening report would not interfere with their disability pension whatsoever, making his intentions perfectly clear. He'd already considered all of those consequences. Suho even went as far as stating he would personally deal with the PC cafe owner himself if John wasn't paid properly for his work, though, fortunately, the man was spared when John himself explained that the owner had actually treated him quite kindly. Shifting the conversation forward once more, Suho then stated that he would soon introduce John to a suitable guild for all his upcoming hunter-related activities. The boy, however, couldn't help but wonder how any guild would possibly accept someone like him. But Suho dismissed that concern entirely with a wave of his hand. All John needed to do was wait patiently until Suho returned with a very special partner item, an item that would change everything for them both. Sometime later, Suho returned to the Hunter Association. Just as he stepped out of his car, his thoughts lingered on why Chief Pai and the vice president had contacted him so suddenly. Before he could reflect any further, his attention snapped to Park Gun, who was sprinting right at him. Suho questioned why the boy was there, and Park Gun quickly spilled the beans, explaining his mom had packed food for Suho. This was all thanks to Suho's Instagram post and the buzz from recent news coverage, both of which were getting incredible reactions. The boy gushed with gratitude, clearly thrilled with how things were unfolding. Suho calmly waved it off, saying he hadn't done anything special. He explained he only posted the dish simply because it genuinely tasted delicious. And as for the news coverage, he casually denied reporting anything personally. Gung could only awkwardly agree. Suho then asked if the boy had changed his class yet. Gung immediately lit up and excitedly declared he chose the archer class. He was still dead serious about becoming a hunter, and pressed on to ask if Suho had any guild recommendations for him. And just as we all expected, Suho brought his new sidekick to the Nexus Guild. The guild leader, seeing an applicant personally recommended by Suho, instantly approved him with a beaming smile. Sometime later, Suho was seen knocking outside the vice president's office. He calmly announced his presence. From inside, he was told to enter. As he stepped through the doorway, Suho respectfully bowed and asked if he had been summoned. The vice president confirmed it, saying he wanted to check in on Suho and how he'd been doing lately. After Suho took his seat, the vice president smiled and mentioned that he'd heard Suho's recent achievements were quite impressive. Suho casually brushed it off, attributing everything to simple good luck. Vice President Kamen responded with a wide smile, pointing out just how modest Suho was, especially considering he had been dealing with absolutely nothing but rather challenging assignments within the Awakening Department. He even brought up how Suho had tackled a military service corruption case, which wasn't even part of his official evaluation. Looking Suho dead in the eye, the vice president demanded to know where he'd managed to get that kind of intel at such a moment. Suho instantly understood what was happening. The vice president was clearly digging for his sources, and judging by how quickly the vice president reacted to issues tied specifically to the Awakening Department, Suho's suspicion only deepened. There was a strong chance that Director Lee Wanek and the vice president were connected to the corruption case. Realizing this, Suho decided to toss out some bait. Closing his eyes briefly, Suho explained that he'd conducted field inquiries based on tips. The vice president immediately countered, saying those tips didn't seem related to draft dodgers at all, and then asked how Suho had actually investigated the case. That was when Suho realized the vice president had already reviewed all the tip-off documents in detail. Suho then added that he'd also gotten information through various acquaintances, relying on informants he'd built connections with during his time working as a hunter. That response visibly shocked the vice president, who pressed him further on what kind of people would go so far as to help him. Suho calmly replied that the information came from his connections. When the vice president demanded to know exactly what kind of connections, Suho simply brushed it off, saying they were just from here and there. That vague answer caused the vice president to completely lose his composure. He practically roared, demanding to know what here and there even meant. Suho politely apologized, but firmly stated that, since those connections involved sensitive government agencies, he couldn't possibly disclose them. The vice president then pressed if those agencies had any ties to their organization. Suho, honestly, replied he wasn't sure. The vice president pressed again, his tone a mix of accusation and plea. "Are you really going to treat me this way?" he demanded. "I feel truly hurt by this," he added. Suho listened in silence, giving absolutely no reaction. The vice president then argued that crucial information like this should be shared with someone running organizations like his, claiming it's how influence spreads and how associations grow. How could such information even be misused? He scoffed. With a faint smirk, Suho then added that he'd heard whispers of internal connections within the Day One Association itself, and since the source was reliable, it was most likely an insider. The vice president immediately latched onto this, eager to meet these mysterious informants. Suho replied, his voice cautious, that they were extremely wary of any exposure, which would make such a meeting incredibly difficult. The vice president then suggested meeting them under the guise of being a new client, but Suho insisted that even that wouldn't be possible. Stepping closer, the vice president desperately asked, "Are you truly going to do this to me?" After a brief pause, Suho finally conceded, "I'll ask them once." That answer instantly thrilled the vice president, who urged Suho to give him a response by today. Suho simply agreed, "I understand." With their conversation finished, Suho stated he would take his leave. He thought to himself, "I've hooked the vice president perfectly, exactly as planned." The scene then shifted to the non-awakened department, where Suho ran right into IOM Young-sung, who was standing right in front of him. Suho calmly checked if his evaluation had already been completed. IOM, however, was visibly sweating, juggling a massive stack of files. He awkwardly explained that the awakening department was completely swamped at the moment and asked Suho to please wait a little longer. The staff handling evaluations were absolutely swamped, and it would likely take several more days to wrap everything up. Hearing that, Suho was genuinely taken aback, wondering what this sudden delay was even supposed to mean. Around them, chaos consumed the department. Other officers were shouting around him, clutching their heads and complaining about how an absurd number of draft dodgers had appeared all at once. Just compiling the list alone was taking forever. Another officer muttered miserably about his mother, apologizing in his heart for being unable to go home from work. Suho then calmly asked where he was supposed to wait. In the meantime, Aum hesitated before realizing that Suho hadn't even been assigned a seat yet. Suho simply stood there blankly, waiting for an answer. Not long after, the scene cut to him outside the building, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Standing beside him was Chulman, laughing openly and pointing out that Suho had basically been kicked out. Suho admitted it with a frustrated tone. Chulman took a sip of his drink and casually mentioned that he had heard Suho caught a massive number of draft dodgers. Suho asked how that news had already spread. Chulman explained that even when people asked the awakening department, no one responded. So everyone just ended up watching the situation unfold from the sidelines. Suho thought to himself that this wasn't exactly good news. The department was clearly busy dealing with something ugly, and there was no reason to air its dirty laundry in front of others. He then asked Chulman if he knew much about internal politics. Chulman was surprised by the sudden question and wondered why Suho was asking something like that. Out of nowhere, Suho explained that he thought it would be better to understand these things. He wasn't planning to pick sides, only trying to avoid danger by knowing what was coming in advance. Chulman instantly grasped Suho's underlying question. As he observed Chulman, Suho mused that Chulman's expressions revealed a great deal. Despite his outwardly dull demeanor, he was undeniably sharp and incredibly cautious. This was someone who had clearly weathered significant internal power struggles in the past. In stark contrast, Suho realized that his entire life had been spent merely swinging his sword, hyper-focused solely on survival, with no time to ever truly look around. Chulman then started elaborating on the intricate structure involving Vice President Simon and Chief Pai Sunjil. On the surface, two major factions dominated within the association, the Vice President's faction and the Special Unit Chief's faction. Suho remembered that prior to his regression, these two hadn't appeared as clear faction leaders, even seeming to be aligned. Now, looking back, that clearly wasn't the reality. They were never true allies from the very start. Suho strongly suspected that. Incidents like the Sunbae Gayam case were likely handled by meticulously gathering information and tightening the leash from behind the scenes. Chulman continued, explaining that the factions themselves were fairly straightforward to distinguish. The Awakening Department and the Management Department fell under the Vice President's command, while the Gate Department and the Resource Department were Chief Pai's responsibility. He then asked Suho why the President didn't appear to have a faction of his own. Suho answered simply that the President was the single highest-ranking individual in the entire association. Chulman agreed, adding that the President only needed to successfully complete his term, so his focus naturally gravitated towards external relations. Chulman then inquired if there was anything else Suho felt curious about. Suho declined, stating he would keep everything he had heard firmly in mind. Chulman then offered to arrange a temporary position for him within the Gate Department. Suho thanked him but voiced his concern that doing so might potentially cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he proposed a study for other departmental theory exams. Chulman agreed, suggesting a cafe, and said he would provide all the necessary study materials. Suho thanked him once more, thinking to himself that taking the rest of the day off Might not be such a bad idea after all. Sometime later, Suho arrived at the Nexus Guild's Payu Villa. The moment he stepped inside, the Banshee team and Jaiwan visibly brightened, genuinely thrilled to see him after so long. Suho calmly guided everyone to their seats, setting the mood before anything else. Jaiwan found it odd Suho was there during work hours, but Suho brushed it off, explaining it was a legal skip. What mattered more, he added, was that the timing was finally right. The group didn't immediately understand what he meant, so Suho reminded them of the promise he had made. In the past, he acknowledged that the Banshee team all carried a deep grudge against the special unit. The revenge they wanted was something he intended to help them achieve in a concrete and irreversible way. For that, preparation was necessary, and for that, preparation was paramount. That was the real reason he had gathered them. He needed people who could move in secret, acting as his hands and feet, without drawing attention. Manhwa pointed out that they were still officially in a training period and reminded him he had once said the revenge would come after he entered the Special Forces unit. Suho admitted that had been the original plan. However, he had recently uncovered something interesting. If things went smoothly, they could stir chaos inside the organization. Even before he officially joined the Special Forces unit, he explained that the plan revolved around exploiting internal faction conflicts. With a faint, confident smile, Suho revealed their first target. It was none other than Vice President Park Hyun. As he promised earlier, Suho brought the Vice President to a predetermined location. That evening, after stepping out of the car, the Vice President glanced around nervously. He clearly found the meeting place unimpressive, even shabby. Suho calmly explained that the people involved were extremely sensitive about security and asked for his understanding. As the Vice President opened the door, he assumed they must have private rooms inside, reasoning that choosing such a place meant informants were cautious and scheming within. But inside the building, the Banshee members stood waiting, white masks covering their faces. The Vice President began to sweat, his mind racing as he noticed no other signs of life. Had something gone wrong? Or had someone overheard them? Still, he reassured himself that Sword God, Suho was right there, meaning nothing serious could possibly happen, right? Suho then turned slightly away from him and stated, "This is indeed the right place." The Vice President grew uneasy, sensing something truly off about Suho's tone. Suho continued, "The timing is perfect for getting things done." In that instant, the Banshee members surged forward with overwhelming speed and force, subduing the Vice President before he could even react. They pinned him to the ground in one smooth, brutal motion, completely cutting off any chance of resistance. Standing tall over him now, Suho coldly stated the harsh reality of the situation. "The Vice President has been kidnapped, and I have no intention of explaining every detail." At his signal, Guak Duho stepped in and delivered a precise, incapacitating blow to the back of the Vice President's neck. The man's body went limp instantly as he fell, unconscious, marking the true beginning of Suho's grand plan in motion. Somewhere else, the Vice President slowly woke up from his unconscious state. The moment awareness returned, he shot his feet. He started slamming his fists against the door, yelling at the top of his lungs, demanding to know exactly where he was, and if anyone was even there. Before any answer could come, a strange, wet gurgling sound echoed ominously behind him. The bizarre noise caught him completely off guard. Fear instantly froze his body in place as his thoughts spiraled wildly. He wondered what kind of sound that was. Maybe even some kind of monster. The gurgling only grew louder, and as soon as he realized the sound was coming from a specific direction, panic took over. He started screaming in terror, begging for someone to save him, for someone to get rid of whatever monster was lurking there. Then, his eyes finally locked onto the source of the noise. To his absolute shock, it wasn't a monster at all, but a person, chained up and tightly restrained, staring at that horrifying sight. The Vice President's mind reeled in confusion. He realized the figure was completely bound and utterly unable to move freely. At that moment, Suho calmly walked into view and remarked that the Vice President looked surprisingly lively. The instant the Vice President saw him, rage exploded out of him. He hurled threats, convinced that Suho wouldn't get away with this. Suho didn't hesitate for even a second. He summoned his blood weapon and brought it down on the Vice President's hand in a single, ruthless strike. Bones cracked as fingers broke, and the Vice President collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Suho coldly scolded him, questioning whether he was brave or simply stupid to act like that in this situation. Immediately after, Suho activated his healing ability and restored the very injury he had just inflicted, telling him to stop whining because he didn't want to hear it. Trembling, the Vice President demanded to know what he had done. to deserve this brutal treatment. Watching him, Suho thought that the man still hadn't come to his senses. He brandished his weapon once more, all while commenting on how the vice president remained stubbornly casual. This was enough to utterly shatter the man. Pure terror flooded the vice president's face as he desperately begged for forgiveness. He apologized profusely, pleading not to be struck again. Suho straightened, declaring, "Now that's much better." He explained that cooperation would make things far easier, and if they cooperated effectively, their conversation wouldn't require any further violence. He even claimed he didn't enjoy hitting people. Suho then moved towards the chained man, giving him a light nudge with his foot before revealing his identity. The restrained man was none other than Changsik, the notorious boss of the Changsik gang, an organization deeply involved in loan sharking and pervasive drug trafficking. His crimes were so severe that he was being held here, under constant supervision and re-education. Suho made it crystal clear that from this moment on, everything hinged on the vice president's choices. He could continue living his life as Park Hae-man, or he could end up living as Changsik instead. With that chilling final warning hanging in the air, Suho calmly instructed him to behave properly. Sometime later, the vice president was found kneeling before Suho, exactly as instructed. He had painstakingly written down everything he had ever done in meticulous detail inside the notebook. Suho glanced through it briefly and told him, "You've done well." Then almost casually, Suho remarked that the vice president had really accumulated quite a history over the years. So much so it was no surprise. He ended up getting swallowed by Pisa Unjayal. That single line hit Park Hae-man like a lightning bolt. Before he could properly react, Suho told him not to even pretend. He didn't know what was happening. Suho calmly revealed he had already apprehended Kim Gong-won, and that fact alone was enough to make Park Hae-man's position dangerously unstable. The vice president stared at him in utter disbelief and asked if it was truly real. Suho sounded almost annoyed, asking if he seriously had no idea. With a sigh, Suho scoffed at his utter slowness, explaining that Kim Gong-won had landed on his investigation list early on as someone notoriously hard to pin down, yet undeniably malicious. While tracking him down, Suho had encountered Baek Ji-hyun and even discovered son Baek Ji-hyun had been bribing the vice president. Suho admitted he'd deliberately released Baek Ji-hyun just to gauge Park Hae-man's reaction. Then, Suho showed him his phone, pointing out who had contacted him first. After all that, it was Pei Sun-jo. Suho explained that Pei Sun-jo was already busy, working behind the scenes to bring Park Hae-man down. Meanwhile, Park Hae-man himself remained utterly clueless about everything happening around him. Suho added that he'd assumed all the Awakening Department executives were on Park Hae-man's side, but it turned out none of them had reported a single thing to him. Grinding his teeth, the vice president cursed them in a furious rage, enraged after how well he believed he'd treated them. Suho coldly pointed out that, given his dire situation, Park Hae-man's life was already hanging by a thread. If Pei Sun-jo decided to act, it could all be over at any moment. Completely shaken, the vice president pleaded with him, asking if there was truly no way for him to survive. Suho crouched down in front of him and said, "There's a way, but only if Park Hae-man does exactly as he's told. If he complies, Suho would ensure his survival within the association, and he could even fight Pei Sun-jo on equal footing." Relief washed over the vice president's face as he desperately agreed, promising to do everything Suho commanded. Suho then took out a small, black pill and handed it to him, ordering him to swallow it. Trembling, Park Hae-man asked what it was. Suho calmly explained that it was an item bomb designed to be absorbed into the body, once ingested and triggered only by his commands. It was undetectable by any search skill, and it cost an absolute fortune. So he commanded him to eat it quickly. Fear completely engulfed the vice president, as he refused at first, asking if he really had to eat something like that. Suho retorted that he needed insurance in case of betrayal. If Park Hyun truly didn't want to eat it, he didn't have to. Suho leaned closer and told him that if he didn't want to live here, alive and unharmed, he could always live on as Changsik, under a different name instead. He told him to choose wisely. Shaking violently, Park Hae-man stared at the pill, then closed his eyes and swallowed it in one gulp. Suho nodded in satisfaction and told him that from now on, they would clean up the messes he had made, one by one. When Park Hae-man asked what messes he meant, Suho explained that if he wanted to live, he needed to stop Pai Si-hoo and Joel from attacking him, and that started with fixing every wrong he had committed. So far, He didn't care how Park Human handled it, or who he pinned things on, as long as no innocent person was sacrificed. If he crossed that line, Park Human already knew what would happen. The vice president quickly swore that would never happen. Suho told him to relax, saying he would simply sit back and watch. Then he gave his first direct order. As soon as Park Human returned to the association, he was to deal with the draft evasion case. Suho asked who had been involved, and Park Human confessed that it was him, the awakening department head, and a non-awakened division chief. He admitted he had taken 70% of the money, while the rest was split among his subordinates. Suho thought that whoever subcontracted the job had clearly stuffed themselves with money. He ordered Park Human to return all the money and silence everyone involved. When Park Human hesitated, saying he still had his share, but didn't know about the others, Suho coldly pointed out that, if the money wasn't returned, things were about to explode. He had to either retrieve it or fill the void himself, but warned him to ensure utter silence. Park Human swiftly agreed. Suho then tacked on another command. As soon as Park Human returned, he was to immediately proceed with Suho's awakening department evaluation. Both the field evaluation and the written exam were already complete, so there was no reason for the process to keep dragging on any longer. Park Human apologized and promised to take care of it. Finally, Suho gave his last chilling instruction. He told him to close his eyes. The vice president froze, utterly bewildered by the sudden order. Suho lifted his bat and warned him he hated repeating himself. In the very next instant, the bat struck the side of Park Human's head, and the vice president collapsed, losing consciousness once again. Meanwhile, outside the building, Hyun-min was growing restless, wondering why Suho was taking so long inside. Doho agreed, pointing out that Suho had been in there for quite a while, yet everything had gone utterly quiet. At that exact moment, the door suddenly burst open, and Suho stepped out, with the vice president slung over his back, as if he weighed absolutely nothing. Yanawa stared at the scene in utter confusion and asked if Suho had hit him. Yanawa pointed out that there hadn't been any noise at all. Suho responded calmly, saying that technically speaking, that was exactly what happened when you hit someone properly. He then gestured for Doho to take Park Human and put him inside the car. Suho told everyone he would explain their future plans later and asked them to gather together first. He handed Yanawa a notebook and explained that they would now use Park Human to carry out some internal maneuvering. They were making their move before the situation fully took over the association. But before that, they needed to clean up the messes. Park Human was the one who created it. The notebook he just handed over was the vice president's corruption ledger. As the group quickly skimmed through its contents, Yanhwa remarked that there weren't just one or two corrupt acts written inside it. She asked if they were going to erase everything. Suho clarified that they'd only erase the corruption that Pyongsun, Jail already knew about. Even if Pai, Su and Joel eventually learned it all, it wouldn't matter. They would use Park Human as needed and discard him afterward. Suho then asked if anyone in the group wanted personal revenge against Park Human. If so, they could change how they dealt with him. After looking through the notebook and reflecting among themselves, the group confirmed that none of them had any personal business with Park Human. Suho nodded, satisfied, and told them it was time to head back. As they were about to leave, Ji-won spoke up, noting that the vice president didn't seem to have any major injuries. Curious, he asked how Suho had managed to make him talk. Suho answered calmly that he'd made Park Human swallow a bomb that would explode if he disobeyed his orders. So naturally, he would stay obedient for a while. Ji-won was stunned, asking if such an item really existed. Suho immediately shut that down, saying it was a lie. There was no such thing at all. After knocking down Park Human, the group finally split up and began heading their separate ways. Suho told the Banshee team that he and Ji-won would go home, while the rest should drop Park Human off and then return to Nexus. Youngwon nodded without hesitation, confirming she understood. Suho then turned to Ji-won and asked whether he'd finished digging through the numbers. The numbers Suho had given him earlier. Jaiwon replied he'd already checked them, but nothing came up for Pei Sung-jo, Park Human, Lee Wanik, or Lee Moon-ho. To dig any deeper, though, they'd probably need to trace things all the way back to the Messenger app's headquarters. As they settled into the car, Suho stated that meant those numbers weren't saved as contacts. He told Jaiwon to shift focus to the numbers they contacted regularly instead. Then he asked how long the task would take. Jaiwon estimated it would be done by tomorrow, but Suho pushed him, asking if it could be finished today. Starting next week, Suho planned to begin pruning Park Human, and timing was crucial. The very next morning, Jiawen came running in, his loud voice snapping Suho out of his sleep. He excitedly announced he'd found number, used by Pei Song-gil. Sitting down, Jiawen explained that in Li Wanek's records, there was one unfamiliar number that appeared repeatedly. There were only call logs, no messages or chat history. After tracing it further, Jiawen confirmed it was Pei Song-gil's second phone. Even more suspicious, that phone had no other contacts and no call recordings at all. Suho praised him for the good work and casually suggested that if Jiawen hadn't eaten yet, they should grab dinner. Jiawen replied that He-won would be arriving soon as well, so they could eat together. Suho paused, then asked if today was the day He-won was coming back. Not long ago, He-won had finished treatment for drug addiction and had been developing antidotes. After that, he'd gone alone on a nationwide trip, finally living out a dream he'd carried for a long time. After some time, He-won finally arrived and casually greeted them, as if he just stepped out for a walk. Suho immediately noticed something off and pointed out that He-won had gone traveling without even bringing a single bag. He-won just casually pulled out a card, declaring that one little card was more than enough. He even dramatically kissed it, explaining he'd raked in a fortune from selling antidotes. He'd lived so miserably and painfully for so long that it was finally time to truly splurge. Jiawen gazed at him with pure admiration and remarked that such a mindset was utterly insane. In the best possible way, something worth learning. Suho instantly shut that idea down, telling him not to pick up any weird habits. Not long after they started their meal, Suho remarked that He-won looked genuinely refreshed after his travels and asked which place had left the biggest impression on him. He-won immediately said Busan, mostly because the tteokbokki and kimbap there tasted incredible. He even claimed the Busan accent somehow made the food even better. Suho just brushed that off, muttering that he had just finished drug treatment and questioning what kind of high he was talking about now. He-won got visibly annoyed and insisted he was being completely serious, not joking at all. Jiawen then jumped in, saying that now that He-won was back, they could finally drag him online again. Looking straight at him, Jiawen promised to prepare a death, then quickly corrected himself, saying, an amazing dungeon instead. He-won immediately refused, without a moment's hesitation. While Jiawen kept relentlessly pushing He-won, Suho stepped in and announced He-won was needed for something truly important. Suho told him there was some work he absolutely had to do. When He-won asked what that was, Suho simply answered that he would be making clothes and told him to follow him to the second floor lab. Upstairs, Suho led him into a room stacked absolutely full of boxes and packages. He-won stared at the towering piles and asked what all this was supposed to be. Suho explained that these were the materials for the outfit he planned to create. He-won was utterly stunned and wondered, just how many outfits? What could possibly come out of that much material? Suho calmly replied it was all for a single outfit. As Juan opened one of the boxes, he found it filled with green slime stones, a low-grade material that most people wouldn't even take for free. These stones were formed when slime monster fragments hardened through magical reactions. Suho then instructed Juan to fuse all of them into a single mass and use it as fabric. Juan could barely believe what he was hearing. Suho, already turning to leave, told him to think positively, since even fusing materials would give him experience. He added that he'd go look for the remaining materials. In the meantime, slime stones were the last thing they could buy with money, so Juan would need to gather and work diligently if they wanted to finish on time. Juan asked what the final item was supposed to be. Suho explained that once Juan reached a point where no further fusion was possible, the item would be complete. If materials ran short, Suho would simply order more to fill the gap. Left alone in the room, Juan stood there in total confusion, muttering that Suho really did just say whatever he wanted and walk away. The scene cut to a quiet village on the outskirts of Gyeonggi province. Deep into the night, the place was dead silent, the kind of silence that felt unnatural rather than peaceful. Suho stepped out of his car and entered the abandoned building ahead. The moment he crossed the threshold, he activated colorless solitude, letting the world around him fade into isolation. If his memory was right, what he was looking for was definitely here. He expanded his magic detection, and almost immediately, his senses locked onto something strange. A Buddha-like statue stood inside, its surface faintly pulsing with dark, twisted magical energy. Without hesitation, Suho lifted the statue and carried it outside. For a brief moment, he stood silently, facing it down. He studied it intently, as if it pulsed with life. Then, in one fluid motion, Suho summoned his formidable blood weapon. A crimson sword materialized in his grasp, crimson energy crackling violently through the very air. He brought the blade down in a powerful slash, tearing diagonally through the statue. Red light flashed as the upper half slid cleanly off the base and crashed to the ground with a loud, heavy thud. For a split second, everything was eerily still. Then, the gurgling began. The fallen statue twitched unsettlingly. Red eyes snapped open from within the stone, glowing with pure malice. Thick black energy then poured out, wrapping around both shattered halves. In the very next instant, the broken pieces lifted themselves and fused back together, perfectly, as if never harmed, restoring the statue as if it had never been cut at all. Suho stared at it calmly, unfazed, and muttered that it had certainly come to the right place. This wasn't just some cursed item. It was a soul shield, a parasitic being embedded deep inside the artifact, designed specifically to trap souls within a soul prison. Suho immediately realized something was fundamentally off. Normally, a soul shield would be completely immobilized inside its prison, utterly unable to act. But this one had brazenly hijacked a statue as a vessel, moving around like a creepy hermit crab, hiding within a borrowed stone shell. Tightening his grip on the gleaming sword, Suho decided it was high time to drag it out. He activated his devastating steel slash and brought his blade straight down with force, splitting the statue vertically from top to bottom. The stone shattered instantly, but instead of dying, the black energy exploded outward, surging violently towards Suho and swallowing him whole. The system immediately warned him that the parasitic spirit was aggressively invading his mind, attempting to corrupt and destroy it from within. Suho didn't even flinch. The very next moment, he activated his powerful dragon blood. A faint, confident smirk appeared on his face as the parasitic spirit suddenly sensed something was terribly, terribly wrong. The system reported that, due to the dragon armor's draconic effect, mental corruption couldn't take hold. What had tried to invade him now screamed in panic and fled instead. But before it could escape, the draconic energy utterly purified it. The black energy simply vanished. As the purification finished, the item's form shifted. A small skeletal figure materialized in Suho's hand. The system then informed him that he had obtained the freed soul prison, an A-rank item originally created by a necromancer to seal away evil spirits. The item, however, had become cursed after being damaged and overloaded with trapped souls. But the parasitic spirit trapped inside had now been fully purified. Now, he only needed one more material. With this final piece, he could craft a partner item, perfectly suited for Kim Won. Clenching his fist, Suho felt the plan tightening into place. Now, it was only a matter of time. After a few days passed, Hee-won looked like his soul was halfway out of his body. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, and his entire posture screamed exhaustion. He staggered over and begged Suho to save him, calling him team leader and saying the fusion still wasn't finished. He had worked nonstop all weekend and genuinely felt like he was dying. Suho only smiled calmly and said, "People don't die that easily." Hee-won, aghast, immediately started ranting about his insane workload. But Suho cut in smoothly, telling him to think more positively. He reminded Hee-won that this was still better than the days he had spent, barely surviving in the Yongdongpo slums. The moment those words landed, Hee-won froze. He stared at Suho in disbelief and muttered that this was straight-up cheating. Suho didn't deny it. He simply smiled, turned around, and told Hee-won to keep going. Left behind, Hee-won clutched his hair in pure frustration. As Suho stepped outside, a thought crossed his mind. No matter how much Hee-won might grumble, he'd see this job through to the very end. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was the vice president. He reported that all the money had been returned to everyone in the notebook, and everyone involved had been silenced. Suho told him to speak normally, unless they were completely alone, as anything else would draw suspicion. The vice president affirmed. He added that everything was handled cleanly, with the draft evasion scandal framed as being exposed by an anonymous tip. Those draft dodgers wouldn't dare utter a peep. Settling into his car, Suho asked about Director Lee Wanek and Manager Lee Seon. The vice president replied he'd summon them separately later today and deal with both immediately. Suho acknowledged, reminding him to also handle his evaluation case. Then he gave another instruction. He wanted to transfer to the resources department. As the call ended, Suho's thoughts sharpened. Other departments only held targets, but the resources department was different. That place held items and skills that truly became flesh and blood, including things not even registered in the official database. Suho knew there were hidden, extremely important items buried within those resources and his next move was simple. He was going to take them. A black-haired officer stepped forward and introduced himself as Kim Sok, an evaluator from the Resource Management Department. He shook Suho's hand, explaining. He'd brief him on the on-site evaluation. As they headed over, Suho returned the greeting, introducing himself as On Suho and saying it was nice to meet him. As they walked, Kim Seokwon began explaining the department structure. In resource management, equipment items were handled by the equipment team. Skill books, those went to the literature team. Consumables were sorted by the consumables team, and general materials fell to Special Team 1. Then, there was the infamous Special Team 2, exclusively responsible for cursed items. That made 5 teams in total. Kim Suk then explained that their on-site evaluation was split into 2 parts. One test involved all teams simultaneously, while the other was exclusive to Special Team 2. Listening intently, Suho figured that made perfect sense. Unlike the 4 teams handling standard items, Special Team 2 dealt with serious dangers. Still, he wasn't overly concerned. Even the cursed items used for evaluations were just for practice. If anything, the first test would be more troublesome. That one focused purely on logistics, which meant nothing but manual labor. Before long, they arrived at the massive warehouse. Kim Suk A Planet. This was the department's external resources warehouse, managed entirely by their department. Inside, workers bustled, busily organizing items, moving around with impressive efficiency, and shouting out instructions to one another. Kim Suk told Suho that from here on, he would need a master, where each team's items were stored, how to locate them quickly, and how to properly sort and store them. This knowledge was part of the written exam, but the actual field itself was full of unpredictable variables. Suho asked if he should begin the evaluation immediately without any prior training. Kim Suk looked at him carefully and remarked that he seemed extremely confident. Just as Suho confirmed he was, an item suddenly slipped from a high shelf and dropped straight onto a staff member's head. Nearby workers immediately rushed over, checking on him and shouting for a stretcher. Kim Suk handed Suho a safety helmet and explained that this was exactly the kind of variable he'd mentioned earlier. Due to magical reactions, items could shift, move, or fall at any given moment. He asked if Suho still believed the demonstration training was truly unnecessary. Suho calmly donned his helmet and affirmed, yes. Let's begin the evaluation immediately. Kim Suk, clearly taken aback, warned him that falling objects weren't the only potential hazards and strongly recommended training first. Suho simply shrugged it off, thanking him for the concern, and stated he was fine with that. I'll be on my way, he declared. Left standing there, Kim Suk could only muster stunned, right? He thought to himself, Suho is truly fearless. As Suho strolled through the warehouse, he muttered, it's been a long time. Back when he was rotating through the resource management department, he'd done this kind of work. It built his physical endurance. Those days were genuinely rough, compared to jumping straight to the top floors and dealing with real threats. Simple sorting work like this felt laughably easy. Thinking the item he was looking for should be nearby, he stopped in front of one of the racks. Reaching inside, he found an apple. The system identified it as a stone apple, an apple made entirely of stone. The description called it crude and worthless. Suho glanced around, casually checking if anyone was watching. Once he confirmed no one was paying attention, he touched the apple. Instantly, its surface shifted into a vivid red. Suho smirked. To anyone else, it looked like useless junk, forgotten in storage. But when infused with red-grade mana, this item revealed its true value. The resource department simply didn't have anyone skilled enough to notice. Thanks to that lack of talent, the hidden option of this item now belonged to him. At that moment, a black snake suddenly slithered out above the stone apple. Suho instantly recognized it as the poison-eating snake. The snake opened its jaws and lunged straight at him. But instead of dodging, Suho deliberately let it sink its fangs into his neck. The system instantly responded, informing him the venomous snake had already seeped into his body and that the trial of the snake quest had been triggered. Watching the system window, Suho realized he had obtained the cornerstone of the poison dragon path. In his previous life, of all the venomous monsters, the strongest were the poison dragon, the poison demon, and the poison king. They commanded overwhelming toxicity and nearly unmatched poison resistance. Back then, Suho had eventually achieved complete poison immunity by consuming the heart of the Venom Lord. But that was only obtainable in the much later stages. This time, he needed to start preparing early and steadily raise his poison resistance. Only then could he properly deal with that cursed poison witch who had betrayed him, Suzuki Endo. Among her countless spells, poison magic was her absolute specialty. He didn't care about anyone else. but against her, he would answer poison with poison. In Suho's mind, there was no greater humiliation than being utterly crushed in your own field of expertise. Inside his office, Kim Sok leaned back casually in his chair, lazily pondering Suho's fate. In his mind, it was only a matter of time before Suho started complaining, saying he couldn't take it anymore. No matter how strong someone was in theory, practice was a completely different beast. That was exactly why the warehouse had earned its notorious nickname, the Labyrinth. Right at that moment, Suho walked in and calmly announced that he had brought all the items listed in the evaluation. Kim Sok, still half lost in his own assumptions, reminded him that he had clearly told him to undergo training first. Then his eyes shifted to the stacked boxes Suho was carrying. He froze, blinking in utter disbelief, and asked Suho to repeat what he had just said. Suho, without batting an eye, calmly reiterated, "I brought everything that was on the list." He then instructed him to check it himself. Kim Sok instantly broke out in a cold sweat as his eyes darted across the very list he had personally handed over earlier that day. This was utterly insane. He deliberately snuck in items with confusing names, obscure codes, and misleading color classifications. Yet every single item was accounted for still. He told himself it wasn't over yet. Suho still had to conquer the sorting task. A short while later, Suho finished sorting everything, from the first section to the third, flawlessly. Not a single mistake. Witnessing this, Kim Sok felt his very thoughts unravel. He had always firmly believed that combat talent and administrative work were completely different domains, polar opposites. Yet here stood someone who excelled at both. A truly well-rounded genius actually existed. Unable to hide his utter shock, he admitted that it was truly amazing. Suho brushed it off casually, saying it wasn't anything special. Kim Sok shook his head, explaining this wasn't just departmental pride. Objectively speaking, the resource department was the toughest among all departments, and trainees consistently received the lowest on-site evaluation scores. Here, Suho thought back to his past life. The only reason it felt easy now was because this was his second life. During his first run, this place had been pure hell as well. More importantly, since no one had mentioned the stone apple, it meant no one had noticed it. Even if someone had, they probably dismissed it as junk. Reacting to Mana, Suho then asked if they would proceed straight to the special Team 2 test. Kim Sok explained that they had originally expected the first test to last until today, or tomorrow. So the schedule for the next phase had already been set. When Suho asked what he should do next, Kim Sok replied that they wouldn't know the exact schedule until at least tomorrow afternoon, and told him to head home for the day. Suho smiled, genuinely relieved. He remarked that it worked out perfectly, since he had something else to take care of anyway. Back at home, Suho stood in front of several glass containers filled with green liquid that looked unmistakably like poison. Turning his attention to the system window, he decided it was time to begin. The window displayed the trial of the snake, a quest that only the one chosen by the poison-eating snake could undertake. Inside Suho's body rested the egg of the poison-eating snake, and to hatch it, he needed to continuously supply it with poison by drinking it himself. If the poison supply was delayed for more than 10 minutes, the trial would reset. If that delay happened 3 times or more, the quest would fail entirely, and the egg would disappear. Even worse, if detoxification occurred at any point, the egg would vanish instantly. Looking at those conditions, Suho thought the quest itself sounded simple, but actually fulfilling it was anything but supplying poison by drinking it was far easier said than done. He closed his eyes, took a long breath, then opened the lid of one of the bottles, holding it above his face. He stared into the liquid reacting inside. Even the lowest grade poison made his teeth chatter. Memories surfaced of the times he had been poisoned before, that deeply unpleasant sensation still vivid in his mind. Even so, he steeled himself, gritting through it. He began drinking. A few seconds later, he finished the entire bottle in one go. His face turned pale, sweat breaking out across his skin. Clearly, he was hating every second of it. The system message appeared immediately, informing Suho that he had entered a low-grade poisoning state. Hours passed, and Suho was still emptying bottle after bottle of poison. His movements had slowed, his breathing uneven. His entire body looked utterly drained. He thought to himself that his insides were starting to sting bit by bit, but for now, it was still bearable. Then something shifted deep inside his body. The egg suddenly began devouring the poison he had just consumed. Suho placed a hand over his chest, right around his solar plexus, and frowned slightly. as he felt something wriggling within him. So, you're here after all, he thought. At that exact moment, a system notification flashed, informing him that the low-grade poisoning state had been removed just like that. His body felt completely normal again, and the pain from the poison he'd drunk earlier vanished without a trace. Suho immediately grasped what was happening. The egg inside his body was directly devouring the poison. Looking at the remaining boxes of poison bottles, he finally understood why the quest had used the word supply. A slow grin spread across his face. Good, then I'll supply it properly. With that, he started chugging another batch. He chugged the bottles desperately, emptying one after another without pause. Dozens went down. Eventually, he stopped and exhaled sharply. As expected, there was a limit to how much effect poisons of the same level could have. Now that he had built up some resistance, he needed something stronger. His gaze fell to the bottle in his hand. This was a stronger poison than anything he'd taken. So far, the moment he drank it, Suho felt like he was going to die before the egg ever hatched. It's painful, but he had no choice if he wanted to hatch it. Time blurred as hours slipped by and night fell. Suho was now kneeling in the darkened room, surrounded by scattered, empty poison bottles. His body trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The system notification appeared, informing him he'd plunged into a critical poisoning state. His breath hitched, turning ragged, as his hands shook, clenching into tight fists. He had to endure. This wasn't over yet. The egg, it was shaking even more now. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his own shoulder hard enough to leave deep marks, and activated his healing skill, thinking he desperately needed some healing. But the agony far surpassed what his body could bear. The poison kept tearing him apart from the inside, while simultaneously his healing skill barely managed to stitch him back together. Damage and heal, again and again. He had to endure, no matter the cost. Then all at once, the egg cracked. An even more intense surge of pain slammed into him. And in the very next instant, the egg finally shattered. The system chimed, announcing his top-grade poisoning state had been removed. Suho collapsed forward, gasping for breath. Slowly, he lifted his trembling hands and saw a tiny snake hatchling, coiled gently in his palms. More system messages flooded in, announcing the poison-eating snake egg had hatched. Successfully, the quest was completed, and the poison-eating snake recognized him as its master coiling itself around him. It congratulated him on acquiring the poison. Eating snake ranked S+, and granted him 5 bonus points for achieving a great accomplishment. Suho stared at the little snake, half laughing, half exhausted. With a weak smirk, he muttered, jokingly, that he'd almost died because of that little bastard. Suho looked down at the small snake, resting in his palms, thinking that even the poison dragon must have started out this tiny. It felt closer to the manifestation of a skill than a true summon, but since its evolution path changed, based on the type of poison it consumed, calling it a summon wasn't exactly wrong either. He gently wiggled the snake's head with his thumb, silently counting on it, and the little creature happily bowed back, as if it had understood. His gaze darted to the few remaining poison bottles scattered nearby. He'd already gone through almost all of them. If the egg needed that much just to hatch, he couldn't even begin to imagine how much this thing would devour later. For now, though, he decided to feed it the rest. The snake perked up the moment it saw its food, opening its mouth and eagerly chugging down the poison bottle on its own. The system then notified him that the poison dragon was incredibly satisfied with its meal. Suho smirked slightly, thinking the snake clearly knew what was expensive, raising it was going to cost a ridiculous amount and require even more rare materials. But since he had money to spare now, it didn't really matter. The whole process felt similar to blood jade. He could only use as much as it digested and converted, and while it digested all poison types, the time required varied depending on their strength. After it finished, Suho ordered his new pet to go back, and the snake instantly vanished back into his body. He thought to himself that he would have to raise it diligently before meeting Suzuki again. Then, his attention snapped to his surroundings. The room was a complete disaster, with blood, stains, and empty bottles scattered across the floor. He glanced at the clock and froze. He had started the quest before 6 p.m. the previous day. Just how many hours had he been locked in this room? At least, Kim Suk had said it was fine if he came in late. When Suho stepped out, he nearly dropped his cup, spitting out the coffee he had just taken a sip of. He stared in shock at Suho's bloodied clothes and ragged condition. Suho casually greeted him with a simple good morning. He trembling slightly, asked why he looked like that. Suho glanced at his own hand and brushed it off, saying he'd just been doing something. Hee-won's face went pale as another thought hit him. He nervously asked if there had been someone else in the room with him. He's become something inhuman, maybe even a full-blown monster. Suho explained he got this way by clearing a quest. Then just as casually, he changed the topic, asking why Hyun still hadn't reported on his assigned task, saying it was taking longer than expected. Hyun immediately snapped back, insisting he wasn't slacking off, except for eating, sleeping, and, potty breaks. He'd done nothing but nonstop synthesis. He even questioned if this work had an actual end. Suho, completely unfazed, told him he was still far from done, waved, and told him to work a bit harder. Left behind, Hyun could only scream internally in despair, crushed once again by his never-ending workload. Sometime later, the scene shifted back to the Hunter Association, where Kim Suk guided Suho toward his second test. Just as planned earlier, he explained that the second test would take place in the special warehouse. Suho asked if it was called the special warehouse because it only stored cursed items. Kim Suk confirmed that was correct and added that the theme of the second test was purification and destruction. He continued, explaining that Suho had already learned this. In theory, items classified as cursed items were usually handled in 3 ways: purification, destruction, and sealing. Sealing simply meant locking away cursed items with no known solution into storage, while purification and destruction were the main practical methods. Suho thought to himself that, in reality, destruction was chosen most of the time. Purification conditions were hard to discover, and sealing everything wasted too much space. In a way, the place where the most item destruction happened nationwide was right here, in Special Team 2 of the Korean Hunter Association's Resource Management Department. Soon, they reached the test area. Suho already had a hunch he'd find certain eccentric individual here. He was then greeted by the cheerful team leader of Special Team 2, who brightly introduced himself as Jo John-hyuk. As they exchanged pleasantries, something behind the glass caught Suho's eye. He spotted that familiar, peculiar figure, the man-crushing scholar known as Grinder Kong Soo Ji-I, a nickname he'd earned by grinding every single item. Without exception, Suho mused about how, thanks to this very man, grinding everything in his previous life, he'd managed to obtain items like the first Mumu. Strangely enough, the trolling from his past life was actually helping him now. Team leader Joe then told Suho that they'd proceed straight into the second test. Without any delay, he explained they would begin with a purification evaluation. He instructed Suho to put on protective gear before entering. Following his instructions, Suho quickly changed into the protective equipment. Inside the room, the team leader then placed a box in front of him, and Suho silently hoped that the test subject would be something familiar. Inside the test room, Suho stared down at his assigned test subject. From outside, over the microphone, Team leader Joe announced that from this point on, Suho would perform purification using the tools placed in front of him. The time limit was 2 hours, and 21 types of purification tools were provided. Suho thought that the known purification methods were easy if he applied an undisclosed purification formula. Instead, he could use that as an excuse to approach Kong Soo-ga. Later, his test subject turned out to be a small, red-colored fruit called the hama fruit, harvested from a hama tree. Suho considered it carefully, revealing its true purification method right now might cause a big reaction, but in the end, it didn't really matter. What mattered was sticking to his schedule. Outside, Kim Sok checked the documents and explained that the hamu fruit, this fruit came from a demonic tree. If it took a strong impact, its poisonous spores would quickly spread, forming a deadly, toxic mist. Team leader Joe had explained that. The purification method was surprisingly simple. It just needed to be burned with a monotorch, and it was safe as long as it wasn't thrown. But while everyone was busy taking it all in, Suho had already snatched up the fruit, and he decided to throw it the moment they realized his horrifying intent. Both supervisors' jaws dropped in unison. They screamed in panic, "Don't throw it," but it was already too late. Suho had already made his move. Suho hurled the fruit with all his might. The instant it struck the ground, a deafening crash echoed through the test room. The fruit smashed into the floor with a heavy impact, sending fragments scattering outward. Yet, strangely enough, not a single speck of dust rose into the air. Outside the room, everyone froze in shock, because there was no dust cloud whatsoever. Suho's movements were clearly visible through the glass, along with the fruit embedded firmly into the floor. For a brief, agonizing moment, the entire area fell into stunned silence. Then team leader Joe finally snapped out of it, grabbing the microphone and shouting in pure anger, demanding to know what in the world did Suho think he was doing. His explosive reaction was more than justified. The special warehouse, after all, was one of the most secure facilities in the entire association, rivaling research labs and construction sites in strictness. Suho, however, remained completely unfazed. He calmly picked up the fruit from the floor and simply stated it had already been purified. These words made absolutely no sense to those listening, and confusion spread instantly. When questioned further, Suho simply offered to show them proof. He held the fruit out with a bright, almost innocent smile. His expression was so clean and utterly devoid of malice that it left everyone watching completely dumbfounded. Ju Junhyuk was the first to react properly. The moment he checked the item's updated description, his eyes widened in absolute disbelief. The fruit's curse had completely vanished. Every single cursed option was gone. It was now completely safe to handle. Safe even under physical impact, and could be consumed without any danger whatsoever. Suho calmly added that it also possessed a minor recovery effect. Recovery. That single word sent a shockwave through team leader Joe. Suho then explained that among the 21 purification tools provided, there was a shock hammer designed to purify cursed items through controlled impact. What he had done was simply apply a force far greater than what the shock hammer could generate. He further explained that the Hamu fruit's hidden recovery option could not be unlocked unless the user's strength stat exceeded a red grade. Anything below that threshold would fail entirely. The realization hit him like a bomb. Joe immediately began shouting orders, telling his staff to write everything down and record all the results. He demanded the entire team be gathered at once. If this discovery held up under verification, it would send shockwaves through the academic and research communities. Nationwide, the warehouse buzzed with frantic movement. Even Kim Suk-hoon stood there in disbelief. He had already known Suho was extraordinary after the first test, but this went far beyond his wildest expectations, especially in a purification assessment. Approaching Suho cheerfully, he asked if Suho truly understood what he had just accomplished. This wasn't just a good score. This was the discovery of an entirely new purification method, the 20-second method recognized globally, one that the entire world would soon adopt. Suho, however, only responded casually, asking whether this meant his score was safe, or if he was at risk of failing for not using the standard methods. Kim instantly brushed off the concern, assuring him that with Kim at the helm, Suho would undoubtedly get perfect marks. As they exited the testing room, Kim Seok just inwitted how Suho had mastered such a purification technique. Suho responded without a moment's pause, calmly lying that he'd stumbled upon it by chance. Inside a sealed gate back then, he hadn't even known purification formulas existed, and if it weren't for the level 5 special recruitment course, he wouldn't have realized there were already 21 recognized methods. Kim Suk burst out laughing, stating that those destined for greatness always found a way, no matter what. Suho modestly brushed it off, insisting it was nothing special. Kim Suk then gave Suho a firm thumbs up, flashing a satisfied grin, as he told him he'd passed the second test outright. He vowed to personally take responsibility and award him full marks, making it clear Suho had nothing to worry about. Suho thanked him, and as Kim Suk walked off, he muttered that at this rate, the schedule would need adjusting again. Left momentarily alone, Suho's gaze swept across the bustling special warehouse before settling on a familiar figure. He approached naturally and greeted him. The person he addressed was Kong Suk-gi, the future mad-crushing scholar, also known as Grinder Kong. Officially, he wasn't just a team member, but the deputy team leader of Special Team 2. Kong Suk-gi responded with an awkward smile, clearly uncomfortable with small talk. Suho casually asked if he was working on purification. Kong Suk-gi answered briefly, offering nothing more than short, clipped replies. Only now did Suho realize how peculiar he truly was. In his previous life, Suho hadn't noticed it, but Kong Suk-gi showed no curiosity at all, not even toward the groundbreaking purification method Suho had revealed earlier. Instead, he simply turned back to his work, acting as though Suho didn't even exist. Just then, Jo Jon-heek strolled by and called Suho over. Spotting Suho standing near Kong Sol-gi, Jo gently guided him a short distance away and spoke to him cautiously. He told Suho he'd worked hard today and was free to head home if he had no other plans. Suho thanked him, but then asked if he could stay just a little longer to look around the special warehouse. Jo considered it briefly, then agreed, warning him to be careful around the deputy team leader he'd been talking to. Jo explained that Kong Sol-gi was a bit peculiar and truly preferred working alone a polite way of saying he wasn't very sociable. Normally, that warning would have discouraged most people, but Suho needed an opening. He said it was a shame, mentioning that one of the items Kong Su GI was working on looked familiar, something he thought he'd seen in a sealed gate before. The mention of a sealed gate immediately caught Joe GI Hyuk's interest when Suho added that he couldn't quite recall the details. Joe insisted they talk to the deputy team leader right away, saying purification work made it a matter of duty. Despite Suho's polite hesitation, Joe confidently approached Kong Sugi and told him he was counting on him. Kong Sugi responded curtly, agreeing without enthusiasm. Once the arrangement was made, Kong Sugi returned to his work in silence. Suho stood nearby, quietly observing. The atmosphere between them remained heavy and wordless. Kong Sol GI methodically processed cursed items, one after another, purifying what he could, and discarding the rest into the destruction bin. His movements were precise, efficient, and almost mechanical. Then Suho spoke. He calmly pointed out that Kong Sol GI had missed a step in the purification process. Kong Suok paused, stared at the item, then nodded in acknowledgement and thanked him. Suho simply smiled and continued watching. From that point on, Suho's presence clearly began to grate on Kong Sul GI. Yet, he remained silent, meticulously continuing his work. Before long, Suho highlighted another skip step, then another, and then yet another error. Each time, Kong Sul GI silently rectified his mistake. After some time, Suho spoke up once more, suggesting they take a break and grab some coffee. Kong Sul GI immediately refused the offer, stating he didn't care for coffee. Suho replied that was perfectly fine, and simply asked him to listen for a moment. Then, Suho nonchalantly asked if Kong Sul GI had been stealing items this way. Had he been doing this all along? For the first time, Kong Sul GI's calm facade finally shattered. His eyes widened in shock. His heart hammered violently in his chest. He stammered out, asking what Suho was talking about. Suho stepped closer, his tone calm yet cutting. He stated he knew Kong Sul GI had been deliberately tossing usable items into the destruction bin, only to smuggle them out later. He warned that if this continued, he would expose everything Kong Sul GI had been hiding, including what was hidden inside his stomach. Kong Sul Yi Fro Sulit. The accusation of item theft was one matter, but the mention of his stomach cut far deeper. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he swallowed hard. Unable to respond, Suho leaned in slightly, his smile never once wavering, and addressed him once more as deputy team leader. Then, in the very same calm tone, Suho suggested they grab that coffee after all. Out in the backyard, Suho led Kong Sul GI to a quiet corner he often shared with young Cholmen. After taking a few sips of his coffee, Suho finally broke the tense silence, addressing him as the deputy team leader. Kong Sul Yi replied stiffly, clearly on edge. Suho asked when it had started, and when Kong Sul GI attempted to deflect, Suho clarified he was talking about the thing embedded in his stomach. Kong Sul Yi froze instantly. His eyes widened, his lips pressed together so tightly they almost trembled uncontrollably. This was a secret only he was supposed to know. After a long, suffocating silence, his voice finally emerged, shaky, asking how Suho had possibly found out. Suho didn't even bother with a direct answer. He claimed what truly mattered wasn't how he knew, but rather the terrifying thing lodged inside Kong Sul GI's body. He demanded to see it. Kong Sul Yi hesitated, then slowly untucked his shirt and began unbuttoning it. Halfway down, a faint, unsettling mechanical sound leaked out, a distinct grinding noise, one that absolutely didn't belong in a human body. When the armor covering his abdomen was fully removed, two horrifying, interlocking shredders were revealed, spinning quietly where soft flesh should have been. Suho observed it calmly, almost clinically, noting that it still looked rather tame compared to what it would eventually become. The device was no mystery to him. This was none other than the Mega Crusher, a cursed item from the infamous high technology series, an advanced artifact originating from an entirely different civilization. Among cursed items, it was particularly infamous as a parasitic device. In simple terms, Kong Sul GI was its unwilling host. Suho named it outright, without hesitation, asking if the monstrosity in his stomach was indeed the Mega Crusher. Kong Sul GI reacted sharply, almost violently, demanded to know how Suho could possibly know that name. Suho merely brushed it off as a trade secret, then cut straight to the chase. He stated Kong Sul GI had been forced to steal items to satisfy the device's insatiable demands. because he simply couldn't keep up with what the Mega Crusher constantly required. Kong Seol-gi bit his lip, then slowly nodded, admitting it was all true. Suho acknowledged how incredibly hard that must have been, and told him to cover it back up. As Kong Seol-gi complied, Suho watched silently, understanding the crushing weight of the burden he had been carrying alone. Kong Seol-gi hadn't always been this way. His withdrawal and painful isolation began the very moment the Mega Crusher entered his life. Years ago, during a solo night shift at Special Team 2's warehouse, the supposedly sealed cursed item had ambushed him. From that fateful night on, he became its unwilling host. At first, he considered reporting the incident. Surely, someone could help him, right? But the grotesque, living device embedded inside him made him hesitate. There were no known cases like his, not even anywhere in the world. What if reporting it meant he'd be sealed away? Just like the item itself had been, the Mega Crusher was classified as a truly cursed item, one that could neither be purified nor destroyed. That's precisely why it had been sealed away. Kong Seol-gi feared that revealing the truth of its nature would only lead to the same fate for him. Unable to trust anyone, he kept the secret guarded and deliberately distanced himself from others. He didn't quit his job because only within these walls could he access the items needed to keep the Mega Crusher appeased. It was a choice made purely for survival. Despite everything, the Mega Crusher's existence would eventually be exposed. Years later, after Kong Seol-gi rose to the position of team leader, the cursed device would drive him to shredding every artifact stored in the special warehouse. It wasn't just dangerous, though it would appear dormant now. It would grow increasingly demanding, consuming more items, and steadily eroding its host's sanity until madness took over. That was why, in the future, Kong Seol-gi would be known as the Mad Crushing Scholar. Breaking the heavy silence, Suho spoke again, addressing him once more as deputy team leader. Suho then asked the question that truly mattered. He asked whether Kong Seol-gi wanted to get rid of the Mega Crusher,